Welcome to the clown show.
Mr. Kirshner, all of this must have a cost.
He said it never happened. He said the Holocaust never happened.
Thank you, Jared Kushner.
Okay, so this video, I literally watched it before the wifey came in, right? I think it might have been on when she came in. And I immediately knew this could not wait till Friday. I had to show this video to Jack on stream.
Lamau Fetterman was at fault for the crash. Yeah. So John Fetterman got in a car accident right after talking to Bill Maher about how having a stroke made him conservative or whatever. Apparently, he's been found at fault for the car accident. Now, I didn't expect that. You know, usually when a person gets in a car accident, like, I just like, okay, whatever. There was just some dumb shit at a light. Apparently, my man was speeding and was at fault. So, okay. Actually brain damaged. Apparently he took a hard right turn without signaling. Oh yeah, that's true. Got a lot of his staffers real upset about that one. It wasn't just speeding. No kidding.
That was a good joke.
At other times,
from the chatter. He took a hard right turn without signaling. And Vosh responded with like, "Oh yeah, that's been upsetting his staffers."
That is funny.
Hard to catch because it was so casually.
It had to be more than speeding. Speeding is not a crime. Fucking fight me. Fuck your fucking speed.
Okay. Whatever you say.
While driving, prompting concern among his staff and fears about riding with him, according to 3 people with knowledge of staff discussions who spoke in condition of anonymity to describe
I do want to say, at the very least, if people don't want to be in the car with you, you have a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, go to a racetrack once a week, my guy. Get it out of your system.
I would. Australia doesn't have any racetracks. That's the problem. Yeah. So it's the street.
Have refrained from messaging him while behind the wheel when they knew he was driving, afraid he would answer them, according to 3 people. 1A had asked to no longer be required to ride in the car with him after witnessing Fetterman driving unsafely, they said. The concern sparked an informal practice recently instituted in the office that aides should not be in the car when Fetterman is driving, according to one person familiar with practice.
Who's letting him drive?
So is it about him being a distracted driver, or is it about him being an aggressive driver? It sounds like it's about him being a distracted driver. With his temperament, I guess I would expect him to be like a super road ragey kind of driver. I'm guessing it's both. He was driving at a high rate of speed, well over the speed limit. The speed limit was 70 miles per hour. Jesus. Fetterman rear-ended a vehicle which was being driven by a 62-year-old woman. Fetterman was not tested for alcohol or substance abuse, and the report does not say he was distracted. So probably angry driving then, probably just being a freak, you know? You know when you're driving down the highway late at night and you're going 80 miles an hour
and you just want to veer into the other lane,
but you're like holding 80 and you're fine at 80 and the rest of the cars are going 80, and then you hear behind you and some freak going 126 miles an hour, like swerving through the consistent
where somebody with a fast car, where
shut the fuck up. Don't you know that they cause congestion and slow the entire road down, including for themselves? You know that, right?
Speeding?
No, specifically merging lanes. So when you're cutting between the lanes, it congests traffic. It just naturally backs up
because it makes people brake.
Yeah, it naturally. Sure. So what I've been in so much traffic that I've sat there and realized if people just stopped switching lanes, this would completely clear up. But people just keep switching lanes because one starts moving and shit. And it's like you are making the problem worse for yourself.
Yeah. See,
just because you're ahead doesn't mean you're getting ahead, bro.
Yes. So what I do though, right, is I look further into traffic to see where the gaps are, and I go for the gaps. So I don't sit in a single lane.
I mean, basically, you should just, pretty much only merge lanes when it's absolutely necessary.
Mm-hmm. And if you are notorious for going under the speed limit, fucking don't sit in the lane that is meant for passing. For passing. Every country has different side of the road, but every side it's the outside. Sorry, the inside lane. That's the fast
well, I
one?
mean, this is like standard driver etiquette.
Yeah, right. Is just don't sit in the fast
that's literally
lane.
just driver etiquette.
And if the speed limit is the speed limit, go the fucking speed limit. It's not that fucking hard. Fucking annoys.
It's not a
shit
speed
out.
suggestion.
Traffic.
It's a speed limit.
You know, no reason cars shouldn't be limited to 80 max. I
Go
genuinely
fuck yourself. Fuck you.
do believe that, by the way. I am a believer in that 100%. Is it not routine?
Uroid mind.
I told you, bro.
Shut
Look at how quick it got to this point, right? It only gets worse.
To test people involved in accidents.
Like, this is
drug
barely
tests?
about
Not
John
necessarily. It
Fetterman
depends
and
on their behavior.
100% about pissing Jack
Bosh,
off
I'm that
at this
freak not
point.
lying. That's crazy. Q, what's wrong with you, dude? Get your thrills somewhere else, okay?
Ice chatter.
Man, go fuck a girl or something. Stop getting your thrills from that. Find a constructive outlet.
I
Street
just
racing is
heroin.
I just want to get to places
Mainline
in an
heroin.
appropriate time.
That's
I don't want to
really-
be slowed down by you going
No.
20 kilometers under the speed limit.
Do the
Fuck
drugs.
you. What?
I was just sitting here,
Fun, though.
just kept
And-
saying mainline heroin while I was trying to do it like subtly underneath you.
That's the
social
sweet release of
behavior
death.
does not become
Yeah,
justifiable.
evisceration by 1,000
Just because
branches
you
of a
think it's
mighty
funny.
oak.
You're doing it looks cool amount. This is like social alienation. Like you should like the people in the neighborhood you're street racing in should pull you out of the car and beat you to death. And beat you to should pull you out of your car.
do it again.
And nothing else. Like everyone hates you. Quit being selfish. You live in a community, in a society. I'm not joking. Quit being selfish. Nobody likes you. You're like the motorcyclists who take the mufflers off. So everyone
Hold on. It's funny, right? You know what the funniest part about this is? So the car community has been fighting people like Vosh who would move into a house next to a racetrack, then complain that it's loud and get that racetrack shut down. This is what happens. So either you shut the fuck up about people driving fast on residential roads, or you let the racetracks be and realize that you moved next to a fucking racetrack, you stupid cunts. You absolute fucking morons. You can't have it both ways. You either shut down the racetracks or you allow people to drive fast on the roads and you shut the fuck up. It's one of the other. You can't have both. Oh, we'll just use the government to ban fast cars.
We
Oh, now
didn't use
you're
it
a
enough,
fucking-
but I was going to
you
do rapid
pro-government?
fire. That would have been a good point.
Didn't we
to
get
do
rid
that
of it?
soundbite. Yeah, because it wasn't used enough. It was at the bottom. Right now, the bottom soundbite is.
Damn, they're cooking them.
So if you want it to stay, make sure you start clicking it.
within a quarter mile is subjected to deafening
No.
noises purely to signal to everyone.
So
Jack
that
used
was-
to.
it was just an example of people who would be like Vosh, who would have this same opinion of like, oh my god, you have a loud exhaust, that should be illegal. Those
Whistles
people,
go,
right?
woo!
It's those people. They move into affluent neighborhoods which are built next to a racetrack. They move in and then they're like, oh my god, racetrack and race cars are loud. And then they complain about it. And then the racetracks like Laguna Seca, which is a historical racetrack that's been there for over 100 years, I think, and now has a decibel limit because people moved in next door and complained. Fuck you. Like, go fuck yourself. It's people like Vosh that have that opinion. It's those people.
One that you have a tiny penis. Like, stop. It's not cool. Stop thinking only of yourself. To be fair, Vosh, I used to speed a lot on the highway, but then I matured. I'm not talking
the
about like
whistles go
speeding
woo, right?
sometimes, okay? Whomst amongst
The meme?
us. I'm
You know
talking
that
about like
video?
very
You haven't
specific,
seen
and
it?
you know what I'm talking about if you've spent any amount of time on an American road. You know exactly
So,
what
2-minute
I
news
am
story
talking
here. I'm going
about.
to cut it in real quick.
Why would you speed? That's scary.
The latest rage for kids is driving parents and entire neighborhoods crazy. It's called a whistle tip, and it's welded inside a car's muffler to make the
Unmute,
car
bro. People need
screechingly
to hear
loud
you
for nearly a
laughing.
mile. Well, tomorrow night, Oakland residents complaining officially to City Hall officials. Crown 4's Mark Jones has the story live in Oakland this evening. Mark.
Well, Pam, city residents have been told this noise is perfectly legal, so tomorrow they hope to start the process to change the law. Nearly every muffler shop in
Oh my god.
Oakland Whistler tips. It's a piece of metal welded inside the exhaust pipes that makes the car audible for almost a mile.
The whistles go woo. Anybody that has it in their neighborhood's going to be totally driven crazy.
It sounds like what?
Well, you want to woo woo. It's that woo woo. You know what I'm saying? Then you got the flows. They didn't trip out the flow masters.
That decoration, man. Just for decoration. That's it. And that's all, man. We do it for decoration.
You have it on your car?
Yeah, I got it on my car.
It was being installed on their car. Roxanne Brunn says the high-pitched tone, like the
Oh, it's
an
an angry white lady, of
is keeping
course.
her awake at night. Police have told her it is legal.
They think it's a fad. It's going to go away. It's not going away.
And it's driving you nuts.
It's driving me nuts. I work
Racist.
at home.
You know, she's in there being like,
I can't concentrate when it goes on for hours.
Some neighbors are saying way too loud.
That's only in the morning. You're supposed to be up cooking breakfast or somebody, and so that's like an alarm clock. Woo woo!
Bob Wub and Little Sis were proud to show it off. Some Oakland residents will complain about the noisemakers Tuesday night at the city.
That was a stop sign.
Until the law changes,
They literally
Marcelo
just
Cabrera
filmed him
says
running
he will
a stop
keep
sign.
installing them. Would you want it in your neighborhood?
No, I won't. But that's what I want. You know, my business is sell the
You money.
The guy's like, no, I don't want that shit on my car, but
An
it
AC
makes me
Transit
money.
bus driver told us the noise is so loud you can't even hear the siren from an approaching ambulance. So far, they've caused no known accidents. In Oakland, Mark Jones, Crown 4.
Fucking hell.
Fucking not in my backyard.
You want to see why I'm so passionate about this?
Begin with a special report on the latest police offensive against car hoons and their souped-up machines. Our cameras were granted exclusive access as highway patrol cops hit the road to slow down rev heads.
I fucking awful.
It's a serious safety issue. Unbelievably pathetic. It's a major problem. It's a problem for the residents.
This is basically, there was about 10 years of these reports of them just going around filming.
In minutes, a blue Subaru is getting plenty.
What is she mad at?
Let me know if anybody else caught what was wrong with what she just said.
Operation starts at 7 p.m. Within minutes, a blue Subaru.
It's not a Subaru.
That's an Evo. It's a Mitsubishi.
Say, blue car. Like, come on, lady.
That's fucking awesome.
Was getting plenty of attention.
The indicators, and they're all too dark too, so that means a defect.
The windows are too dark. They're supposed to let in.
The windows are too dark, is what they got them for. Just so you're aware of how fucking retarded this country is.
30 to 35% of light, but they register a reading of 3.
Just come out for a nice drive and you get defected.
I've been building it for 3 years, and first cruise was today.
And do you think it meets all the specifications?
100%. 100%. I'll make sure of it.
So the thing that's hanging out of your bonnet, it's dangerous to pedestrians. If you happen to hit one.
As confident as the owners
Oh
are.
my god.
Do you see now?
The thing that's hanging out of your bonnet?
Do you see now?
It's a hood!
Is it making sense?
No, the fucking Ireland police are just like this, bro. It's so funny.
It's actually pathetic.
They're literally like security guards, you know?
Yep. Okay, so no problem. All right. We get our licenses back. I'll be hanging on to them until we get them back there. Yeah.
The 2 Australian muscle cars are the first to be sent for further testing under police escort.
Failure for them to comply to follow us back to the station, they're committing an offence. So 9 times out of 10, or even 99% of the time, they'll follow us back to the station, not a problem.
What is this doing?
Oh,
What
they
is
gotta
this
run.
doing?
They got to run further tests to make sure that.
What benefit?
Okay, you know what this
are
is,
the
though?
police?
I'm not saying benefit, but this is a shakedown. This is intimidation shit.
Of
but
course
they're
it
like
is.
the least intimidating police.
I know, but that's literally what it is. Like, what? There is no benefit of this kind of policing. This is nothing but revenue raising. Is all this is.
Like,
and
if
this
it's
is
past
why...
the fucking scanner test that you got, shut the fuck up. If this, it should be an optional thing. If it fails, be like, no, your scanner's defective. I want to go back to the station for further testing.
Mm.
You know?
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, but like, it's just
All
ridiculous.
right, let's
This
get
is
back to that
wasting-
Bosch video because it
wasting
hasn't even
people's
started
fucking
getting
time.
bad.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. So I hope you can understand why I'm so passionate about people and Karens crying about speed limits and people speeding on the road. Shut the fuck up.
The freeway will be 65, and every single person on the freeway will be driving 80. Fetterman has an extensive history of speeding and aggressive driving. Again, I'm not doing like cop shit here or whatever. I'm not saying like obey the
Yes,
law.
you are.
You know,
literally are.
Shut up, cop.
Speed limit, but rather, I'm not even a big speed limit enjoyer. I think that the speed limit should be determined by the design of the car and the design of the road, not by some arbitrary number that decides like how fast you can go. The most effective speed limit is designing a road that makes people feel best driving that speed, not like putting a number there that people have to deliberately
That's
obey.
actually
A
not
history of
bad
speeding
idea.
tickets
Most of
and
the time it is, though. There's only few roads, and they're normally like country back roads where like I start going too fast on them.
Yeah.
But like most of the time, you just go the speed limit with like because of how the traffic is flowing and how it feels anyway.
Yeah.
Like it's not a conscious thing. I'm not constantly looking for the speed limit.
Not in Australia. Our government keeps constantly lowering speeds and upping how many speed cameras they put on the roads, and they don't tell us they change the speeds. Tell me that that's effective policing.
Well,
who are
you had
super
to
duper
if
pro
you were
law.
driving slow from the start, then it wouldn't be a problem.
In fact, the federal speed limit of 55 was instituted to decrease fuel consumption. Interesting. Speed limits are designed based on the road. It's based on how far ahead you can see and if there's blind turns. Yeah, I know, but like I think that often speed, they're pretty ineffective. Hold on 1 second. I'm being rudely interrupted by my beloved friend who probably has something important to say. The incident on Sunday morning was described as a garden variety car accident by Fetterman's office on Tuesday, with a spokesperson saying the senator and his wife, Jaceel, as well as the other driver involved, were transported to a local hospital out of an abundance of caution. Yeah, man, a garden variety car accident going over 70 miles per hour where you rear end an elderly woman and send both of you to the
That's
hospital.
garden
you know?
variety.
Totally ordinary, completely normal.
Yeah.
His 2021 Chevrolet Traverse had to be towed from the scene due to disabling damage. He rear-ended a woman on the highway so fast that his car broke.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Well, imagine her back. It's
Hey,
gone.
Butch, you a disabling damage on a car could be as simple as a broken connection to the wheel.
Yeah, but talk about a broken connection. That lady's spinal fluid. You know, like she got hit so hard that it's like, you know, when in cartoons when the mattress like folds together and goes in the wall.
Yes.
That it did that, but both directions for her, from the impact and then like the regress. So she the seat just went fully back and just like came back and like
significantly worse. since his stroke, like because the brain damage. He's received 2 speeding tickets in Pennsylvania.
Criminal.
Somebody in chat said that apparently his vehicle's been towed multiple times.
Criminal.
Fetterman vehicle towed. I would need to see a source on that. This is their
real
Chevy Cruze, by the way.
OGs. Charlie Wilson.
Well, yeah, of course Fetterman would drive something that looks like this. Also, in fairness,
Charlie
and I'm
Wilson
actually
fucking
invoking this
drove
one
drunk
unironically.
all the time.
Fetterman.
Oh, really?
And like he literally fled the country to get out of a ticket at one point. He had to like call his contacts at the police because he had to get on a plane to go to Afghanistan to give them guns and shit. No, it's because he was going to Egypt, I believe, in part of the Afghan deal. It's in the movie.
Driving drunk is wild. Like, alcohol is so impairing.
Charlie Wilson
like,
had a
that's
serious
crazy.
substance abuse problem.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know how many senators you can be like open about that with.
True. Most of them probably do.
Mm.
You'd have to cope with how
No, but like everyone knew.
soul-sucking, how soul-sucking that job would be.
They called him Good Time Charlie. Like
okay.
he was under investigation for substance abuse.
Crazy.
Like he had a serious drinking problem.
And might have a body that justifies a vehicle.
He was
like
a good
this.
person too.
Can you imagine
Even though
Fetterman
he was
getting out of a
conservative senator?
sedan? I don't think he could physically fit.
Would he drink himself to death?
No, I don't. I think he quit drinking eventually.
No shit. Good for him.
In a vehicle that wasn't at least a little bit oversized. Like I'm not joking about that. He might actually have an extenuating circumstances. Yeah, this is an Ogren vehicle, okay? When Fetterman is up for re-election, may we be super ableist to him? Yes, I'm fully as somebody.
Oh, he died at
who has
76.
autism
That's
and ADHD.
pretty young.
I'm fully permitting you guys to be ableist towards a different set of disabilities that Fetterman now has. Here's an article about his speeding from the New York Times. Like, look at him. Jesus Christ, man. Had a problem with audio processing since he had a stroke in 2022, after which a pacemaker defibrillator implanted. Man, why can't we invent a kind of brain damage that makes you left-leaning? In March, he received a speeding ticket in Pennsylvania for driving 34 miles per hour over the limit. Wait, isn't this...
I typed
isn't
in
driving
Charlie
this fast,
Wilson, like sober,
like-
you know, and it comes up as the fucking rapper.
potentially jail time? Am I misremembering? Isn't it like if you drive more than 20 miles per hour over the speed limit, then it goes from like a ticket to like a felony? It can be a felony? Damn, I wish they got him. Depends on the city. Yeah. I still don't see anything that indicates he's had his vehicle towed multiple times, but you know, not very garden variety then. Yeah. I think it's rare for even that kind of speeding to be a felony. I think it should be, man. I genuinely hate people who drive like that. Again, I'm not talking about like following the speed of traffic, even if the speed of
I hate, so this should be banned. You call yourself a fucking libertarian. Fuck you. He really doesn't have any principles, does he? He just sort of runs on vibes.
traffic is 15 miles per hour above the speed limit. I'm not talking about that bullshit where a cop will like wait behind a sign for like on a speed trap and they'll be like you know, waiting for someone to go 1 mile per hour over the speed limit and then they get pulled over and charged $400. Like I'm not talking about that bullshit. Very significantly. Well,
that's on rolling coal.
Why not punish
what
companies
is
for making it
what does that
possible to
even
drive
mean?
That'd be pretty.
It's just a diesel thing. It's it's just, I think it's running at a certain RPM, which just produces a lot of black smoke. It's kind of stupid, but yeah, do whatever you want to do.
Incoherent, right?
At the end of the day, us driving cars is not the problem.
Yeah.
Us driving cars is not the CO2 problem. It's the industrial creation of shit that is the pollutants. Like, we could all continue driving V8s.
If we all just eat the bugs.
It's a lot more other factors. People don't understand how little impact driving EVs is going to do. The production of EVs is producing a fuckload of CO2 and human suffering as well. So it's like, it's hybrids again is the solution, which is what we always should have been pushing for.
we've had for like a century, cars have been able to go that fast. Not a century, but almost a century, right? Like all of a sudden they start getting in trouble. Like you'd have to pass regulations, not go after them legally. Opinion on driving 30 over when alone on a highway? Dude, just don't. It's not.
Oh my God. So it's literally, I don't like doing this, so nobody else should be able to. I fucking hate these people.
Not going to get you there that much faster. You're just bored. Put on a podcast, you know? If you're driving such a massive distance that like some...
Yeah, I'll put on a podcast and drive 150 kilometers an hour. Fuck you.
Screaming while I do it like I'm in Mad Max Fury Road.
I'll put on some funk and go 200 kilometers an hour. What the fuck are you going to do about it? Fuck you.
Something like that's even considerable. Like I just don't like the vehicles past a certain point in the speed limit. It gets difficult to like deal with potholes, road obstructions, to turn quickly. Something happens you're not aware of. Like there's a reason for stuff like this. You know, you're not a NASCAR driver and you never will be. You don't have the sauce. You suck. They're goated. You're not. You're like a sheep. So drive like it. Drive like a sheep. If you want to go really fast, and
this is so funny because it's exactly the vibe that I got from that Jordan Shanks video that I told you about, the Friendly Geordies one on his second channel, which was his entire video was like, you're depressed because you aren't satisfied being a cog in the wheel. Be the cog. Be a better cog. I'm like, go fuck yourself. It's pretty easy to talk like this from a position of, I don't want to say privilege because it's cringe, but you have a platform. You have tens of thousands of followers, hundreds of thousands of followers. In Friendly Geordie's case, millions even, with connections to politicians in a country where connections get you by. It's pretty easy to say be a cog when you aren't, isn't it?
What he says is that what he's actually saying is you're all servants and you need to start acting like it.
Exactly. It's the same it's the same attitude. It's this elitist bullshit attitude that just makes me loathe the Leninists as well. It's the same attitude. It's the holier than thou.
We're streaming until it's done.
Like a goddamn hero about it. Run, mother. Get on your feet where it matters. Or on a bike. You know?
A bike.
Dude, look, I can press down on the pedal super hard. Wow, that's crazy. Run. Opinion on Germany not having a speed limit in the Autobahn. I'm not familiar with like Autobahn specific policy. I hate cars. I just don't. My opinion from
you
like,
hate
you know?
cars, so you
can legally speed a free
definitely don't have an implicit
Opinion
bias here. I hate cars. Don't go fast.
Changed words.
Go live in fucking Holland, you bitch.
Fucking wooden shoe bitch.
Fucking windmill loving tulip fuck.
Insert dangerous antisocial behavior here. I really do think that it's in large part.
Oh, that's the sweet release of death. Yeah, evisceration by 1,000 branches of a mighty oak.
Light, they actually would be like.
That's what happens when you go over the speed limit.
Okay, so some people might think I'm exaggerating here because I often do. I want to make it clear that I'm not. I actually think that in a functioning society, removing the muffler from a motorcycle is a deliberate decision that does nothing but cause hearing damage to people. It's literally for no reason. I made everyone around me upset. You know, like genuinely. I genuinely think that in a functioning society, it would be met with like some degree of like violent response. Like it's insane to me that like cities don't crack down on that. You know,
bro. He just said violence is justified if you have a loud motorcycle.
Is a permanent identifiable downgrade that you could point to in a court. Like it's not like they're like they're like holding the.
Remember, he said he's not justifying
Libertarian socialist is when no car.
Remember, this is him justifying police violence against people with loud cars. Just so you're aware.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's not disgusting.
Think
I'm saying
about
that it's
a majority
like
of these like things that happen are at traffic stops. You know,
not as ambiguous. I mean, if they have the thing like the modifications done, but can't you cold roll even if you haven't made the modifications? I don't know. No, you only can with. Okay, then my misunderstanding. If you've made those modifications, then yes, the police should beat you with hammers.
There you go.
They say the engine sounds good. They enjoy upsetting other people. What's cold rolling? I'm dumb. It's like
the whistles go. Woo!
I've never seen it in person. I've only seen it in like movies. I don't think it's as common as the muffler thing, but yeah.
I'm advocating to start installing whistle mufflers all around wherever Vosh lives.
I think Vosh would cry if you put him in a race car. I
Bro,
think he's
you
like one of
remember?
those people.
You remember the Canadian trucker protest and how libs were literally losing their mind because it was nonstop honks? Like, and he was one of the people who said it was like wrong for the police to seize their assets, I think, as well.
That would be funny if that was the case.
I think he was one of the people where he said it was the police are doing, and the Supreme Court agreed that they couldn't just do what they did. But the police don't care. They care about ending the protest, and it doesn't matter if it's by legal means. They can go to court after, and then it goes, oh, well, you didn't commit a crime. Goodbye. You don't get a charge on your record. That's what happens.
Yeah. Oh, nope. Hold on. Where'd it go? This one. It's you misunderstand. I'm saying the onus is on the corporation to limit carbon production during production of cars.
Yeah.
And therefore the use of these cars won't matter because it offsets so much carbon creating them that using them doesn't matter.
Plus literally this carbon emission shit is this modern day recycling scheme.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
There was the mitigation of people switching to electronic cars or just hybrids and all that shit, you know. Like, the reason you should drive a Prius is because of the fuel economy, not because you think you're saving the earth. Okay?
Yes, exactly.
Because it doesn't. And it was a marketing gimmick, just like how, like, you know, environmentalism, it's greenwashing, right? What actually is happening is you see at the highest levels of government, G7, right? They have a deal, and then they go to fucking literal Arabia to meet with OPEC, right? To navigate into finally a climate solution that's supposed to be stable in 20 years, you know, and we're experiencing hell right now. Like, it's so bad right now, and it's going to get so much worse. The climate neutral, no. You need to be doing a lot more. A long time.
You know
ago.
what I found out recently? So what I found out recently is because of the particulates that is carbon dioxide and products from like burning, that our carbon reduction, as in like carbon production reduction, right, has actually made it hotter in conjunction with global warming. So us using less carbon is making it slightly hotter because that's where it should be. Because the existence of particulates in the atmosphere actually makes it cooler. So it's actually hotter than it should be.
There's
and the carbon
that one lady
is
who
making
caused
it
that famine,
cooler.
right? She caused a famine
Yes.
because of nitrates. Because nitrates, they need to go. Like, sorry, farmers. Like, like a lot of farmers are going to suffer.
Yeah.
Most of them are corporate conglomerate ass farmers, but like, you know, when it's like you wouldn't think that a government would come after farmers. You know, you'd think that would be the last thing is the food supply. Am I right? You know, but she tried to go completely nitrate free and caused a famine, right? So that's why it's only like nitrate reduction. Because it's like insane to just think that you could like flip a switch. But like even Obama, like his daughter was telling him like, you fucked up. Like, you doomed us. Like, you were the one who could have like started the change. And Obama like would have been huge if he ran the environmental movement.
Yeah.
He had the charisma and the pop to do it.
Yep.
So really it's Obama's fault is what I want to get down to.
Whatever. It used to be more common.
Yeah, you're right. It won't. But what else are we gonna do?
No, I think what he means is that we don't know if the Prius mitigates stuff because we won't know for 20 years, maybe.
Well, the Prius has been around for 20 years.
Well, still, the point is that it's actually something that requires government regulation. There's no way to fucking stop climate change without government. It's just
EVs are not the solution. Is my point. EVs are a fake solution for
hydrogen fuel cells are the fuel solution.
Yes, they're theoretically, but like EVs, they are in essence a rich person's virtue signal.
But like
Because poor
people don't
can't
understand
afford
that
them.
like it's not just carbon emissions. Like agriculture is also fucking horrific.
Yeah.
And also textiles. Textiles is also like it's not just carbon.
There's way more to it. Also, the actual problem is ocean acidification.
Yes.
Which is also carbon.
Which is caused by the textiles and agriculture.
Yes. So that is the real problem, and this is the problem that nobody fucking talks about, and was actually surprising to hear spoken about on the thing that I watched, where I learned that thing about the particulates cooling it, which is why we had such a hot year.
Did you know there's marine biologists that advocate for leaving the garbage patch alone?
Interesting.
Because it's created its own ecosystem, so we're disrupting an ecosystem by removing it now. It's just like fringe idiots, you know. Everyone else tells them to shut up and stuffs them in a locker.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, it's
Yeah, no, she banned nitrogen fertilizer, so she made it so all fertilizer had to be organic, and it caused a famine, and people starved to death. And then Russell Brand platforms her.
Yep, he sure did.
It might be like where you are, I guess. It's not for no reason. Socialist stater, I'm going to crush you into a cube. It's so drivers can hear you coming and are less likely to cut bikers off for hitting them. I promise you, motorcycles with...
Hey, dipshit. That's actually what it is. That's why motorcycles are loud. That's actually why. That's half the reason. Also because there's only so much space.
Well, don't you know you're selfish for driving one?
Sure. He doesn't.
There's no reason why a motorcycle would have to be specially loud. You're a vehicle in a vehicle lane.
Shut the fuck up.
Total bullshit.
You are
loud
retarded.
Enough. You're louder than a regular car. You're already.
Like, look at this guy with his fucking Harry Potter ass glasses with his fucking Hitler Youth haircut.
Like this really is his dumbest take.
Like, bro, like shut up. No, he had dumber takes about drugs too, I think.
Oh,
but this one I think is the worst.
Louder. There's no reason at all. It's totally made up. It's purely to irritate people. Car noise scientifically raises anxiety and aggression levels in a population. All animals respond to this high noise. Yes, 100%. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why people say city life is so anxiety-inducing. It's what's
I
the
love
thing
city
that
life.
Not Just Mike's always says.
You want to go? You want to go? You want to see a city that's anxiety-inducing? I'll take you to some cities.
You ever been to Sydney? There's no right turns.
Oh, I mean, I was talking about Aleppo.
I'm sure.
and live in shit, you know. Kharkiv right now.
I mean, yeah. I mean that would.
Yeah, New Jersey's pretty frustrating to drive in. The New York side of New Jersey's the New Jersey side of New York City.
Yeah, I've heard stories.
I've talked about it before, so.
Yeah.
They have outlets.
Yeah. Sydney is awful as well. Like Melbourne is built like New York. It's just a grid. It's great. People cry about hook turns. They're easy. You wait on the left to turn right. Big deal.
Let Syria and Iraq become one country. I mean, someone tried to.
Are loud, and it's true. You know, you can go. Not Just Bikes has a video on a town that basically has like no traffic because of the way they've laid everything out and designed stuff, and the city is super quiet, even in relatively
good for them.
Because without cars, what's the loudest shit in a city, man? It's going to be like what? People talking? What's the noise from? Birds? Babies? Crying? My wife had her eardrum ruptured from no muffler. She was in a tunnel and he revved right next to her when she had the window open. Holy shit, X-Diddy. I'm so sorry to hear that. Jesus Christ. That's horrible. Immediate violence.
Yeah, why is your window
like
open in a tunnel?
on the motorcycle next to you with your.
You trying to breathe pure fucking carbon dioxide? Are you trying to die?
Also, the noise amplification.
Yes, which is why you rev your engine in the tunnel.
Because it's loud.
Sound good. Engines sound good in tunnel. Vroom vroom.
Shit. Antisocial behavior. I don't care, logical pretzels.
The female mind.
I just want you to know that
understand.
specifically, rather than just ignore the message, which I'll read out loud for posterity. Any thoughts on this interaction that I had with the lefty meme page? No. I just need you to I need you to know that.
I don't like it.
I don't convey.
Like, cars will drive by that are loud, and bikes will drive by loud here. The only reason I don't like it is because it scares the chinchillas.
Yeah.
I just wish I had a place that was further, because I'm on a hill, so it amplifies upwards and through the bay windows and stuff.
Yeah.
So I wish I could like not be next to the road for them.
Yeah, that's fair.
But the garbage monster, that's their greatest fear. They don't understand what those noises are.
They just
but
start jumping around the cage.
No, they just stop and listen.
Oh. Every time.
Yeah, because they bang the bins against the truck and stuff, and they know like that is like right next to me because like the AC's in the window, so there is like audio coming in a little bit from outside.
Okay.
Mostly muffled by the AC.
That's very interesting. Funny creatures.
Perhaps the impression that I just missed it. Sometimes people will email me, and I'm not joking, a thread of multiple images of them arguing in my YouTube comment section, or worse, someone else's. I appreciate your high opinion of me, man. I ain't reading that shit.
They've never seen. I don't think they've seen the garbage monster.
Less bills, less parking, and the ability to meet people.
But they hear it, and they can hear it like down the street as it's banging out all the garbage cans.
In public transit. Yeah, no, I genuinely, if your city can accommodate it, I genuinely think in a lot of cases, or having a car that you basically never use, you know, that just like sits in your garage or in front of your garage, and for the most part you don't use it, you know, though it obviously varies. Like if you can get away with not having a car, it's great. So I guess being loud in those situations would be helpful, but it blows my mind they're legally allowed to drive between lanes in the freeway here. Yeah, there's like let's be clear here, okay? Motorcyclists die way more often than other motorists. And that might be like a good product of natural selection.
Oh my God.
Cycle. Sorry, Mistress Lynn. Sorry about your son. Hope your son's all right. Hope your son stops riding. But motorcyclists, them weaving between lanes, them and their loud ass, mufflers or lack thereof. Holy shit. Drive a regular car or go on a bus.
Should not be behind the wheel of a car because he's probably angry the whole time because of what everyone else is doing.
Yeah.
Why can't you be like me?
Why can't you hate cars?
Why can't you be a sheep and drive like me? You're upsetting me with your driving.
Your motorbike is loud. Stop it.
Dude, Vash takes an Uber and cries.
The whole time.
Yeah, because of how they're not driving
the
fucking perfect. I didn't feel the weight shift when you hit that stop sign. You got to feel the weight shift. That's how you know it's a complete stop.
Why are you driving around a motorcycle? You're not cool, all right? Get a Vespa. Vespas are cool. Vespas are like based in urbanism, European
We're not
city.
Italy. You need the infrastructure for Vespas.
Oh my God. Does he even know what they are? Has he seen how big the wheels are?
Yeah,
I wouldn't feel safe on a motorbike with skinny tires going over 60 kilometers an hour, let alone a fucking Vespa with wheels this big. Fuck off. You're an idiot.
Sitting in the back, pilled, you know? People ride motorcycles because it's fun. I just don't respect that, is the thing. I just don't care. Find your...
And guess what? They don't care that you don't care. And that's the beauty of being a person.
You care that he doesn't care.
No, I am annoyed that this idiot has a platform.
Bro, you live in Italy? It's crazy.
Spewing this shit. And people are actually entertaining him and not pushing back. Well, they're pushing back a little bit. But like, fuck you. Oh, you don't care, so it should be illegal, is basically your argument. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck do you think you are? You fucking cunt.
Kicks in some other way. I don't care. I don't respect it. Motorcycles are cheaper in poorer countries. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about like Western. I'm not talking about people for it's like, some economic circumstance
now he's coping.
Mandates a motorcycle or whatever. I'm talking about, Navosh motorcycle.
I'm contemplating getting a bike because I can't afford a car. There you go. How about you go fuck yourself?
Have a smaller footprint. Bro, you cannot be arguing that you like motorcycles because they're ecologically friendly when
Also, yes, motorcycles are more ecologically friendly, and in big places like Australia, which you travel far distances on, Vespas are not appropriate. So, once again, fuck you. What do you live in Seattle, right? Big city, public transport, expensive housing. Something like that. Expensive apartment. Lots of money. You pay lots and lots and lots of money.
Probably has a house.
How interesting.
Vespas are right there. You cannot, come on, don't cope with me. And you're less likely to take a bunch of people with you. I hard disagree with your take on this. Stop pretending your decision to have a motorcycle is selflessness, okay? Come on. If you actually wanted to be selfless, you'd use public transit or a bike. Come on. You can't take Vespas on the highway? Then don't go on the highway. A bicycle doesn't go on 2-hour trips. What? You know, this is the issue with talking about anything involving cars or any kind of vehicle, because all of a sudden, all the snowflakes.
You're the snowflake, bro.
Good lord. You know the second monitor that you have that you can see yourself in? Look at it. You fucking dickhead.
Fucking Hitler haircut ass.
You are the snowflake. You are the one crying. This is projection. You are having a sook.
Pop up where they're like, actually,
this
I
shitting
possess
you
the
up
very
the
specific
wall?
circumstance that requires me to use this socially deleterious, like overall stupid piece of technology that worsens society at large. You know,
We
like,
have a name for
you talk about
fantasy
cars,
realized.
like, man, we need to
It's
cut down
called
car
Nightmare.
use. And people in chat are like, excuse me, I'm actually a 478-pound diabetic with missing legs, and the only way I can move myself around is with a vehicle. Like, are you saying that I should simply die?
You
are
are
you being ableist?
garbage.
Yeah,
Okay,
same
you're
with DoorDash.
garbage.
Yeah, what the Sigma? Like, you're well, I have anxiety, and the only
What is he
cares.
doing now?
Do you think? I'm sorry. Do you think
he's totally breaking?
Bad,
his
he's
brain
coping.
is shutting down from people
He's
pushing
coping.
back on his bad take, and now he's like,
coping at this point.
and Sigma. It's like he's just saying fucking weird ass words, bro.
This is coping.
Which they are, by the way. Like, they just are. They're just bad, you know.
One time
and you're
Javi
gonna give
called
me like a you know,
Sigma
like a well,
because
no,
I did
actually, like,
something, and I was
like you're making yourself a
no.
bit of a target there, right? Like, I'm not gonna go to you out on the street and you're in a motorcycle, and I'm gonna be like, wow, you. Like, I don't know your life, but if you're gonna come at me on that, anyway, no one here has been that bad. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're all fine. We're all fine. Okay? What is bad about them? Sure. Okay. Well, first of all, they're unnecessarily loud. Second of all, they're legally permitted
well, first
to
of
move
all,
irregularly.
they're loud. They hurt my ears, and they make my dog bark, and they trigger all the World War II veterans.
Weaving between traffic and cars. Also, motorcyclists, by virtue of the shape of the bike, tend to move it as though it was, you know, a bike, right? But the difference between being a pedestrian and getting hit by a bike and being hit by a motorcycle is significant. The shape of the motorcycle dictates its use in like a negative way, I think, in a deleterious fashion. You know, at least with Vespas, they can't go that fast. That's like a deliberate.
You know what's the mode of transport that nobody is thinking of? You know, not even a flying car, the next level. Specifically, you have a specific type of person.
Futurama tubes.
Well, I don't think they would work because they suck oxygen into a vacuum. So you, but I imagine we'll have more tubes like that in the future. Anyway, there's a specific type of person who has a specific set of skills, and they can transport you around above traffic.
Oh my god, brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
Deliberate limitation, you know. They're dangerous to the rider significantly. They can't, like, they have no utility the way that a car has. You can't really like carry groceries with a motorcycle.
So
you can with a Vespa. Again, speaking
no, you
favorably
can't.
to that, or any kind of moped, right? Like, those tend to have like carrier.
I've seen
you
people
know that you can get baskets for the back of motorcycles. You
Bro,
fucking moron.
Listen. Porters, by default, their vehicle of choice is going to be a fucking motorcycle.
Mm-hmm.
The things I have seen porters load onto motorcycles, you know, like Death Stranding, where you get all the crates and how high you can get and still be on the motorcycle. It's like flopping back and forth. Dead ass. Like, they took that from real life porters that be doing that shit. It is insane. The shit, how high they stack that shit. They literally become a semi truck on the back of a fucking bike, bro.
Capacity, like you fit a few bags in there or whatever. Motorcycles, for the most part, you know, I'm sure you can get attachments, of course, but like, let's be real here, you can't carry that much with them, so you're not even getting that benefit. Let's be real here. Motorcyclists tend to be driven by douchebags. Like, okay, like, let's be fair.
I know a lot. Most of the people,
you know,
guess what? Most of the people I know who drive motorcycles are ladies.
How are motorcycles bad? Mine is so much better in gas mileage. Yeah, because it's not as heavy. Of course, you know it's even better.
I do know. I do have a friend. He got in an accident like on this on ramp, right? So like the on ramp, it's like a big, like long curve, right? But it like really sharps the curve towards the end of it. because it's like really you're driving out of like the like middle of the like the suburban downtown area where all the grocery stores and shit is, and you get on and you like go up a ways to get on the highway, but then when it arcs here, there's a guardrail and a fucking like ditch, and his bike hit that guardrail and he's landed on the guardrail and it amputated his leg.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And like somebody like fortunately like saw that there was a crashed bike, and his parents didn't even know that he was like riding motorcycles because he didn't live with them anymore.
Crazy.
And then like I actually worked with his dad briefly.
Where in the leg?
Oh, I'm not sure. I only knew it through Facebook. Like, and I knew his brother more than him. But I was pretty good friends with his brother actually. But I worked with his dad and I was like, oh, you know, how's your son doing? And he's like, you know, my son? I only worked with him for like a week or two. He didn't last very long. Substance abuse.
Okay.
I mean, that's what kitchen
even
is.
e-bike.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still think car enthusiasts are worse on average than motorcycle enthusiasts. Yeah, it's kind of like different beasts, you know? I just don't get why anyone would want to ride one, man. It's fun. It's really fun. Get an e-bike or something. I'm sorry. Vosh is not cool leather jacket guys. Yeah, you know why? Because they don't exist. I've been to biker bars, real biker bars. They're all in their 50s and 60s, dude.
I've
They don't
been
exist
there.
anymore.
I've
That
been
era-
places. I've seen things. Bro, you don't leave your house.
Yeah, I doubt. Big doubt.
Of people wearing with like the boots and the jeans and the leather jackets. That was an aesthetic. That was an era that is not being replicated anymore.
Piercers
Biker
here,
bars are
like the
almost
big time
exclusively
piercers in
occupied by
town
regular
here,
ass
big
people now.
motorcycle heads. Actually, the piercing industry, there's a lot of motorcycle heads, and
Yeah, same here.
And so it's motorcycles, rock climbing, guns, and that's it's one of those three genres of piercer hobbies.
Interesting. Why is that?
Well, generally because it's the same type of mindset that ends up becoming a piercer.
Right.
So like they're all like weird kids who want to be stabbing holes in things, you know? So they like are not always like popular as kids. And that ends up there's this it's the psychology of it. I really like if I start doing stuff on body piercing again, I really want to dive into the psychology of piercers because they're like a singular organism. It's crazy.
This is very interesting.
It's like, you know, it's like in Heart of the Swarm, when like you go to Xeris and you meet the primal Zerg and they like eat each other, right? And then they absorb the essence to become stronger, right? That's kind of what it is. It's like you disagree on anything, whether it be like a technique or politics, that it's like you're gonna die. You know, they're gonna like destroy you for like 2 years straight about the one thing that you did wrong until you become someone who's also picking on the next person who fucks up.
Or older dudes. It's not cool. You're not free burning anymore. You know? The world cannot abide the coexistence of young motorcycle dudes and AirPods. This is like that's not how it works. It's a known issue. Harley Davidson's dying with the boomers, but a lot of people still think of bikers as like, you do know, and I'm being real respectful here. About to say something very insulting. You know that like 99% of the guys you see in motorcycles are losers, right? They're like fat balding guys in their 30s or older, sometimes with a
man.
Bro, go to New Hampshire.
Man.
It's crazy because like I honestly the place where I see motorcycles the most was in New Hampshire, where it was you didn't even need to wear a helmet.
Yeah.
Probably because they like
suspicious.
price up because of insurance, you know, and shit like that. So like motorcycles end up being like such a like, you know, you need a certain license or something. I'm sure with just a New Hampshire driver's license, you can drive motorcycles. Like that's
Probably.
how New Hampshire's fucking wild, bro. Great state.
Yeah, exactly. He's entirely wrong. This is his terminally online brain thinking. I've
been to a biker bar. Bro, you've been to like a Harley Davidson like bar.
Yeah.
Like Harley Davidson TM bar.
Mm-hmm.
younger woman behind them, who doesn't look very happy to be there. They're like dads, or they look like it's like midlife crisis shit or whatever.
He's
I'm not
literally
saying
framing
all of
it
them
like
are, it's just like that's the
old
image they
people,
give.
the only people
And then
who
people
ride
say, well, it's
bikes and
fun
the
to ride
culture
them. Like,
hasn't
man,
changed.
sure it is. I don't know if that should like validate
Yeah.
an
Also,
entire,
like,
basically
normally it
obsolete
becomes a
line of
couples thing
motorcycle
because
of
you
like
don't
motorist technology, right? I don't know.
you
Like, if
don't
you have
date
fun doing
somebody
that,
who
go
drives a
mountain biking. It's
motorcycle and just
probably
like
about as
not get
dangerous,
your
but
own motorcycle.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
exactly.
it is one of those traits you absorb of the person you're dating. If that's when you're getting a motorcycle, when you date somebody who has one, then you become somebody who's into motorcycles. They're like vampires.
At least this is good for you. I have a very negative perception of motorcycles. I'm sorry. I don't.
It's because it's probably cooler to ride with people though. Yeah, especially on like mountain roads. Fucking
Oh yeah,
going through mountain
no,
roads.
that's
and
what's
shit
great
with
about
people,
America. That's why we have such a like good like motorcycle
driving and car
culture.
culture.
Like the motorcycle culture kind of even comes out of like the old West type stuff.
Yeah.
So like there's like places where you can only get to on motorcycle.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And like I remember a tour bus driver, like
Mm.
he like was talking about how he takes his motorcycle out on the tour because he can get even higher up.
Fucking hell.
Like on the tour route.
You get trail bikes.
No. Like he was a bus driver, just saying, on my day
I'm
off,
saying,
I
does he
came
have
up
a
here.
trail, like a trail bike? Or
No, just a Harley.
Interesting.
Yeah, just a Harley. But it's like
Crazy.
it's just because the road is like thin. A bus can't get up there.
Yeah, right.
I don't like them. Do off-roading stuff if you want. The thrill is the same.
I
Okay.
don't like them, so
I
they should
don't
be
care
illegal.
about your there's
So
literally
no,
nothing
hang on. The thing that I don't hear right now, and this is how insulated he is, where he's like motorcycle this, motorcycle that. The most common issue with motorcycles in cities was not mentioned by him. What do you think that one is? What do you think police spend the most time on when they talk about motorcycles? And they're like, oh, those dang blank blank.
I have no idea.
Illegal dirt bikes.
Seriously?
Hell yeah, bro. Huge issue for the police. Like New York City, it's all about like the dirt bikes and the like.
Is it a race thing? New York
I think it's more of a poverty thing.
Yeah, interesting.
Right. So like where I was living in like the Bronx and shit. Right. Like there was like there dirt bikes all the time.
Okay.
Right.
Just ripping down the street.
Yeah.
Epic.
Yeah.
Love it.
And it's always like a lot of times it's like younger kids, right? And the police are always going on. They're not even looking for drugs. It's the dirt bikes that they're after the whole time. I think Eric Adams did a whole like a public show, like a public stunt, what they'll do, where it was just like them steamrolling all the dirt bikes that they confiscated.
Life I respect less than the thrill of somebody who's like contributing to an antisocial technology or broader behavior.
The car community is one of the biggest communities in the world, you fucking half-wit.
Do sports next.
Jesus Christ.
I don't care. You have to get your thrills elsewhere, man. I'm very sorry. It's like, it's crazy. That's like an argument. I don't know. I don't like motorcycles. I just don't. I'm sorry. I don't.
This is Vosh. You ready? This is him right here. That same guy.
Is that a bulldozer?
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, Eric Adams literally did this as a campaign stunt where he ran over all these confiscated illegal street bikes. Crush illegal motorbikes and ATVs. Bike life. Are we criminalizing culture? Christian Science Monitor. Interesting article title from a Christian Science Monitor. Yeah.
Interesting.
This is like a big thing that he was running on was, look, a lot of them are Vespas here too.
Well, I guess Vosh is racist.
Like,
Eric
it's
Adams.
just wild. Like, it's New York City. You should be mandating bikes, if anything, for fuck's sake, bro. It's just so wild to me. Like, you have cops on horses.
Fucking hell. Insane. All right. Let's move on.
Yeah, so they're $900. The bikes.
Really?
Right? Yeah, so you can buy it right here. You can buy a shitty dirt bike for $900 off Amazon, shipped right to you.
Brand new?
Yep.
That's fucking epic. I wonder if they're that cheap on the Australian Amazon.
Welcome to the News Hour. Russian President Vladimir Putin picked up more support today during his trip to Asia, signing a series of deals with Vietnam. But his visit to the region is as much about the war in Ukraine as it is about bilateral agreements. Earlier this week, Putin was in North Korea, where he and Kim Jong-un pledged to come to each other's aid. That led South Korea to say it would consider supplying arms to Ukraine. Putin told reporters in Vietnam today that the country's leaders would be making a big mistake if they did so. Meantime, in Washington, Senate Republicans and Democrats banded together in pushing to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism.
In my view, this message to the world is as important in a moral sense as any practical consequence. Russia deserves.
Did you hurt your morals? Oh,
like seriously? Like no, seriously. Are we gonna pretend that Kim Jong-un is like the worst guy out there as far as leaders go? I mean, we did just do a tier list, didn't we? Mm-hmm. Like, you literally partner with a few active genocidal nations. Like, North Korea ain't committing a genocide anywhere else, but it's on its own people. And really, then they're fine. You know, it's not good. It's not a place you should live, but it's fine. Like, I'd probably pick North Korea over like Siberia, you know?
Yeah.
Like some fuck off Russian village that like everyone has the communal toilet.
Yeah.
The entire village shits in the same pot.
See, this is the thing. Vietnam has no allegiances, just friendships. And they're friends with everybody. That's the thing about Vietnam. And why this is just a big nothing.
Like, just the song and dance, like to be like Korea is the number one villain ever. Korea is the number one villain. It's Korea that's the number one villain. It's not even Russia and China. Like,
wild.
Korea, like, oh no, this is terrorism. Shut up, bro. Like, I fucking hate him as much as the next guy, but aren't you a little fucking dramatic? Like, I don't know. It's just so performative to me.
Yeah.
Like, I want consistency both ways, you know? Like, I want you to say, hey, Saudi Arabia, hey, Ethiopia, hey, Israel, did you know genocide is wrong? And at the same time, not act like that this is the worst thing that's happening. This is the face of modern terrorism. Okay, bro. Multiple ISIS attacks. Okay, bro. There it is. That's the terrorism we have to fear. Ukraine has to fear it because it's going to be getting fucking shells. If only somebody had a bunch of money and arms that could counter whatever North Korea threw at them.
Yeah.
Who could be that? Who could be that country? Did they start a defensive cartel?
In this small,
maybe.
Selective club of atrocity committing killers.
Also today, the White
House...
Not us,
though. Not the Americans. We've never done atrocity. No.
A spokesperson described the decision as, quote, difficult but necessary given Russia's ongoing attacks on Ukraine.
It's not even an English
Dutch
word.
Prime Minister
That's how
Mark
little
Rutte
it is.
Is all but certain to be the next
French.
NATO Secretary General after his last rival for the job, Romanian President Klaus Iohannis, withdrew from the race. Rutte would succeed current NATO chief Jan Stoltenberg in October. He's a longtime supporter of Ukraine's war effort against Russia. Rutte's selection would allow NATO leaders to put up a united front when they gather in Washington in July to mark the 75th anniversary of the military alliance. The trial of a Russian-American woman accused of treason started today in Moscow.
Has the ability that if Trump wants to totally like be the downfall of America, like he's trying to be, and NATO gets disbanded, this guy will have the ability and the authority, and I don't mean power position, like command. Like, he's not afraid to fucking take the reins and make an EU military, and the EU will then have the defensive cartel. and America can sit there and rot as their fucking military dominance over the world goes down. So I guess elect Donald Trump if that wants to happen. But
yeah,
I don't think he'll pull out of NATO. But point is that they have to take this into account. It needs to be a contingency now. Yep. You typed it as I was saying
Karolina was born in Russia but lives in Los Angeles. She was arrested in February while visiting family in Russia. Russian authorities accuse her of raising money for Ukraine, but her boyfriend says it was a single donation of about $50. In a statement, he told the NewsHour, she is full of compassion and donated a small amount to a U.S. nonprofit to help people in need. She is not an activist for any cause. Karolina faces up to 20 years if convicted. Today, a State Department spokesperson warned all Americans to avoid
you should have
going
thought
to
about
Russia.
that.
You run
before you lived in
tremendous
Russia
risk by traveling to Russia of being detained, being imprisoned, being convicted. And so we continue to make clear to every American, do not, for any reason, travel to Russia.
Karolina's trial is taking place behind closed doors in the same court where Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gerskovich will face espionage charges when his trial starts next week. Tropical storm Alberto was downgraded to a tropical depression today as the first named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season made its way inland over Mexico. Alberto brought heavy rain and sustained winds of 35 miles per hour. 3 people have died. Parts of southern Texas were also hard hit. Rain is also in the forecast in New Mexico, where 2 massive wildfires have burned more than 35 square miles and destroyed 1,400 buildings. At least 2 people there have died. Residents are hoping the rain will...
Love it. Hurricane and flood one side, fires and inferno on the other. Loving it.
Help the firefighting efforts, which have been unrelenting.
We did it.
There's been nonstop planes, nonstop sirens.
Why did the Jews do this?
The Jewish space lasers. Why would they do this?
Meantime, the Eastern Great Lakes and New England baked today under
this. You know that guy I sent you? Where I said you got to watch this crypto video. I watched a few of his other videos, and he did one on QAnon, and he keeps cutting in Marjorie Taylor Greene clips, and the shit that she's saying, like before she's elected, with like she's full on like in QAnon, and I've totally forgot that happened.
Crazy, because I watched one of them in its entirety. Very good.
Very good.
Very good channel.
This week's unrelenting heat wave. The Mid-Atlantic and Ohio Valley are next. The National Weather Service.
And also, somebody got shot up at one of those splash pads as well.
Seriously?
Yeah, in Oregon, there was a shooting at a fucking splash pad. It was last week.
Chill the fuck out.
It was last week, I think, or the week before.
Yeah, people need to chill the fuck out.
Yeah, especially.
Maybe it's 100 degrees in many areas, possibly setting new records. Crew members from the
New
cargo ship that
record!
crashed into Baltimore's Key Bridge in March will finally be allowed to return to their home countries of India and Sri Lanka.
Yeah, we've
Attorneys
had
for the
them
city
at
of Baltimore
Guantanamo,
had said they should
torturing
stay in the
them
U.S.
about
and be deposed in ongoing
what they
civil
did to our
litigation.
bridge and
But
when
a
the next attack is coming.
Damn bridge.
Where is Bin Laden hiding?
U.S. district judge confirmed they can go home so long as they are still available for depositions. The crew members had stayed on the Dali for weeks after the deadly collision, even when the experts carried out a controlled demolition of the bridge to free the vessel. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen announced new sanctions today against 8 members of a Mexican drug cartel as part of the Biden administration's broader push to address the ongoing opioid crisis. The group is notorious for manufacturing and distributing fentanyl, as well as other illegal drugs. Speaking in Georgia today, Yellen said the Treasury Department is treating the cartel like it would a business, freezing its members' assets and cutting them off financially.
Nice.
They rely on access to banking
What?
systems.
Was John advocating for treating them like businesses for the...
For a year?
No, like this is like an original take. Like, you know, like my policy on the cartels has been a take for a long time, long before we started here, you know? So yelling at
the U.S.
cartel.
dollar to make payroll and finance purchases.
Now seize their assets in Chase Bank.
The Treasury Department has a unique ability.
Sanction Chase Bank. That'd be epic.
To disrupt and degrade their operations.
At that same appearance, Secretary Yellen defended President Biden's tariffs on Chinese goods, including
they missed it. Yelling at tariffs. They missed it. Come on, guys.
Electric vehicles and semiconductors, and she criticized former President Trump's tariff proposal.
If I was setting up the packages, I would do that all the time and script it like it was normal and have them read it like it was normal.
That's how you get viral news, but
and I would be dying in the back room.
As being too broad, saying they would hurt American consumers and businesses. On Wall Street today, the Dow Jones Industrial Average added
In the day's other headlines, health officials and emergency workers in
That was
Gaza say
nothing.
that
It's
Israeli
meaningless.
airstrikes on camps near Rafah have killed at least 25 people. 50 others were injured. It's just the latest attack on
25
southern
Hamas
Gaza,
terrorists,
where hundreds of thousands have
They're
sought
not
shelter
people.
from the ongoing fighting.
Of course.
For its part, Israel's military released video of its continued ground offensive against Hamas. Meantime, in
One
Lebanon,
that's not
recent Israeli
happening in
airstrikes
Rafah?
have left southern border towns in ruins. Near daily exchanges of fire between Israel and Hezbollah prompted the UN chief to issue a stark warning.
One rash move, one miscalculation could trigger a catastrophe that goes far beyond the border and, frankly, beyond imagination. Let's be clear.
Beyond
the people
imagination,
of the region and the people of the world
they're going to attack our imagination land?
cannot afford Lebanon to become another Gaza.
Also today, Armenia became the latest country to officially recognize Palestinian statehood, despite opposition from Israel. Roughly 3/4 of the 193 UN member nations have done so.
Yeah, like
state media in China is reporting that
like
at least 40.
Armenia, geopolitically, I think Armenia is like the shittiest country geopolitically. Not like I don't like them, just like in the position they're in. Like,
Yeah.
God, that it's a fuck. It sucks to be Armenia, you know. And it's like your closest ally legitimately is Iran, right? And it's supposed to be Russia, but they fucking side with the people doing genocide against you. So like the caretakers of your nation are literally helping the genocide, right? And then you also have to then they're now turning to Americans for some help, right? Who are like the reason why Turkey has a military that can push the shit to Azerbaijan to begin with. Like that sucks. It's like that and the IRGC. Fucking cool, dude. Has the IRGC done anything for Armenia? No. A lot of Caucasus jihadis fought and killed Armenians back in the day. And the last war. Azerbaijan will just let those ISIS guys come.
Crazy.
Turkey does too.
I mean, is that why we saw the beheadings and shit?
The culture that Azerbaijan has is just like that. So there's going to be war crimes regardless.
Epic.
But like a lot of the like, so there's allegations, like one of the most famous Chechen Mujaheddins. It's like Silmyov Burmov or something. He was alleged to be an FSB agent because there's like covert wars that he was associated with in places like Armenia, right? So like it's the same people who also fighting Russia. Russia will then facilitate them to go and fucking kill Armenians and Bosnians, which like this shit, like all of them, all the guys who fought in the Chechen wars, all of them did this. They all fucking killed Armenians and Bosnians.
But
or not
why?
Bosnians. They fucking fought for the Bosnians as well. So there was always like, especially today, like people accuse him of being a Russian agent. He wasn't. He was a fucking legend, bro.
Amid catastrophic flooding and landslides in the south of the country. A week of downpours has walloped Guangdong province. One area saw more than 14 inches of rain in just a single day.
Guangdong province.
Television showed a riverside village completely inundated by floodwaters. In the neighboring Guanjing province, rescue was deployed to a major city after a river there rose nearly 12 feet above its flood warning line. More extreme weather is forecast for...
Bro, so... When wifey was here earlier, when she was sleeping, I looked at her shoes. It's literally the Chinese slippers that you see on everyone in China. I was like, I just like noticed it, and I was like, I have to remember to tell Jack that.
Sorry.
For other parts of the country. This week's record-setting heat is set to carry into the weekend across much of the U.S. 90 million Americans were under heat alerts today from California to the Rockies and from the Midwest through the Ohio Valley. A day earlier, temperature records were topped across New England. The sweltering heat will ratchet up in the Mid-Atlantic and the Gulf Coast this weekend, where heat indices may rise into the 100s. The European Union has officially set a date to begin membership talks for Ukraine and Moldova. Negotiations will begin on Tuesday in Luxembourg, but the full process could take years or even decades. Meantime, Russia says it shot down more than 114 Ukrainian drones overnight.
PBS? Omega-based PBS? Look at this map. This is a beautiful map.
Well, of course. Why would they fucking...
Ukraine claims to have hit 3 oil refineries and a drone launch site in southern Russia. Today, President Putin said Russia would prioritize military production, including its nuclear program.
We plan to further develop the nuclear triad as a guarantee of strategic deterrence and to preserve the balance of power in the world.
Those comments come as South Korea summoned Russia's ambassador to protest Moscow's new defense pact with North Korea. This week, Putin and Kim Jong-un agreed that their nations would defend each other if either is attacked. In Nevada, a judge dismissed the charges today in a fake electors case against 6 Republicans. They were accused of submitting so-called fake elector certificates to Congress that falsely declared Donald Trump had won the state in the 2020 election. The judge said the case should have been brought in a venue that was closer to where the alleged crimes took place.
Interesting.
Afterward,
so I looked up
Nevada's Democratic...
the jihadi I was just talking about. So technically, the faction that he was for wasn't a jihadi faction, it was a Confederate faction.
Huh.
So he's actually more of a Confederate than a jihadi.
Interesting.
But he commanded multiple, like he had military commander positions in multiple conflicts. You can just look at his little blurb.
Attorney General told reporters, quote, "The judge got it wrong and will be appealing immediately." But defense attorneys say the case is dead since the statute of limitations for filing charges expired back in December. The Food and Drug Administration has
candy
approved
in the
microphone menthol-flavored electronic cigarettes.
I was wondering whether it was...
Yeah, it's fucking microphone static.
All e-cigarettes previously authorized by the FDA have been tobacco-flavored. The decision applies to 4 menthol products by the vaping brand Enjoy, which was recently acquired by Marlboro maker Altria. It lends new credibility to claims by vaping companies that their products can help blunt the toll of traditional smoking. But parents groups and anti-tobacco advocates criticize
the thing
the decision.
is that they make the vapes more addictive, just like they do with cigarettes. When you actually have the like modular vapes where you put the juice in yourself, you can actually reduce the concentration, and it's like extremely effective. It's actually shown to be like just as effective as patches. If you actually do the patches correctly and really are trying to quit to smoke, they'll work.
Yeah.
Just like vaping will too.
And then also with the big mod vapes, you can look fully sick. Vape Nation.
You just get it to down where you're putting like 0 nicotine in it.
Yeah.
The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, or FDIC, has approved new measures to handle misconduct. In a statement, the agency said 2 independent offices will hear, quote, claims of harassment, discrimination, other interpersonal misconduct, and retaliation following feedback from FDIC employees. This comes after a scathing workplace investigation that prompted the chairman of the board, Martin Gruenberg, to announce last month that he would resign. It was a quiet close to the week on Wall Street. The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained just 15 points to close at...
Good evening. I'm John Yang. It's a tale of extremes across the United States. Oppressive heat, wildfires, and flooding hitting many parts of the country. From the Midwest to the East Coast, millions of people are searching for relief from record-setting temperatures. In many places, it feels hotter than 100 degrees. And it's only the beginning. The heat wave is expected to last all weekend, affecting people from the Ohio Valley to the Mid-Atlantic and prompting health warnings.
I don't know how long this is going to continue. It's just horrible.
You have to be outside for only a minimal amount of time, as much as needed. Definitely
do not touch grass. The government is telling you not to touch grass.
Extreme weather is affecting travelers too. Amtrak warns customers that some Northeast corridor trains are traveling at slower speed.
The Wikipedia page, just the chapter titles. Like the chapter titles alone, like not even reading the paragraphs, it's a story in and of itself.
For this guy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's because of the heat. That's causing delays of up to an hour. In the West, a wildfire in New Mexico has taken root and spread quickly. Residents said an orange and black haze quickly filled the skies. The village of Ruidoso ordered residents to evacuate. The town's mayor said entire neighborhoods have been destroyed. And in Northeast Iowa, a different kind of extreme weather. Weeks of rain have sent the Rock River overflowing its banks, forcing people out of their homes. An Arkansas man is facing capital murder charges stemming from the grocery store shooting that killed 3 people and wounded 11 others, several of them critically. Police say 44-year-old Travis Eugene Posey opened fire yesterday inside the store in the small Arkansas community of Fordyce. It's about 70 miles south of
Did we get that one?
No.
Little Rock. Authorities say Posey only stopped firing when he was wounded in a gunfight with police that injured 2 officers. The death toll in Gaza climbed the community of Fordyce. Eugene Posey opened fire yesterday inside the store in the small Arkansas community of Fordyce. It's about 70 miles south of Little Rock. Capital murder charges stemming from the grocery store shooting that killed 3 people and wounded 11 others, several of them.
Okay, actual mass shooting. Cool. Okay. 3 killed, 11 dead. Oh, sorry, 3 killed, 11 wounded.
What weapon?
A lot.
Critically, police say 44-year-old Travis Eugene Posey opened fire yesterday inside the store in the small Arkansas community of.
Yes, isn't saying that it's an assault weapon and shit.
Yeah, they're just reporting. I don't even think that they should be saying his name. If he's under police custody, there's no reason to say his name. Fuck this guy.
Isn't he dead?
And I don't think that's what they said. I think they said they captured him.
Fordyce. It's about 70 miles south of Little Rock. Authorities say Posey only stopped firing when he was wounded in a gunfight with police.
Yeah. Okay.
That injured 2 officers. The death toll in Gaza.
Nothing else. No, it doesn't sound like it.
Gaza climbed higher today following 2 Israeli airstrikes on separate locations. One hit a refugee camp and another struck an eastern neighborhood of Gaza City. Palestinian and hospital officials said at least 39 people were killed. Israel's military said they were targeting 2 Hamas military sites.
These ones
and
are
in Tel Aviv tonight, thousands of people rallied to demand.
What?
They're so comfortable. My other headphones that beat you chewed half through the cord, so I can only hear in one ear.
New elections and call for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to reach a deal to bring hostages home. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Russia has launched more than 2,400 guided missiles at Ukrainian targets this month alone. His remarks followed a deadly day of attacks that killed 3 people and injured dozens more in Kharkiv. That's Ukraine's second largest city.
And somebody should do something about this guy.
More help from Western allies. And a new chapter in an unsolved mystery. Las Vegas police said they removed a tall monolith from a remote part of the Nevada desert. They said the 6'4" structure was a public safety and environmental hazard. Just how it got there is anybody's guess. It's the latest in a series of mysterious monolith placements around the world since 2020, including in the Democratic Republic of Congo and in Turkey. The Nevada monolith, made of sheet metal, rebar, and concrete, is being held at an undisclosed location. Police are trying to figure out how to best store it
because it's aliens.
Still to come.
That's so funny.
On PBS News Weekend, struggles with renters.
9 News. They are among 234 mass shootings that have taken place in 2024. That is a false statistic. That is a lie. There's a big, fat fucking lie.
Good evening. I'm John.
Stop this.
Yang. Palestinians say an Israeli airstrike on a United Nations aid distribution site in Gaza City has killed at least 8 people. The Israeli military said Hamas and Islamic Jihad had been operating from the building. Palestinian witnesses said those killed were either sheltering at the site or had gone there to get water or other aid. It came as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu doubled down on his complaints about the Biden administration's support.
It's crazy.
But about
Did
4
anyone
months
see
ago,
that with all this, it's just, peace was, they said we're supposedly about to get it, and now Netanyahu is like, haha, I tricked you again. I want genocide. Listen to me. I even talk like a villain. Listen to the sound of my voice. I sound like a fucking villain in a cartoon. Still they do it.
Yeah, he's being held at a detention center.
Oh, the shooter?
there was a dramatic decline in arms.
Yeah, the shooter. This is why I'm saying that if he's under police custody, why are we putting his name out there? Fuck this guy.
I don't think it
Supplies from the U.S.
I do
to
want
Israel.
know his motives,
Over long weeks, we have turned to our American friends with a request to
if
speed
it's
up
an assault rifle. It kind of already tells me one part of the story.
No apparent motive in Arkansas shooting, but the reaction is personal, apparently, according to Yahoo.
Yeah, because if he was just pissed at one guy and had his handgun, whereas maybe he's it's like that grocery store put him out of business, and it's like
did not appear to target anybody or have any links to the victims.
Deliveries. We did it time and again.
Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, a Netanyahu rival, is to meet in Washington this
This story is just a bootlicking cop story. Thanks, New York Times.
week with Biden administration officials. The White House has denied any slowdown in weapons shipments.
I mean,
Saudi Arabia minister
cops. Is that a positive?
It is Arkansas. That is the death penalty is on the table. Imagine if they gave him shooting his shooting squad. That'd be funny.
That more than 1,300 Muslims making this year's Hajj pilgrimage died amid scorching heat. Able-bodied Muslims are required to visit the holy sites around Mecca at least once in their lifetime.
Did you hear how many that was?
Able-bodied 1,300 Muslims making this year's Hajj pilgrimage died amid scorching heat. Able-bodied Muslims are required to make
1,300 people died.
Holy shit.
Crazy, right?
Their lifetime. More than half of those who died came from Egypt, leading Egypt to revoke the licenses of 16 travel agencies for failing to provide adequate services or protection from the heat. At least 2 Americans were among the dead. Police in Arkansas said they believe the victims of a grocery store shooting were targets of opportunity. The motive in Friday's shooting in Fordyce, a small town south of Little Rock, remains a mystery. 14 people ranging in age from 20 to 81 were shot, 4 of them fatally. The suspect has been charged with capital murder.
I've seen them let people touch it as well, but I don't think that's when Hajj is happening, because Hajj is like a ceremony type thing. But like regular hours, they like let people touch it. And if you look up guards who guard Mecca, right? And it's just they don't like fuck around. Like they give you like half a second, and then it's like they rip you up, and like they like don't fuck around. They're just like it's like get your picture and get out, bitch. You know, it's like they're like it's very funny how they fucking like literally barely let people touch it, but they do let him.
And star American sprinter Sha'Carri Richardson is headed to the Paris Olympics. Her winning time in last night's women's 100-meter Olympic trials in Eugene, Oregon, was the world's fastest so far this year.
Damn.
In 2020, Richardson won the Olympic trials, but was banned from the Tokyo Games after testing.
Would have immediately made a comment about her nails. She literally does it, and like the people can hear us, and I'm like, shut the fuck up. She'll be like, that's unsanitary, and it's like, shut up. I know you fucking have shitty opinions, okay? I know that you're fucking disgusted by fucking people having long nails, specifically a certain type of people who tend to have them.
Positive for THC. Still to come on PBS News Weekend, the search for answers to...
I don't understand why the Olympics has a problem with people smoking weed. Leave the 19th century, you old fucks. Let people get stoned. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, and let chicks with dicks swim.
Why pregnancies end in miscarriage, and how
it's
one
because of the microplastics.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
The
Director of Ambulance and Emergency Services in Gaza has been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a health clinic in Gaza City. Hani al-Jafarawi, described as a pillar of Gaza's health system, is reported to be the 500th medical worker killed by Israeli forces since October 2nd. His death came as Israel continues its attacks across the Gaza Strip. On Sunday, an Israeli airstrike on an UNRWA aid distribution site near Gaza City killed at least 8 Palestinians. On Saturday, the International Committee of the Red Cross reported at least 20
Gaza
people
is like
died
one of
in an
those things where
airstrike.
like people defending it, I just need to fucking like clothespin their eyes open and just like fucking do the whole like Clockwork Orange shit where I'm in there with the eye drops, like look at it. Or Red Dragon, baby, you know, when he's telling him to look at it and then he lights the guy on fire.
Yeah.
Damaged the Red Cross's office in Rafah. On Sunday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the, quote, intense phase of fighting in Gaza is about to end and that some troops will be redeployed to the border near Lebanon. But Netanyahu vowed to continue the war on Gaza and rejected calls for a permanent ceasefire. Meanwhile, the aid group Save the Children is estimating over 20,000 Palestinian children have gone missing during Israel's war on Gaza, with thousands separated from relatives or buried under the rubble. This is Alexandra Saya of Save the Children.
What we know is that at least 17,000 children are estimated to be unaccompanied or separated from surviving family members, and at least 4,000 children are likely to be buried under the rubble.
In the occupied West Bank, Israel's admitted it strapped a wounded Palestinian man to the hood of an Israeli military vehicle during a raid on the city of Jenin. Relatives and neighbors of the man, Mujahid Azmi, said Israeli soldiers used him as a human shield instead of allowing him to get medical care after he'd been shot. This is 13-year-old Ala Azmi.
I thought Hamas used human shields.
It seems like something the moral, high-tech future army of Israel.
You mean to tell me the
right?
force that we have literal evidence of them picking up Palestinian children as body shields when they're fighting militants? Strapped somebody to the hood of a car as a human shield while they said that Hamas needs to be bombed in the hospital because the hospital is a human shield.
Crazy. It's almost like it's projection.
We told them we want an ambulance for the wounded person in the room, so the army told us to bring him to them. We got him outside, and for about an hour or half an hour, we kept asking for an ambulance. Then we called one. 15 minutes later, 2 Jeeps came, and they got in here. The troops told us to turn around and not to look, and they put Mujahid on the Jeep's hood and took him.
After video of the incident went viral, the Israeli military released a statement claiming the action was, quote, in violation of orders and standard operating procedures.
Dropping smartphones.
The New York Times.
Yeah, exactly. And you can help us do it by subscribing to the Patreon. This is half of what we want to do.
Has revealed details of a secret Israeli government effort to further increase its control of the occupied West Bank. The Times reveals that on June 9th, the Israeli finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, gave a speech to a group of settlers where he outlined ways for Israel to essentially annex the area and prevent the West Bank from being part of a future Palestinian state. In Israel, as many as 150,000 protesters rallied in Tel Aviv Saturday to demand new elections and for a deal to release the remaining hostages in Gaza. Organizers say Saturday's rally may have been the largest in Israel since October 7th.
Wow.
This is Hadass Calderon, the mother of 2 children seized on October 7th and later released.
I'm here to demonstrate and ask
Don't you all have guns?
and all the government in the whole world, please do sign the deal.
It's a democracy.
Like, yeah. Okay, if you're a real democracy, you're showing up to protest with your arms.
True.
Like, where are your guns? You should literally come here, post up with guns, and actually fucking make a threat. They don't care how many people show up.
True. You need to make the threat. But then we'll probably see the IDF like turn on them and gun down people.
No, they wouldn't.
You don't reckon?
No. First of all, it's the implication. You just bring the guns.
No, I know. I'm saying that the IDF that deranged.
The IDF no. The IDF isn't the issue. Fucking Netanyahu is. The IDF is a switch that can be turned on and off, but they're not going to fucking kill Israelis.
How many order followers do you think are just going to continue doing it though?
I think if it's Palestinians, they don't care. And they do shoot certain types of Israelis too, so you know they're not gonna fucking Assad people and fucking show up with gunships though. So I haven't seen like Israeli like police do riot control in Israel. I don't think.
To the parents,
but they train our cops for riot control, but they're not doing riot control on their own people.
We are all broken and tired, and we want to make end to this tragedy.
NBC News is reporting 2 active duty U.S. Air Force members are seeking conscientious objector status, saying they can no longer serve in a military that's aiding Israel's war on Gaza. One of the airmen, Larry Ebert, made headlines in April for going on a hunger strike outside the White House, where he held a sign that read, "Active duty airman refuses to eat while Gaza starves."
And then he lit himself on fire.
Other airman, Juan Betancourt,
I joked about it. Jonas
conscientious objector status over the war on Gaza. Meanwhile, at the State Department, a senior official working on Israel and Palestine has resigned. The official, Andrew Miller, was known to be critical of the Biden administration's full-on embrace, what they call the bear hug, of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Miller cited family obligations for his departure. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has arrived in Washington, D.C., where he's expected to meet with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin.
This lady do anything
Secretary
but talk about Israel?
That's what I was thinking.
Blinken and other officials. They're expected to discuss the situation in Gaza, as well as Lebanon, where fear is growing that fighting between Israel and Hezbollah could escalate, as Netanyahu says the Israeli military will soon shift its focus to Lebanon. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres spoke Friday.
Honestly, it might be funny. Like, Hezbollah dying has been funny in the past. You want to see a video?
Sure. Why is this the one that you've shown me already?
What video it is.
It could be.
Let's be clear.
It could be even funnier, Hezbollah beating the IDF.
The people of the region and the people of the world cannot afford Lebanon to become another Gaza.
Officials in Saudi Arabia have confirmed at least 1,300 people died in the extreme heat during this year's Hajj pilgrimage. Temperatures at times reached as high as 125 degrees Fahrenheit. The Washington Post reports more than 1,400 temperature records were broken across the globe over the past week, including many here in the United States, where an early season heat wave scorched the East Coast and Midwest. 3 days of mourning have been declared in the Russian Republic of Dagestan after gunmen attacked 2 Orthodox churches, a synagogue, and a police post Sunday. Authorities say 15 police officers and 4 civilians, including a priest, were killed in the coordinated attack. Police reportedly killed at least 5 of the attackers. A motive has not yet been determined. Russia launched another wave of attacks Saturday on Ukraine's power infrastructure. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky recently said Russian attacks have destroyed about half of Ukraine's electricity generating capacity in recent months. Meanwhile, a Ukrainian attack killed 5 people, including 3 children, in Russian-occupied Crimea on Sunday. Russia accused Ukraine of using U.S.-supplied missiles in the attack. Kenyan President William Ruto has said he plans to engage protesters in conversation after a week of demonstrations against proposed tax hikes and 1 day ahead of a possible national strike Tuesday. At least 2 young protesters have been killed, 21-year-old Evans Karatu and 29-year-old Rex Kanyike. Rex's mother decried the violent police response to the peaceful demonstrations.
If someone is fighting for their rights, why use live bullets? If he would have been found with any weapons, we would have...
Are you screen sharing it?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so basically, like right here, there's a sniper. He's on top of maybe 10 to 20 floor building at the top of the building, right? So this is Hezbollah's solution with how to get that sniper off of that building. So watch carefully, and this is how you'll learn how to deal with snipers here. He is literally massacres. Uh-oh. Sniper sees him. Oh, he didn't make it. Are you okay? That seems like a really bad idea. Why did he do that? Like, seriously. Like, what are you getting? A better angle on the building that you're already shooting vertically at? Why are you in the middle of the road? You can, like, literally, like, in higher quality, you can literally see the bullet impacts in front of him, and then he walks directly where that last bullet impacted and it goes to the top of his head. Moron.
Dickhead.
Disciplined. But he was walking with his friend.
The IDF.
Over 200 people were injured in the Kenyan
a veteran from the Syrian war. That's because that's the war they were fighting in Syria. That's the combat experience that came out of it.
Because it was just killing civilians.
Yes.
Yeah. And they actually have no combat experience at all.
Another 100 arrested. The Italian Coast Guard said Friday it recovered another 14 bodies of asylum seekers from a shipwreck earlier last week, bringing the confirmed death toll to 34. Dozens more are missing and feared dead. The boat had departed from Turkey with roughly 75 people from Iran, Syria, and Iraq. 11 passengers survived. The UN says an average of 5 people per day have died this year while attempting to cross the Mediterranean, as aid groups warn deaths will continue due to Europe's harsh crackdown on migrants. In South Korea, at least 22 workers are dead after a fire broke out at a lithium battery plant operated by RSL. Firefighters say exploding battery cells set off the fire. Authorities have advised nearby residents to stay indoors with their windows shut to minimize inhaling smoke from the blaze. In an 8-1 ruling, the U.S. Supreme Court has upheld a federal law that makes it a crime for people under domestic violence restraining orders to have guns.
8-1.
Justice Thomas cast the sole dissent.
Why are you voting in favor of domestic violence perpetrators getting guns, fuckhead? What is wrong with you?
Oh, so
are you
now
just
you're
doing it for
pro-seizing the
fun?
guns, huh?
In other gun news, the death toll from a mass shooting at a grocery store in Fordyce, Arkansas, Friday has risen to 4. At least 10 people were injured. The dead include a 23-year-old nurse who was shot as she was treating another victim. The mass shooting was carried out by a gunman armed with a pistol, a 12-gauge shotgun, and dozens of extra rounds. Meanwhile, in Pittsburgh, members of the Tree of Life Synagogue broke
a pistol and a shotgun in a small town of 3,800 people. And they found no motive. That's very strange.
Ground on a new building and memorial at the site of the 2018 mass shooting when a gunman killed 11 worshipers in the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. In election news, the Trump campaign and the Republican National Committee raised $141 million.
Some more great Hezbollah how to deal with sniper footage. Okay. So the sniper's about right here. I actually did a whole geolocation investigation on this attack to like pinpoint where the snipers were and everything. So and where it starts. So the sniper's about right here, and there's like a building right that's pretty tall.
Yeah.
So they're gonna try to, they're further back. They're gonna try that RPG tactic to like dislodge the sniper. Let's see if it works out for him. It's a bold strategy. Bro, literally walking into rifle fire, not even paying attention.
Not even
like this guy literally like stopped firing. At least he had enough awareness, but I think he's more focused on the back blast about to come off this excellent aimed RPG. Nailed it. That was definitely that. It was this building back here, pal. That was kind of the wrong building you did. How do you hit the building next to you? Like, seriously. Like, watch out. This is the most advanced military that Israel's going to face. He's here, bro. You weren't even close.
In May, far more than the $85 million raised for President Biden. The Trump fundraising soared after he was convicted in New York on 34 felony counts in his hush money.
It's just one of my favorite fucking Hezbollah clips. Just seeing them fucking shoot their own building like that.
An election interference trial. In addition, the billionaire right-wing donor Timothy Mellon gave a separate $50 million to a pro-Trump super PAC. Mellon donated another $25 million to Trump over the past year, as well as $25 million to the campaign of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Trump and Biden are preparing for their first debate on Thursday in Atlanta on CNN. In media news, a British editor who was tapped for a top position at the Washington Post will no longer take the post as outcry continues to mount over a plan to shake up the Washington Post newsroom. The editor, Robert Winnett, will now stay at the Daily Telegraph in Britain instead of coming to the Post. The decision comes days after it was revealed Winnett had a history of using fraudulently obtained phone and company records in newspaper articles. The Post chief executive, Will Lewis, is also coming under scrutiny over his record. Both Lewis and Winnett are veterans of British papers owned by Rupert Murdoch. Last week, The Guardian revealed Lewis advised then UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson and top officials to clean up their phones amid public uproar over government violations of COVID safety precautions in what became known as Partygate. Lewis has also been accused of trying to suppress stories about his connection to the phone hacking scandal at Rupert Murdoch's News of the World newspaper in Britain. Last week, the owner of the Washington Post, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, voiced support for Lewis. And in Texas, a woman's been charged with attempted murder for attempting to drown a 3-year-old Palestinian girl at a swimming pool at an apartment complex. The Texas chapter of the Council on American-Islamic Relations, CARE, is now calling for hate crime charges against the woman, Elizabeth Wolfe, who reportedly attacked the child after telling the girl's mother she wasn't really American. In a statement, the girl's mother said, quote, "We are American citizens originally from Palestine, and I don't know where to go."
All of my elderly
Noble gold investment. Like this is the main point here is this quote.
To feel safe with my kids. My country is facing a war and we are facing that hate here, unquote. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Well, you shouldn't be Hamas then. It's very simple. Yeah. That's the solution, obviously. Stop existing. Like, it's so fucking ridiculous that people can listen to these stories and still be like, yeah, Israel's definitely the right side to support in this situation. Israel, the one that's spreading this kind of shit. Okay.
In the day's other headlines, Ukraine and Russia have been carrying out deadly strikes on each other's territory. Today, 2 Russian ballistic missiles destroyed homes and left a huge crater in eastern Ukraine. At least 5 people were killed and 41 others were wounded. And in Russian-annexed Crimea, memorials after Ukrainian drone and missile attacks yesterday killed 6 and wounded more than 150 others.
You see the
Russia says the Ukrainians used American-made
footage of the Russian soldier shooting the other one.
Yes. I didn't see the footage, but I saw the picture. If you can find the footage, send it.
weapons in the attack. That claim has not been verified. The state says the Ukrainians used American-made weapons in the attack.
I don't care. I don't care.
No, I care.
I don't
That's
think anybody else should care either.
No, that's awesome.
Like,
let's go. What happened? American weapons used in Ukraine?
150 people
carrying out deadly strikes on each other's territory. Today, 2 Russian ballistic missiles destroyed homes and left a huge crater in eastern Ukraine. At least 5 people were killed and 41 others were wounded. And in Russian-annexed Crimea, memorials after Ukrainian drone and missile attacks yesterday killed 6 and wounded more than 150 others. Russia says the Ukrainians used American-made weapons in the attack.
Like, yeah, of course they are. You're invading
Don't
them.
vacation on the beach.
Like,
in Crimea.
If you don't want American weapons being used on Russian territory,
it's Ukrainian
leave.
territory. They have every right to use them.
No, I know, but leave.
Mhm.
You can leave. Just
Don't
just go
vacation
back.
there, beachgoers who got hit in the strike.
Like, go back to Russia and leave. Give it back to Ukraine, like it should have been. It's a very simple solution here. There's not much more to it. If you don't want weapons being used, leave.
But you see that it's Ukraine who's killing their own people. It's just like how they bombed the Donbass for 10 years.
Of course, they definitely weren't hitting. They were definitely hitting Ukrainians.
I mean, by
Just like
default.
this time.
By default,
Yeah.
there has to have been Ukrainians.
Of course. But like this is, I'm pretty sure these are all Russians at this point.
Well, yeah,
And
it was like at a beach.
especially people who have moved to Crimea. That's a special kind of Russian, I'd say. I'd probably bet that they're
Well,
pretty
also, like-
nationalists
Like-
to like displace people and live in Crimea.
Encouraging the vacations like at this beach is like part of the hard power
Yes.
of like wielding control over Crimea. So I think it's pretty cool that the attacks, it only killed like 3 and injured
6.
150.
650 injured.
I don't know. That sounds like really planned out and precision to do maximum not lethal damage.
Yeah.
And to send a message, don't come here on your fucking vacation. It's not safe.
But I'm not going to say they're not civilians because they are, but they are. The occupation of Crimea is the thing that we're looking at here, and anybody from Russia in Crimea under the occupation is as culpable in the occupation as the Russian soldiers.
It's like when Israeli settlers get killed. We don't fucking
Exactly. I don't care. It's the same. It's the same thing. It's like if the Philippines opened fire and killed everybody on those ships. I don't care. It's I don't care. It's and I'm very consistent with this as well.
My thing is like if it was a deliberate attack
On
to
civilians,
send a message.
different story.
No,
Different story.
because like they have done. I mean, it's not like still moral compared to what Russia has done and America.
What was it?
They said in comparison, it would still be moral compared to what Russia has done. And
Yeah.
like Ukraine.
That claim has not been verified. The State Department said Russia summoned.
What hasn't been verified?
Ranks, am I right?
What'd you say?
I said Ukraine is winning the most moral army award, and they literally have Nazis in their ranks. Am I right?
American-made weapons in the attack. That claim has not been verified. The State Department said Russia summoned the U.S. ambassador to discuss the incident.
It's not
I'll
Russian
just tell you what
territory.
the ambassador said when she met with the Russian Foreign Ministry, and that is, of course, that we lament any civilian
They have
loss of
clearance to use
life
weapons
in.
there, don't they? Don't they have clearance to use weapons in Crimea? It's not Russian territory.
I mean, it's the war. I mean, again, if Russia doesn't want this to happen, they can leave.
Well, I think it's more of, if it is hitting civilians on purpose, it's more of don't come here for vacation.
Yeah. But also, they have been hitting shit in Crimea consistently.
No, it's like in Serbia. People would go on vacation and they'd fucking let them literally do the human safari.
What?
Human safari and
what are you talking
about? People literally
no
went to they took people in Serbia, right? Not Serbia, but the Srpska forces in the Bosnian genocide, right? The Sniper's Alley. They let random people come in and pay to shoot people.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Fucking
for
hell.
vacation points.
That's
to help
wild.
fund their war. Yeah. So that's the thing that I'm talking about. Like when the Israelis do it too. When they go to fucking watch Gaza get bombed on hills and stuff.
That's fucking crazy.
You know, like if you're like actively
That's
like doing
psychopathic.
like Lord Miles. When Lord Miles gets beheaded, I won't care. Actually, I'll probably be like, good.
We'll probably watch the video.
Yeah,
Make
we'll
money
review
off it. We'll see. We'll rank it. We'll rank beheadings.
It's a specific type of person with that type of ignorance to do.
Yes.
Like the war tourism type of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a particular type of sycophant. Is the point that we're getting across?
Like
so, yes, while they're
people
the
going
civilians,
on vacation in Nagorno-Karabakh.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah. While they are civilians, do we care so much that sycophantic nationalists are getting killed?
And we don't know if they were. We don't know.
No.
We don't know if they were regular, ordinary Ukrainians living under occupation who were injured.
That is very true. We are making a lot of assumptions, but that's the assumptions that we are going from. That's just an explainer of the assumptions that we're making. For full transparency. It's Trump if he's elected. Yeah. So what would happen is Ukraine would still win because there's no way that a third-gen army can hold an occupation against an insurgency. And Ukraine will become an insurgency if that happens. And Russia will hurt a lot. It'll be IRA just worse.
I don't know.
You don't think the Ukrainians would be
claim.
adamant about getting that back and making Russians hurt?
I think when it comes to the Ukraine and Russia war, or the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I should say, we need to remember Russia's history. They took Chechnya. Chechnya submitted. South Ossetia submitted.
Yeah, but Chechnya was 5 million people. Georgia is, again, like 20 million people. Small populations. This is twice to two and a half times the population.
I don't think Russia is going to... If Russia keeps the territories they're in now, I don't know if an insurgency will happen. I'm sure that it will have radicals that attack, but not like an Iraq insurgent army.
Yeah.
Type thing.
I don't know. I just feel like Russia won't be able to hold that much territory.
Yeah, well, I don't think they can. Well, they can't take the full state, but like keeping Crimea, for example.
No, like
if a deal ends with them keeping Crimea, I don't think that anything is going to happen to take Crimea back.
I feel like that they could easily cut that land gap off if Russia withdraws forces if the war ends, right? And I feel like that small corridor would be easy to cut off with the equipment that Ukraine has. Like there's no reason that they couldn't just like rebuild their forces for a year or 2 or 3 and then go back and re-push for it.
I mean, Russia could be saying Russia lost strategically and militarily in the Chechen war too.
Mhm.
But the difference is there's 5 million people in Chechnya and they killed 1 million. Right? That's right?
Yeah, something like that. A fifth, a quarter, something like that.
So the difference is Ukraine is a fucking huge country with a high population. So the idea that Putin even right now is like, yeah, leave the territory I claim and I'll end the war. Like, it's almost comical that he would suggest it. You know, obviously it's in bad faith, but like just to take it seriously, like he's actually asking that.
This war.
So no, I think what you were thinking was Cambodia. It's about 250, 300,000, which was they only had 1 million people, I think.
Oh, Chechnya only has 1 million, all right, and
Yeah.
then it's 100,000, I think.
I'm just trying to find the population data from that year.
We provide weapons to Ukraine so it can defend its sovereign territory against armed aggression. That includes in Crimea, which of course is part of Ukraine. And Russia could stop this war today.
I think a practical solution because of the settlement that's happened at this point, just like it's like New Caledonia, you know, where there's always going to be this imperialism influence on it. So I think a legitimate settlement is make it a de facto autonomous state where the government is also observed by a UN committee to make sure that they're not doing biased shit towards Russia.
Yeah, so they had little around 1 million. So 30% of the population died.
They can like make it into an autonomous trade hub. Don't give it to anyone. Make it its own basic country.
Maybe.
Like that. Like the DMZ type thing, maybe.
Nations today agreed to send an initial $1.5 billion in profits from frozen Russian assets to help Ukraine. EU members had agreed on the plan.
As far as international law goes, that sees no difference if you're displacing Ukrainians or Russians from Crimea. So
yeah, because they've moved in, they now live there.
Even though it had happened, like Israel has negotiated things like that, but technically wars don't necessarily end with people. I mean, Armenia just did it with Nagorno-Karabakh with a mass exodus. Normally you don't do a mass exodus, and I don't want to say displacement because it wouldn't be displacement really in this case. Neither was it when the fucking Gaza occupation ended. They weren't displacing people. It was an exodus of the region though.
Last month, but objections from Hungary held up the process. The Russian region of Dagestan has started 3 days of mourning after gunmen killed at least 20 people at both Christian and Jewish houses of worship on Sunday. Investigators scoured an Orthodox church and a synagogue that were among the sites where the coordinated shootings took place. There's been no claim of responsibility, but local officials have blamed the attacks on Islamic extremists. Here at home, flooding from torrential rain has hit parts of the Midwest, leading to evacuations and adding misery to a region already dealing with an oppressive heat wave. Over the weekend, violent floodwaters rushed through Sioux Falls, South Dakota. In Iowa, officials say water levels rose above record set in 1993.
Who we think did the attack?
The swelling caused a railroad bridge connecting Iowa and South Dakota to collapse. South Dakota's governor warned of a long road ahead to recover from all the damage caused by the rain.
We have damaged roads. We have damaged bridges.
Roads?
We did lose a Burlington Northern
It's the dog killer.
railroad bridge. That is the main bridge going into Iowa. That a lot
drowning
of
dogs
commodities
over there.
and different materials move on throughout the state. And between us and that river collapsing and going down the Big Sioux last night was a big loss for us. That'll impact us for many, many months to come.
National weather officials say parts of Nebraska, South Dakota, Minnesota, and Iowa have received 8 times the typical average rainfall, and more rain is in the forecast. In Maryland, the ship that lost power and rammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in March finally left Baltimore today. The Dally had been stuck under bridge debris until it was refloated last month and guided back to port. The ship started moving again this morning under its own power, accompanied by a Coast Guard.
It's like, oh, they always blame it on all of NAFO celebrating it too. You know? Like, obviously there's fucking fringe accounts. And honestly, if you're Ukrainian, I don't care. You have like it's just you're just posting online. You're not fucking hurting anyone. Call them orcs, call them whatever you want, as long as it's not like racially insensitive towards black people or Mongolians.
The escort. Its destination was Norfolk, Virginia, where the dolly's remaining containers will be removed and where it will undergo repairs. The Supreme Court said today it will hear its first case involving medical care for transgender youth, taking up what has become a politically polarizing issue across the country. The case involves the Biden administration appeal of a Tennessee law that restricts gender-affirming care for minors. Lawyers for the teens involved told the justices that, quote, without this court's prompt intervention, transgender youth and their families will remain in limbo. Arguments will take place in the fall. Today marks 2 years since the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, ending the constitutional right to an abortion. Abortion rights advocates gathered on the steps of the Supreme Court to mark the anniversary and criticize the ruling. They exchanged verbal clashes with anti-abortion activists. Vice President Kamala Harris also weighed in today. She condemned former President Donald Trump for his record on reproductive rights during a campaign
They're
stop
old
in
enough
Maryland.
to smoke, and they don't do
Today,
bottom
our
surgeries on minors, idiot.
daughters know fewer rights than their grandmothers.
You can smoke at any age. Fun fact.
Yeah, you can also drink at any age.
Yeah.
And
Cut
we
your
all know
penis
this-
off though. That's. I mean, you could do that on your own, but good luck.
You could.
I mean,
but
like
also
my buddy
government has to
Lucas.
intervene.
Remember, I told you how he like split his dick like a hot dog in a microwave when he was a kid.
Oh, is that illegal? Oh, is it illegal? Oh, who's the police gonna do?
Better
Yes,
get on it.
You did.
Better to buy, smoke, or drink. They take them from their fucking parents, bro. Like you fucking don't have alcohol in your house that a kid could
IDs.
access. I fucking used to drink my mom's wine all the time and steal my dad's cigarettes.
Nominated 3 conservative justices to the Supreme Court prior to the overturning of Roe. On the campaign trail,
Kamala
Mr. Trump
has
has
a penis.
repeatedly claimed
Okay.
credit for the decision.
Whatever you
Civil
say.
liberties groups filed a lawsuit today to block a Louisiana law that requires the 10 Commandments to be displayed in every public school classroom. The suit filed in federal court says that the state's main interest in passing the
Good old-
measure is to
Pain Olympics-
impose religious
I
beliefs
actually-
on
the
public
guy, I
schools.
know the guy who made it. Like I actually was really good friends with him. It's fake. It's clay.
I'm in Spain.
Lucas really did it though. I've seen.
Children, regardless of the harm to students and families. The language of the law insists that the commandments are, quote, foundational documents of our state and national government.
Wrong.
They're due to be in classrooms by the start of next year. And on Wall Street today, the Dow Jones Industrial Average added 250 points to close above
It'll be legal to arrest puberty. That's it. Puberty's illegal. Well, don't worry. Everyone's on puberty blocker now because puberty's illegal.
9,000. Welcome to the News Hour. President Biden today unveiled an executive action that offers deportation protections.
He suffered from like chronic pain and he couldn't like handle going on anymore from it. But like, yeah, like he's like a fucking like legend. Like everyone in the piercing and tattoo, well, mostly the piercing side of the industry knows who he is. I actually fucking you can't see it anymore. I was literally trying to shine a light to find it, but I actually was like solar branded his forehead tattoo on my calf. Which you can see on our channel if you scroll down to the body art docs. You can see me filming my own leg get solar branded. It was very difficult because I couldn't actually see, and I was like balancing on a flimsy log on my legs like over the guy's shoulder just to like get the shot good.
I think you're looking for the word retard.
Who undocumented spouses and children of U.S. citizens. The NewsHour first reported last week that the White House was expected to make the announcement. The White House event marking the 12th anniversary of DACA, that's the Obama-era action that protects young undocumented immigrants, President Biden laid out his plans.
He's the primal Zerg in StarCraft.
Children who have lived in America for a decade or more.
You must have
but are
known you were
undocumented.
wrong when
this
your
action will
fingers
allow
were
them to
dipped
file
inside
paperwork
me.
for legal status in the United States.
Blah, blah,
Allow them to
blah,
work
blah.
while they remain
Chuck
in
Schumer
the
jump
United
scare.
States. Let's be
God, he
clear.
just sneaks
This
up
action
on
still
you
requires
sometimes.
undocumented spouses to file all required legal paperwork to remain in the United States. Requires them to pass a criminal background
Bro,
check.
did you see
And it doesn't
Chuck
apply to
Schumer
anyone trying to
grilling?
come here today.
The move comes after President Biden
You have
implemented
to
a
delete
crackdown
the
on migrants.
picture.
What happened?
Chuck Schumer grilling on Father's Day. He literally had to like delete the post. Okay.
Seeking asylum when
No, I didn't say it. No.
Okay, I'm finding it for you real quick.
It's kind of ironic you saying this when you're talking about trans surgery on kids that doesn't fucking happen because your brain lives in an unreality. So please continue thinking
They
this.
they can't even speak proper English. They're probably not even American, bro.
Like, please continue thinking this way, because at the end of the day,
I know more than you.
Border encounters cross a certain threshold. Our White House correspondent Laura Barone Lopez has been covering this and joins me now. So, Laura, you first broke the news last week that this executive action would be coming. It's now here. Tell us a little bit more about what exactly this does for undocumented people in the U.S.
President Biden said today that ultimately this is about keeping families together. And this is the biggest
First image result was hosted by Fox News. That's what's up. Okay.
It's the DACA.
Now, there's a lot wrong here. Okay. First of all, you see this? See the line?
Yeah.
The glasses are way too tight, right? His glasses are face down on a cutting board. Were these fucking raw meat patties on that? And they're glasses down, right? And you put cheese on a raw burger, Chuck. What are you doing? Like, what are these? Are these fucking Impossible Burgers? Like, what is that? That is not food, bro. What is that? Fucking homunculus.
Arrivals from 2012. And this uses a process called parole in place. And so here's what key parts of the executive action do. It provides deportation protections for undocumented spouses and their children. It allows those undocumented spouses to obtain work permits. These spouses can then apply for permanent resident status without leaving the United States. And it also eases work visa processes for DACA
Bro, one of my favorite lines from that, when she was like, I came home and there was a colored person in my house, and he's like, really? A colored person? What color was he, Mom? Blue.
Now, the crucial part of this, Amna, is that previously these undocumented spouses would have had to leave the country to obtain U.S. citizenship, and sometimes for a lengthy amount of time, as much as 10 years, separating themselves from their family. Now they're able to stay in the United States and legally work as they go on that process. As they go on the process to legal citizenship.
We know the president announced some eligibility requirements as well. So who exactly is eligible for these protections?
When it comes to the undocumented spouses, they will be eligible if they meet the following requirements. If they've lived in the United States for at least 10 years, if they are legally married by June 17th of 2024, and they have 3 years to apply for that permanent residency. Then when it comes to the
his policy.
Mm-hmm.
Dreamers, they are eligible if they've earned a degree from an accredited university and if they've received a high-skilled job offer in a field aligned with their degree. Mm-hmm. Now, unfortunately, some of the U.S. Citizens that I spoke to who have spouses who are undocumented don't think that their spouses are going to be eligible, because a White House official said that some undocumented spouses will not be eligible if that spouse was deported even once. So they may be have been living in the United States for 10 years. But if
I don't think he has a professional chef. And 2, Chuck Schumer is rot-maxing, okay? He put cheese on a raw burger. He is the rot-maxing god of Congress. Nobody has rot-maxed more than Chuck Schumer that's in an elected position. I can only imagine the guy's car. It must be a biohazard. He is disgusting.
I think you might be right. That's what I'm getting to. Is that it was never meant to stay. It was meant to show that this is what they wanted, and this is how ridiculous it was. Possibly. Not sure.
I mean, maybe they can spin that, but he can still, like, he can be like, a crossings went down in my admin, right? On Thursday. Like, it's not like he's going to have these things fixed by Thursday.
No.
But, you know, like, this is something that the Progressive Caucus was negotiating as part of this bill.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, if you do it, don't, but you have to do other avenues, right? So, like, if he's opening 3 doors for every one he closes, and that one specifically is the illegal crossings, right? And he's constantly opening doors for other people to, because like that, like a big part of that was work, right? So like we're now allowing spouses to come in because that's a big problem. Is just like the spouse we would have the dad come set up a life, then the family would come over. They'd have to send undocumented minors through. So now if there's a spouse there, this might also help mitigate the undocumented minor risk, which I think is the number one thing that they need to prioritize is to make a policy that isn't going to trigger undocumented minors. And the policy that he has right now will, and we went over this in the past on why it will.
Yep.
Deported once and returned, then they won't be eligible for this relief.
So given all of those requirements, do we have any idea of how many people could be impacted by this?
Be eligible.
We do. The White House gave some estimate.
Can't send links. They don't work, dumbass.
It's for those who will be affected. So for the number of eligible affected, 500,000 undocumented spouses could be eligible for this benefit.
Also, lifting the age restriction doesn't implicitly mean that it's going to happen. You live in unreality. Also, for people who need it and are 17, yeah, that's probably why. Not reading it right now, I'm assuming that this restriction.
I don't know. I think like the fact that
might
like
be
the rarity that it happens to be this big of a crybaby bitch about it is really what's pathetic. Like we haven't even given our stance on it. If we agree with the court ruling, if we agree with the law, we've literally said nothing about it, but you're still crying like a little bitch about it. So really all we're doing is laughing at you crying like a bitch.
It's even funnier that
I really don't care if somebody's like, I don't think that kids should have puberty blockers.
It's very funny.
Like, I think that's a normal, rational position. And then you have, and then you have this. I didn't say anything. I haven't given my stance on anything. I didn't say kids should have puberty blockers. Not once. I've never said it.
Yeah. Also.
Now you lie. No, I'm not lying, actually. I didn't say it. I didn't say kids should have puberty blockers. I never have, and I never will.
Is it?
Because it's not my job to say things like that.
It's we aren't medical professionals.
We actually have 31 viewers. You're on Twitch.
On Twitch maybe too. Also, we have 40.
We leave it on Twitch because
also
Twitter's not a real place.
And then we all laugh at you.
Yeah.
One. How many people care about you? Nobody.
Yeah.
Incel.
It's very funny. It's so funny because the only reason we have Twitch on is so people like this come in. It's very.
I have a political server. I'm a Discord mod. Got ya! I'm so cool with my Discord mod.
Epic.
I'm sure
50,000 children under the age of
server will get you pussy. Just hold on a little longer. That Discord server will pay out and get you some pussy.
21 whose parent married a United States citizen, and then 90,000 dreamers could receive this benefit. That one is according.
Also, what's the fallacy called where you're like, you just say, well, these people agree with me. Well, them being wrong doesn't make you right. So
I don't care who agrees with it.
Exactly, because it's a fallacy. It's irrelevant who agrees with you.
To immigrant advocates estimates because the White House didn't provide estimates on how many dreamers could be affected. The
only person who's heard my opinion on kids getting puberty blockers is Jack.
For these undocumented spouses, it could still take up to about 5 years for them to get citizenship. But I spoke to Fidei Touré, who's an undocumented lawyer. He's a DACA recipient who's been living in the United States for more than 20 years, married with a young son, and he would be eligible for this undocumented spouses benefit. And he said that when he found that out, that his family, his wife, and his mother's
when they came in.
Being undocumented, it's been very challenging. The emotional toll it has taken on my immediate family members that are U.S. citizen. My mom, currently, as of right now, my wife, my son, who's young. And, I want to be there to watch him grow and see him take his first steps. He's 10 months old. I want to be there to see him graduate from high school, just like any parent's wishes. And this announcement today will allow me to take such a huge weight over my shoulder and for me to be able to adjust my status without facing the 10-year bar if I leave the country.
Fidei Touré told me that today's announcement was an answered prayer, Amna.
So, Laura, I know since the executive action was signed, you've been talking to your sources, tracking the reactions. What has been the response so far?
So the administration expects a number of legal challenges, but they say that they think they're on strong legal footing. And I spoke to Lee Gallant, who is
literally all I said was,
and he praised
kids can smoke.
Yeah,
I literally said all I said is they can't get their dicks cut off.
Yeah, set him the fuck
and that
up.
it's literally all I said. They don't do surgeries on they don't chop minors' dicks off.
Yeah, literally this, and this. I mocked him because he's like, that's illegal, because I don't give a fuck. Why do we give a fuck? Why should we give a fuck? Who the fuck are politicians at the end of the day? Right? Who's making these laws? It's not you. Who's enforcing these laws? It's the state. Enforcing the laws made by the state. Fuck these cunts.
Well, like, for me, it's really on especially issues as hot as this one has been. I think that it's my number one duty to present all the facts so the public can make their own informed decisions. So I'm not going to debate whether it's ethical to do it, but I will present things like, you don't cut kids' dicks off at 17. Like, if somebody is just sketchy about it, like how it's all, that's where the pipeline starts, is like, what about in sports? Like, if you're hesitant about sports,
yeah,
I can understand where a rational outcome comes from that. But the thing is that at this point, I don't see, like, they weaponized it too hard. They burned too hard on it when they went real hard, like a year ago.
Mm.
And now it's like, even people who might have been on the fence be like, I don't know about sports. They're pretty much like, you know, it's like Charlottesville marching. Like, a lot of people were like, I don't know if I want to vote for the guy who has Charlottesville marchers.
Is the administration's action today, saying that there's been too much demonization of immigrants, but he also said that the ACLU is still going to stick to its path of suing the administration when it comes to that other executive action that restricted asylum seekers. Now, the Republican response, on the other hand, Amna, has been very swift, and Donald Trump's campaign was quick to call this a, quote, amnesty program, and issued a statement that said Biden only cares about one thing: power. And that's why he is giving mass amnesty and citizenship to hundreds of thousands of illegals who he knows will ultimately vote for him and the open border Democrat Party.
That's not how it works.
Trump's campaign is repeating essentially a lie that that these undocumented immigrants are going to be able to vote by this election cycle, which is not possible, as I laid out before.
As we know, though, immigration and related issues are a top issue for Americans this election year. What do we know that this could mean for President Biden politically?
Immigration has been a balancing act for President Biden. On one hand, he issued that executive action that severely restricted asylum at the border, and then 2 weeks later issued this new executive action that is being widely praised by Democrats within his own party. And despite the fact that even our own polling with NPR and Marist shows that a majority of Americans think that Donald Trump would be better at handling immigration, there is some polling from Latino pollsters like Eki's research that shows that Latino voters in battleground states like Arizona and Nevada, that when they were told about this potential action for undocumented spouses that Biden could take, they moved towards Biden by 9 points. And so ultimately—
That's illegal.
Oh my God. This is actually incredible. I looked up what he sent. I'm now reading the part on children. Do you want to hear what it says?
Oh, you fucking manually grabbed the link that he tried to send?
So it is a Northwestern like newswire, right? About the international standards of care for gender diverse people, right? In the children's section, it says childhood gender diversity is an expected aspect of general human development. Citation: childhood gender diversity is not a pathology or mental health disorder. Citation: diverse gender expressions in children cannot always be assumed to reflect a transgender identity or gender incongruence. Citation: guidance from mental health professionals with expertise in gender care for children can be helpful in supporting positive adaptation as well as discernment of gender-related needs over time. So it's actually saying go to mental health professionals to determine what kind of gender issues are going on with said child.
So he's advocating for the care. Now who's a liar?
So he's actually sent something.
Yeah, they always do that.
Disproves
because there's
what he
literally
said.
no scientific source that you could
Yeah.
use to fucking back up your fundamentalist bullshit.
Right, so it gets even better.
Which is why I'm fine with people who vibes is enough, where they're just like, I don't know. Okay. I can deal with I don't know. When
Yep.
you start
Conversion-
doing I'm certain in my unreality, then you're a fucking
And then
loser.
he wants to call us Dunning-Kruger. Fuck off, you fucking dickhead. They then go on to say conversion therapies for gender-diverse children, attempts to compel a gender-diverse child through words, actions, or both to identify with or behave in accordance with the gender associated with the sex designed at birth are harmful and we repudiate their use. Wow, this is very progressive of this guy to advocate for the care of transgender kids.
Something tells me he's not good at source checking.
Throughout the text, the term healthcare professional is broadly used to refer to professionals working in gender diverse children. Unlike pubescent youth and adults, prepubescent gender diverse children are not eligible to access medical intervention. Therefore, when professionals' input is sought, it is most likely to be from a healthcare professional specialized in psychosocial supports and gender development. Please continue to shut the fuck up and eat my dick. That is the source you sent me, you fuckwit.
This is something that Democrats across the board seem to think that could be a political boon for President Biden come November.
Laura Brown Lopez, first to break the news on this executive action last week, continuing to report on it today. Laura, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order temporarily restricting asylum requests once the number of illegal border crossings exceeds 2,500. The southern border would reopen only once that number falls below 1,500.
How old is this?
Here with me now on the show is Sarah McKinnon, a UW-Madison professor and expert
I think this was 8 days ago.
That's last week.
Yeah, because this one we didn't cover, so I put it in with this.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so that was the executive action. We'll keep going.
Biden's open border
You
is
can stop
killing
with-
innocent Americans and must be stopped. And that's the subject of the riff. Illegal immigrants got away, now running close to 2 million during the Biden years. That, according to congressional sources.
How
Plus
much was it during
7.4
Trump?
million recorded illegals crossing the border, according to ICE. That's for a total of over 9 million combined. And on top of that, Joe Biden now wants to add a new parole in place for illegal alien spouses. That would be one of the most extensive executive amnesty actions in over 30 years. That, according to our next guest, former DHS Secretary Chad Wolf. This is another example of the Bidens using parole authority responsibly and unlawfully. And it would put who knows how many illegals on an expedited path of 3 years to U.S. citizenship so they could vote in the 2028 elections. All this, even though there already exists a long-standing process for illegal alien spouses of U.S. citizens to qualify for legal status. Already, they have that.
Yeah.
Some estimates of Biden's new actions are about 500,000, but frankly, there's no telling why it won't be an even larger number. And underneath this illegal
has this guy
spousal
said
problem
anything yet?
is an incentive for fraudulent marriages, which is really one of the key problems in the first place. And
No,
all of
it's
this is
not.
happening while Mr. Biden claims a pause in the number of migrants crossing the southern
whole
border
green card
to a
wedding
daily average of
shit that they
2,500
think
over the span of
happens.
a week. But in fact, that number has already been completely breached. Frankly, no matter what Biden's election year rhetoric, the reality is the southern border is still wide open. In fact, recent reports suggest now the northern border may be wide open, with as many as 3,000 illegals crossing there just in the month of May alone.
Not
The country is in an
3,000.
uproar over Biden's
Wow,
illegal immigration.
that's so
Now, to some
many
extent,
people.
It's an economic issue. I mean, employment data suggests that cheap labor illegals who actually work are displacing native-born job opportunities
No,
and
they're
depressing
not.
real wages.
No,
but
they're
of course,
not.
so many of the illegals do not work. And Democratic blue states in particular are forced to pay generously for free food and housing and health care. And all these public services may ultimately wind up crowding out America's long-standing entitlement system. But the greatest tragedies are the
The
sheer
Republicans are
criminalities
trying to
bound
just
up in this
gut Social
immigration
Security,
nightmare.
so I
An El
think
Salvador
that's
criminal who
gonna
was
do it.
caught and deported 4 times for crimes in the U.S. Before that, he murdered a young woman in El Salvador, and just days ago was alleged to have murdered a young mother of 5 in suburban Maryland. And just this morning, an Ecuadorian migrant arrested after the rape of a 13-year-old girl in broad daylight at a park in Queens. The brutality and savagery of these crimes is beyond comprehension. Brutal gang warfare has come across the southern border into our sanctuary cities, where blue state mayors and governors will not, in most
we've had
cases, cooperate
there's
with
been
border
gang war
authorities
here
to
before
deport them.
that.
And as these human atrocities occur, Joe Biden has the incredible goal to say to the American people that he is actually going to expand his crime-ridden web of illegality and
object permanence is just like a foreign concept to these people. They just like, they really are that dumb.
And like again, I've said this multiple times. This is a key issue on like both sides of the aisle. Both want less illegal immigration, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that it has to be so irrational
is insane. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. But all anti-immigration stuff is like this. It's all irrational. It's all stupid, unreality shit.
And one of the things that Republicans have tried to do is paint Joe Biden as extreme on immigration, but Democrats were in part able to neutralize that because of the rhetoric that Trump was using around immigrants and separation of children that was viewed as extreme, right? This was something Trump said over the weekend about migrants that I just want
child separation still happens. It just happens on the other side of the border.
This is him talking about an idea, Donald Trump talking about an idea he apparently had for undocumented migrants to the country.
Dana.
We're going to put him in a dome, but we're going to call it the Thunderdome.
A new migrant fight league. Migrants.
Oh, I called it! I called it! I didn't know he was going to say this. I called it.
Your champion. And I hate to tell you, Dana, I think the
Thunderdome! Thunderdome!
So, John King,
he's achieved it. It's post-apocalyptia.
The Republicans have gained ground on immigration. There's no way around it. But this is kind of Trump's way of talking about it. Do you view that as something that's going to turn off the people that you talk to every day?
I think it's a great question. Number one on the policy, this has been the quicksand of American politics for 25 years now, and there's a huge problem, and we should have
bum fights next,
in the room to actually have a policy conversation. However, when you get to that, the Trump people will say, the Trump people will say he's joking. Yeah, this is one of the things where they say he's joking. He's just throwing something out there. He's having some fun, and his base loves fun. Get over it, Washington. Get over it, mainstream media. This is just him having fun. Right? That's the way they describe it. But you're right. There are some people out there who, is it Christian to speak ill of immigrants? And so there's a space out there where some people who are probably going to vote for Trump or inclined to vote for Trump kind of get the ooh.
Yeah, the Pope would say no, it's not.
And then can Biden turn to his own base again, which has some.
Welcome to the Kumite.
You may not love everything I'm doing, but that's what you're going to get if you don't come out to vote. This is a remarkably consequential moment for both of these men. If you look at this, Charlie Cook of the Cook Political Report about 2 weeks ago wrote a great article about how this has been the most static race of his lifetime, right? And you haven't seen big swings in the polls. Often as you go through the summer, candidate A proposes something and the polls swing 3 or 5 points. Candidate B returns to that and the polls swing back and forth. This race has been remarkably static, right? Slight advantage Trump. Biden's come back a little bit after the convictions. Why hasn't it moved?
Nobody cares, is what he means to say here.
So it's not like you're going to jump back and forth a lot because you're just like, if you're soft for Biden or soft for Trump.
People are dying. Democracy choices are killing
all
them.
The ingredients of volatility. There's economic anxiety. There's the abortion question. There's the character of Trump issue. There's people who just don't have a North Star of where we're going in this economy right now. And there's a lot of COVID hangover still that people are processing. So beneath the level static race is a ton of potential volatility. The question is, which candidate can find an issue that moves people? That to me is the big challenge for this debate. It's an early debate. They're not even officially the nominees yet, but they do have a chance to take something that has been incredibly static and move it. The question is, who figures that out?
So we're gonna take a little break for some humor here, and it plays quite well into what John was saying, which is that people have been very unhappy. The race has been static. There are some that feel like their choice is like this.
I learned that I better get used to having to make the solution and turn sandwich because it's usually the choice I'll have.
He's going to vote! Stop it! They're fucking notoriously cunts about claiming.
John Kerry in
Lucky I was coming back.
And we have it thanks to a Wisconsin voter who is one of those so-called double haters, voters who don't like Trump or Biden and who are likely to decide.
I hate this term. I hate this term. Double hater.
I'm a triple hater. Bro, I just found out about this shit, bro. So, like, this professor did a social experiment where he literally convinced children to start a Third Reich. And even called it the Third Way and shit. Well, not sure. They're college kids. College kids.
Awesome. I'd do that.
But the whole lesson, and then, so like at the end, he's like, we're going to expand off campus. This is going to be a new political party, and you have to show up to the meeting tomorrow. And they go to the the little gym or wherever, the place where they're having it. And he starts playing footage, and it's literal like Nazi propaganda footage. Awesome. And it's like, is it clear that you've literally been indoctrinated into fascism in a matter of days? And that was the whole point of the experiment. Like, and this guy had to have tenure or something.
The douche and the turd sandwich, that is what I'm reading. That is what I feel like it is, said small business owner Kate B. in the Washington Post. Which is less bad? I had forgotten about that.
Are you
episode,
asking?
by the way.
Here, check that out.
Can I go back to?
It's literally called the Third Wave Experiment. If anyone wants to look it up, it's pretty
Was
interesting.
it a Oh. Wait, no, you didn't send me. You sent me a list of third wave stuff.
Oh, it just didn't. The way it's sent, the way it copied.
I got it. No.
It's Ron Jones, though.
I got it. 67.
Kale or broccoli?
It was a high school. It was a high school. It was.
Oh,
kids.
no shit. That's crazy. How did he de-radicalize them? Because if you radicalize them, he would have to de-radicalize them, right?
Well, like it only like lasted a few days.
I mean, it really is showing how potent fascism really is, and people underestimate it. I think it's easy to show fascists that they're wrong, but it's how open they are to admitting it.
He said he found it difficult to explain how the German people could have accepted the actions of the Nazis. So he literally did this experiment to show. The project was adapted into an American film, The Wave, in 1981, and a German film, Die Wall-E.
Sandwich without
it was only 5 days.
Doesn't risk killing the whole.
That was enough to get them totally to buy into fascism and radicalism.
It's not surprising.
They were instructed to as a course, though, as like being like, you're going to be graded on how fascist you are. But still, it was that easy.
Whole world with the press of a button.
It's got to be
what I would say a little bit, I think, to John's point, it is remaining static a little bit. I think what I took a little bit from what Caroline said with going to Detroit, going to North Philly, there is an effort, I think, from the Trump team to at least in kind of a little bit under kind of noticed way, try and break out of that a little bit, trying to get African Americans, particularly African American men who are less static. A lot of these voters
are we talking about
fancy voters? They
okay,
vote
I don't
every
care.
single election, right? They need to vote
I don't care.
2 out of 4 election cycles.
Next it is.
It's the election is in November. Shut up. Like they always got to talk about like it's fucking sports. Shut up.
U.S. and a Western Mexican state has set off diplomatic alarm bells. The U.S. effectively halted the flow of avocados and mangoes from Michoacan to the U.S. last week. That's because they suspended inspections following a security incident involving American embassy inspectors. On Wednesday, Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador
security incident
said he would
involving
ask his phone.
avocados.
I got nothing more than that. I know
Well,
what you know.
I just think that this is a funny story that there's a diplomatic crisis because of avocados right now.
Ministry to intervene and to try to speak with Washington to get avocados flowing across the border again. The suspension was announced over the weekend after Friday when inspectors were
They're already so expensive. My avocado toast is going to go up in price
during a protest in the area.
I love how they hang on trees like little nut sacks.
Local police. However, U.S. Ambassador to Mexico Ken Salazar said the inspectors had been, quote, assaulted and detained while on duty in Michoacan inspecting avocados. They are no longer in captivity. Salazar said the suspension would remain in place until security concerns are resolved. Reuters spoke with several avocado producers in Michoacan who were critical of the Mexican government's handling of the incident. Here's Fernando Cruz, partner and director of farming markets.
Interesting trees. How they shaped them out.
is doing well.
Like it's so interesting to see it from the air. The farm.
Yeah,
it literally looks like a fucking top-down sprite game like Zelda, you know? That's like all the trees get rendered as like little like in their square little place.
Director of Farming Markets Consulting Group.
The United States Embassy is doing well by applying pressure. I think the Mexican government should think about the security protocols they committed to 2 years ago.
That's
the federal
100%
government is not
true.
complying with them, nor is the Michoacan state government, and they should be more
It's
interested
because
in
they have the
generating
nut
foreign
on the
currency
inside,
and
you know?
helping to
It's
develop
like a
the Mexican
ball.
fields.
Michoacan exports around $3.5 billion worth in avocados a year to more than 30 countries.
That's just
most
to
notably
tickle
to
them.
the U.S., which consumes around 1 million tons of avocado annually.
Dude,
Sort of
the
avocado.
spiders that must be in that facility. So like bananas, right? Like specifically, so like we literally have a banana distributor here, Syracuse Banana, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they distribute the bananas to all the restaurants and stuff. Whenever they make a delivery, it's like you start finding spiders that you have to fucking stomp in your fucking kitchen, right? Because like spiders come in with the bananas, like tons of spiders come in with the banana shipments.
Yeah, that's how the wandering spiders get around.
Mm-hmm.
Se evacuaron aproximadamente 80 personas que estaban aquí, que vinieron a visitar a sus familiares o vinieron a consulta.
What's going on? Where is this?
Mexico.
Se evacuaron aproximadamente 80 personas que estaban aquí, que vinieron a visitar a sus familiares o vinieron a consulta y que finalmente fueron atrapados por la corriente del agua. Entonces, lo que se hizo fue coordinarnos, hablar con ellos y sacarlos a través de vehículos y un autobús.
It's a children's
Caboose.
Del propio hospital, pero que en el momento en que ellos quieran salir no era posible por la corriente tan fuerte.
Flooding forced them to evacuate.
Climate change.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hicimos ya una evaluación, todo el perímetro del hospital. Los niveles del agua están
I'm still
bajando.
like sweating.
Oh my god.
Whoa, would that age gate you?
Mm-hmm.
What video is this?
I'll send it too.
Because like we don't want to fucking watch age gated shit on stream.
Hmm.
What is it? It's about France.
Gang violence in Mexico.
Oh, you skipped that one.
I couldn't watch it because I can't be fucked verifying my age. on
Okay,
this account.
good. Okay, good. And we just got rid of the swallow your food soundbite, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know.
A soldier in the bunker.
Absolutely wild. Man, I am really, really crossing my fingers for this. This is like this could be a turning point, you know?
What?
Much in the same way that like everyone looked towards
You must have known you were
the
wrong
UK
when
for
your
Brexit.
fingers were dipped inside me.
You know, France after the what was the killings there because they drew the Prophet Muhammad? What were the one that led to a drastic shift in the
Charlie
treatment and
Hebdo.
perception of Muslims in France? Hebdo, thank you, the Hebdo killings. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I completely blanked on the name. Or any number of things happening in Germany. You know, this could be. One
I
of those,
don't
like,
know the
focus
name.
points,
I can
potentially
just
one
say
where things change for the good for once. You know,
the
how much new
magazine
information.
was targeted, and it's like it's
People know.
Well, like it really brought into question, like, you know, it's like this whole burning the Quran thing that just happened from the info agents,
yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Except this is like a satire newspaper in France that was known to be controversial, right?
Yeah.
And they did it specifically to piss people off, and it brought into question because they retaliated. They were firebombed, right?
Yeah.
So, it brought into question this whole like censorship and free speech type thing. You know, like, are we going to allow this?
Allow what? Intolerance for free speech.
Yeah. Well, it's like
'Cause
even
that's
South Park
all it
does.
is.
South Park even comes back around. So like it starts with that magazine, but then South Park even is getting on in it years later, right? And there's a filmmaker who was murdered, right? He made a movie. It was like a exploitation type movie with a
Okay.
script, but like it was about how like Muslim women are forced to wear the burqa and get beaten by their husbands and stuff. And it's just like a lot of stuff like my husband's angry fist on my bleeding, swollen face. You know, it's like it's like her giving like a spoken word thing with a face obscured type thing. But they got really mad about that, and they fucking like ran over the director and backed up over him a few times or something, I believe. And they told when they, because like they famously cut to black where it's like this is what the original thing was supposed to be here in the Muhammad episode.
Yeah.
They said that they told literally they like the letters they sent Comedy Central and the show creators said that they were going to end up like that guy who was killed for making this movie.
You know the funniest thing about South Park? After all that cooled down, I'm pretty sure they came out and said Muhammad's been in so many episodes, we just didn't tell you.
Well, like even they stopped airing it, but there was a Super Friends parody.
Yes, that had Muhammad in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. But they just never told you. So you could draw Muhammad all you fucking want.
Yeah,
Just
and that's
don't
the
tell
thing
people.
is it's also distorted because it's seen as just like, oh, they drew Muhammad, right? It's
But no,
not.
they also
They
mocked
were
him, I
making
think.
light of
Yeah.
Islam and mocking the Prophet. So
Yeah.
it's not just drawing. In fact, there are. Guess what? There are drawings of Muhammad that were drawn by Muslims.
But it still doesn't excuse the fact that it's just intolerance for things that you don't like. Exactly like Vosh in the first video.
Do we have? So the man with a very strange head shape, but a good
Vosh
suit.
wants to Charlie Hebdo people who ride motorcycles.
He
Macron
said he wants police to beat them with
call-
hammers.
called the snap election as a way of shoring up voter confidence
Yeah.
following his defeat in the EU parliamentary elections. And then, here, the left get their shit together fairly fast, almost immediately announcing the creation of a popular front that gathers all the left-wing parties. Very exciting. Hilariously, Raphael Glucksmann, the head, the head candidate of the Socialist Party for EU elections, tried to prevent the alliance by going on TV to list some ridiculous preconditions for it, but literally no one listened to him and they went forward with it. Okay, I don't know why he would do that. That's pretty bad. Many memes on Glucksmann effectively pushing himself out of the French left. He was never actually in the left anyhow. Okay. It's on the right that things really start to go wild. Yes. So the head of the Conservative Party in France suggested they coalition with Le Pen, the fascists. And nobody in the conservative group liked that. They all hated it. And they immediately moved to oust him. And he prevented them from ousting him as leadership by physically blocking them from holding the ousting vote. He shut down the party headquarters to prevent them from being able to remove him as the head of the Conservative Party, which seems to me like a pretty sort of robust confirmation that the Conservatives will not be allying with Le Pen. Has anything else happened since? The general secretary of the party, Annie Genevard, who had spare keys, got into the party headquarters and managed to open the doors. I can't believe this happened, man. Literally, they needed to have spare keys. Like, literally, like, they were just locked out. The political desk of Les Républicains announces that they've decided to fire Ciotti as president of the party. This is great for me because so one like unironic, genuine L for America, like where France is kind of mugging us here, is that our conservatives, even our moderate conservatives, have always been willing to work with the worst elements of the far right if it was even remotely politically expedient. Like even the most, with the exception of very few, like I don't know, Romney, McCain, and even then, like only barely, like our moderate Republicans are right now overwhelmingly, they're just like, yeah, no, we are like supporting open white nationalist rhetoric and political strategizing, so-called moderates. So the fact that in France, their conservatives were so opposed to the idea of allying with fascists that they ousted their party lead immediately, it means they have principles. That's nice. Or at the very least, it's more politically expedient for them to not be fascists, but that's fine. Ciotti begs to differ and says the meeting that fired him didn't conform with the rules of the party, so he is in fact still the president of the party. Wait, what? Is he refusing to leave? Ciotti claims that 80 Republican MPs are with him and ready to campaign under Le Pen's banner. Where? Where, motherfucker? Where? I have not seen any of that. Where? Ciotti still controls Les Républicains' Twitter account. The president of the Republicans is and will remain Eric Ciotti. He also had the vice president of the party, Guillaume Carillon, on his side with Marine Le Pen and Jordan Bardella. We share 90 to 95% of the same ideas. For the right, things are pretty wild too. Marianne Maréchal, granddaughter of Le Pen, who had joined Jean-Marie Le Pen. Zemmour, instead of her family, announced on live feed she wants to ally with the RN next to Zemmour, who apparently hadn't been consulted. What the f is going on in France, dude? This is so much. Oh my God. I wish American politics were this chaotic. Honestly, it'd make for great content. This is insane. Meanwhile, Macron shoots at the newly formed Popular Front, essentially saying that those who join it are anti-Semites. Great, thank you. Classic. Worked for Corbyn. In other wild news, Elaine Finkielkraut, one of France's foremost Jewish intellectuals, says he might be obliged to vote for Le Pen in order to block anti-Semitism. As a reminder, Le Pen's party was co-founded by Pierre Bosquet, a former Waffen-SS. Okay. What even is France? I don't know. It looks like they're having fun over there. So that was 72 hours in France's political life. Cool. Huge majority of voters on the left favorable to the Popular Front Alliance. 97% of LFI voters want it, as well as 86% of Socialist voters and 77% of Greens. Les Républicains voters, about half split on an alliance with Le Pen. 53% agree. Overwhelming support among Zemmour voters for an alliance with Le Pen.
Okay, you're back.
I
Now
gotta
you
say,
can-
man, the Popular Front is...
Now you can pause while I talk about Islam. Okay. So the Quran itself does not say anything forbidding depicting the prophet. So what it specifically is so like in Christianity there's a lot, or Catholicism specifically, there's like stained glass windows with saints, lots of representations of Jesus. You don't pray or worship those stained glass windows. You might pray towards a cross, but the cross is a little bit, but it's like thinking that a Muslim would like pray towards the image of like the crescent moon, right? Those are not images of worship. So that's idolatry, right? Is like, that's like, you aren't supposed to worship images of the saint or worship images of Jesus, And so that said, there's, a whole wiki on here, right? Talking about it. And if we go down here, see, here's some depictions of them. But if we go down here, look, there's all this historical depictions. And there's a legend here. It's like, in the 17th century's Chinese Muslim story, the emperor asked to see Muhammad, who instead sent a portrait. The king was so enamored with the portrait, he converted to Islam, at which point the portrait, having done its job, disappears. Pretty cool story, I think. Little short historical story. Here's literally Mecca. You can see Mecca here. But then if you keep going down, these are just, Dante's Inferno. It shows him being pulled into hell. That's controversial. Am I right? Some carvings and stuff. So this is non-Christians, And then, South Park. Keep scrolling down. Oh, and there's those things. Now we're on a list. We showed them. They're coming for us now. We showed them. Are you talking? Because you muted.
I don't think I've ever actually seen the pictures, to be completely
they're fucking
honest.
like so stupid.
That was awful. That's what it was over?
Yeah.
Going to have to climb up a pretty goddamn steep mountain in order to compete with the coalition that Le Pen is building. How is France so based on worker rights but so fascist at the same time? Minorities. Literally everything that's happening right now is racism. France has always been the most anti-black. Maybe I'm overstating my case. France is an extremely anti-black country. Like France's colonial record, from history to now, almost entirely just like, what if we f***ed over West Africa? Like constantly, more anti-Arab. They're pretty bad. They're pretty bad. They still run half of Africa. Yeah, basically. Just it's all race shit. What happened to Tommy Sankara again? Oh, just a bit of fun. France single-handedly disproving my class reductionist eggs. That's why you never succumb to class reductionism. Social identity is also a material condition. Would you go to a black man in the 1820s
my God,
and tell
shut
him that,
up.
his condition is one
Speak
described
English.
by poverty and nothing else? Ridiculous.
Dude,
Obviously,
so
there's
like
a racial
the
element to it, and that is a
socialists, they did
material
this
force.
like, it was like
It
a
is a
Sailor
level to the
Moon
analysis.
thing where they were like doing the voiceover for Sailor Moon. Oh, it was like changing the subtitles, right? Because there's like the cops, they see cops and they're like, they're not really cops, they're like demons, from the evil queen lady or whatever.
Yeah.
But they're like, they're like saying like, these are cops, we're fine to kill them, and they're like, yeah, they're class traitors. I immediately stopped watching. I'm like, do not call police class traitors. That's fucking cringe. Shut the fuck up. Just fucking flip their cars over. Stop with this nonsense. Speak English. Nobody knows what that means. This is why nobody likes you people.
Class reductionism is and always has been a way of attempting to sandblast progressivism away or off of left coalition advocacy.
That doesn't mean anything. Some of the most progressive policies came from Nixon.
The African vaccine manufacturing industry is expected to supply over 60% of the
Nixon,
total
known
vaccine
leftist.
doses required on the continent by 2040. That's according to French President Emmanuel Macron on Thursday. He was speaking at the Global Forum for Vaccine Sovereignty and Innovation in Paris as part of World Immunization Week.
Africa manufactures only 2% of the vaccines that it uses,
and the aim that we have
set for ourselves is that by 2040, 60% of vaccines are manufactured on the continent. So France and Europe have been supporting this initiative since 2021 with 1.3 billion euros, but we can do more. Isn't it true that you're
A funded
suppressing
$1
the
billion
vaccines
scheme
for
to boost vaccine
micro-machine
production in
therapy?
Africa will be launched.
I think they probably realized that it wouldn't change France's policy.
What?
Killing him.
Oh.
With Gaddafi, Gaddafi dying kind of stopped him. What's his face? Saddam
Haftar's
stopped
still
him.
there.
Yeah, true. That was his been.
During the meeting. The scheme aims to address the inequality in access to
Salvador Allende.
vaccines that plagued the continent during the global health crisis.
And simply put, when the richest countries were hit by the pandemic, they gave priority to their own population and they forgot about that solidarity. And even though mechanisms were put in place, and had we not done that, the situation would have been a lot worse. But we saw those limitations.
The scheme will also use domestically produced shots to tackle diseases that kill hundreds of thousands of African children every year, such as cholera and malaria.
Cholera is
Kenya's
preventable.
protests followed President William Ruto to a school on Sunday where he was attending the consecration of a bishop. Widespread youthful demonstration.
You talking?
What'd you say? Cholera.
Oh, cholera is fucking preventable.
Mm.
Don't need fucking shots.
So, I mean,
Go one step further. Make it so you don't need to keep sending cholera shots.
what causes it?
Dirty water and shit.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Mainly, yeah.
That's easily fixable. What the
it's-
fuck?
Yeah, chlorine.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah. It's
Doesn't
a
make you
hygiene.
money,
It's a
right?
hygiene thing. You know about the fucking story about the discovery of cholera?
No.
Fascinating, bro. Because it's at a time where they believe in miasma theory,
Which is
that stinky things give you diseases.
that's hysterical.
Yeah, so it's like for a long time it was the four humors, which I'm sure you've heard of, the four humor of medicine,
I think so. Yeah.
where it's like they have yellow bile, red bile,
Yes.
and it's like you have to balance them, and that's like one of the reasons like Lincoln dies is they bleed him or something. I don't know if they still believed in humors then. So like they believed in miasma. So it's like bad air. They didn't think of like germs and bacteria yet. They couldn't comprehend why people got sick. They didn't comprehend like microorganisms.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy fucking had germ theory figured out, right? And he traced cholera to a specific water spigot, right? And he's like, here's where it is. And they basically burned him at the stake or something for being a heretic or something. Like it's so he like literally was like disgraced and like thrown out of like academia only to like then like after he dies, then they were like, hey, that guy was right. This pipe is causing cholera. But he even was like, it's caused because the river's flowing downwards and you're dumping all your shit into the river, and that's what's coming through the water in these poor areas.
Yes.
So he literally was like, if you just disable this water spigot here in this area, then the cholera outbreak will stop. He found the fucking spigot specifically that's causing it and said, turn this one off. And they didn't do it. They were like, you're a liar. It's caused by miasma. Idiot. You're telling us that all these scientists are wrong.
That's hilarious. It's always what happens, though.
Have erupted across the country.
But it's literally like the disease that ends up being the one that gets us into germs and understanding modern medicine.
Mm-hmm.
$2.7 billion through additional taxes. Inside the school in the town of Nyahururu, Ruto was offering his praise.
I am very proud of our young people. they have stepped forward tribeless. They have stepped forward peaceful. And I want to tell them, we are going to engage them.
Outside, protesters were, according to local media reports, blocking vehicles belonging to leaders of Ruto's ruling Kenya Kwanza Party. Ruto was whisked away by his security team when they realized the crowds were there to confront him. Protesters say the finance bill threatens to stifle the economy and raise living costs for Kenyans who are already struggling. However, the International Monetary Fund has insisted on the necessity of the bill for reducing the budget deficit and state borrowing. Last week, Ruto endorsed recommendations to scrap some of the new levies, including on car ownership, bread, cooking oil, and financial transactions. Parliament is scheduled to debate the bill on Tuesday and vote on proposed amendments.
Demonstrators clashed with police in Kenya on Thursday as they protest against government plans to raise $2.7 billion.
The first guy is in mid 1800s. He made an observation. He created a map depicting where cases of cholera occurred and found them clustered around a water pump. Okay, so that's the first guy. The next guy is 1854, and it's an Italian physician, and he discovered the germ during a cholera outbreak in Florence. However, his work was largely ignored by the scientific community until after his death in 1883. In 1965, the International Committee basically named it after him. And then in 1883, Robert Koch independently discovered the germ in India, isolating the common bacillus in pure culture and explaining how it's transmitted. His discovery supported germ theory over miasma theory. So they literally knew, like the first guy figured it out 100 years ahead.
That's crazy. And we're still dealing with it. Crazy.
$1 billion in additional taxes to reduce the budget deficit. Police fired tear gas
this is
to
like,
disperse pockets of
remember, like
protesters in the capital,
I
Nairobi.
specifically pulled the story about Mexico City's water infrastructure being short. People don't understand how important this shit is. Like, fucking, like, because it, you flush your toilet. It's just like, it's like Slavoj Žižek says, it's like the excrement. You don't think about it. There's this whole thing about toilets where he's talking about the excrement goes down. You don't think about it.
And blocked their path to parliament. Protesters say the tax rises will hurt the economy and raise the cost of living for Kenyans who are already struggling to make ends meet. The Kenyan parliamentary panel on Tuesday urged the government to scrap some new taxes proposed in its finance bill, including new ones on car ownership, bread,
Are they
cooking oil,
roads
and
in
financial
Africa?
Transactions. Demonstrators across Kenya called for lawmakers to drop the bill and wave placards with slogans like
wow,
insane
buildings.
You mean they don't live in... Dude, I keep seeing the fucking racist video where they're throwing dirt on the burning house and being like, Africa Fire Department. It's like, wow, they don't have water infrastructure. You're actually the one who's dumb and ignorant here, not knowing that you fucking throw dirt on a fire. Like, if anything, dirt is more effective than water because if it's like...
Smothers.
Because depending on what type of fire it is, dirt always is like white phosphorus. You throw dirt on it, you throw water on it, the water is just going to run off the white phosphorus. It's going to start again. You have to submerge it in water.
The International Monetary Fund has urged the government to increase revenues in its 2024 to 25 budget to reduce state borrowing. President William Ruto was elected almost 2 years ago on a platform to help
he looks super worried about it.
But
why they were singing and dancing? I was so confused.
Racist.
I genuine question.
Oh, they're sideshow acts for you, huh?
The protesters were singing and dancing too. What is going on?
You like the jazz singer? That your favorite movie?
Like, the cops are shooting.
You famously said that the name Fredo was like the N-word for Italians.
Yes, that was a mistake.
Why are the vibes so different in two different protests? I'm so confused.
Well, no. This guy is the leader who's like, I don't give a fuck that my people.
No, I know,
me.
but like, I'm just the protests were just like they were just chanting and dancing but then there was the one that protesting the same thing, but they're getting shot at. What's the difference? I'm so confused.
Wrong neighborhood. I mean, seriously, it happens. Like that's why that Hezbollah shooting where they got blown apart. They were stopping the investigation into the Beirut blast, and they turned down a Christian street, and the Christians were defending themselves when that sniper took that post.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Anti-tax
I got all the videos.
He has defended the tax increases, saying the government need to reduce its reliance on borrowing.
Yeah, you do. No shit. No shit. You mean to tell me the reason why you're in this problem is because of fucking debt traps?
Crazy, right?
Maybe somebody should give you some fucking debt relief.
Julian Munyao's son, Rex Kanyike, joined crowds of protesters in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, on Thursday. He died that night during treatment for a wound in his thigh. The 29-year-old casino worker was killed, Kenya's Independent Police Oversight Authority said on Friday, allegedly as a result of a police shooting. Munyao said Rex's friend had told her that he was shot by a plainclothes police officer while they were running away from tear gas.
If someone is fighting for his rights, why use live bullets? If he would have been found with any weapons, we would have said he is indisciplined, but he was walking with his friend.
Nairobi County Police Commander Adam Simbunge did not answer phone calls from Reuters seeking comment. Nationwide protests took place on Thursday against plans to raise an extra $2.7 billion through additional taxes. Police fired tear gas and water cannon to disperse demonstrators.
Water cannon. That shit was pink.
Live rounds. A statement from 5 rights groups said, as evidenced by the presence of spent cartridges. Over
My
200
experience,
people
water
were
isn't pink.
injured. Activist Khalid
This
Hussein
guy
said
on
it
his
was shocking
motorcycle
that young
just trying to
Kenyans
go
were
to
at risk
work.
of losing their lives merely for exercising their constitutional rights.
They were
Hell
not
yeah,
armed,
guys.
as
Hell yeah, guys.
everyone saw. This was one of the most peaceful processions we've ever seen in this country.
I agree.
And despite that, the police had the guts to use excessive force and kill innocent youth. You know, it's really unacceptable. It's
fucking
hell something we cannot allow to continue seeing in this country.
Kenya's so based.
Protesters want the government to abandon its finance bill, saying it will choke the economy and raise the cost of living for Kenyans who are already struggling to make ends meet. The International Monetary Fund, however, says the government
they have to pay off the debt. Idiot people
needs to
don't
increase
even
revenues
know.
to reduce the budget deficit and state borrowing. Despite the widespread demonstrations, lawmakers passed the bill in its second reading on Thursday, moving it to the next stage for approval. As she mourns for her son, Munyao has a message for the police in any upcoming protests.
Go fuck yourself, pig.
They are parents just as we are, she says, adding that the pain she is feeling is the same as they would feel if they lost a child.
What am I doing here in the middle of the ocean surrounded by frozen corpses?
Growing millet, soybeans, and maize after growing tobacco for 25 years. Low prices coupled with what she calls unfair tobacco buying practices at the market are among the reasons she switched 3 years
Isn't
ago.
this fucking awesome?
Moving away from
Farmers
tobacco.
do not have a
Yeah,
say
they
on
were able
prices
to
offered
make
at
a
auction
profit
floors.
moving away from
Sometimes
tobacco.
the buyers would even reject tobacco
Epic.
bales. When this happens, I
Very
would start
cool.
borrowing money to pay for transport I used to carry the bills to the auction floors.
Besides growing crops, Ndege also rears goats, doves, chickens, ducks, and peacocks. She uses as manure to mitigate the impact of the recent rise in fertilizer prices.
From the time I stopped growing tobacco, my life has changed. For example, last year, I was able to buy a motorbike and a motorcycle, and now I am able to pay school fees
Bosch
for my
hates you and
children
hopes
who
you
are in
die.
secondary schools.
Tobacco has long been a main foreign exchange earner in Malawi, amassing over 50% of the country's export earnings. It has also been the main source of income for many farmers in Malawi.
I have been benefiting a lot from tobacco farming, and I have no plans to quit farming because tobacco is the only source of income.
However, the WHO anti-smoking campaign says tobacco farming
It sounds like the guy doing the narration needed that
who may absorb
anti-smoking
nicotine
campaign.
equivalent to smoking 50 cigarettes a day. The Malawi government took a significant step last year by ratifying WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control Treaty, which advocates reduction of tobacco production. However, some farmers who are
Working
now
with the
growing
kid.
legumes, such as Said Muhammad, say the challenge is lack of sustainable markets for their crops.
It becomes difficult to find a market for soybeans in our area. As a result, we don't get enough revenue, but we find relief in groundnuts, which are fetching better prices, unlike tobacco, whose prices are unpredictable.
Agriculture experts say there is hope for these farmers, citing the recent announcement by a local manufacturing company to establish a soybean oil extracting industry in Malawi in the next 6 months.
Definitely, we understand that that industry has potential to absorb over 150,000 metric tons of soya. So we believe when it comes to a ready market for soya, then definitely that market will be there.
Chimaza also says farmers like Ndege are poised to realize more revenue from their harvest following a recent launch of a soybean exports to China, which saw a local company sending a 240 metric ton trial consignment to China in May. Lamik Masina, VOA News, Blantyre.
I mean, anything to get away from these industries is good, really. You know, getting away from chocolate, getting away from cotton, getting away from tobacco, anything that big like that needs to be abandoned, I think. Because, like,
agriculture in general can be very problematic.
And especially like, especially the cotton.
I mean, where do our slaves work in this country?
Where do they? It is agriculture.
It's all agriculture.
Oh, I guess the migrant
and hospitality management, aka housekeeping.
Yeah.
Domestic worker, as other countries would call them.
Interesting.
Campaigning kicked off in Rwanda on Saturday ahead of a presidential election in July. And for incumbent President Paul Kagame, the road to another term in office
you need to
began
tell
in the
me
northern
they got
city
mascots.
of Msanzi.
Trump can't draw a crowd like this.
No, he can't.
They got little mascots that come out.
His supporters came out singing and cheering for a man who has ruled the country since 2000. Kagame of the Rwanda Patriotic Front triumphed in the last election in August 2017 with 98.63% of the vote, according to the Electoral Commission. He has won international acclaim for presiding over peace and economic growth since the end of the 1994 genocide, in which an estimated 800,000 ethnic Tutsis and moderate Hutus were killed. But he has also faced mounting criticism for what human rights groups say are the suppression of political opposition and the muzzling of independent media. Rwandans head to the ballot box on July 15th.
I want to fucking listen to the bop, though.
President Paul Kagame has ruled Rwanda with an iron fist for decades. Many analysts...
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like weird. Like the it's got the way they sing is very weird. It's like it's very tinny.
Interesting.
It's like the music is very tinny. It's not like comparable to other music.
Say they don't expect any surprises on who's expected to win this election. Kagame is running for a fourth term. He came into power in the wake of a genocide that killed an estimated 800,000 Tutsis and moderate Hutus.
Wait. You mean to tell me this guy's been in power since the Rwandan genocide?
In 2015,
I'm
Rwandans
sure
approved
this is a democratic election.
Amendments that allowed Kagame to run for a third term.
Fuck
They
off.
also voted for shorter presidential terms from 7 to 5 years.
Would you fuck
In
off?
2017, the Electoral Commission declared him winner with 99% of the vote.
Fuck off.
There are 3 presidential candidates in this election. Philippe Mpayimana is running as an independent.
Number 1, Paul
Frank
Kagame.
Habineza from the
Number
Democratic
2,
Green
Paul
Party
Kagame.
says he has over
And number
years
3,
numerous
Paul
death threats,
Kagame.
been imprisoned and forced into exile during previous attempts to unseat Kagame. In the last election, he came second with less than 1% of the votes. Human rights campaigners have often accused the
came
ruling
in
Rwandan
second with less than 1% of the
intimidating
votes.
serious presidential
God
contenders.
damn, bro. This
Swati
guy's
Ingabire is one of Kagame's fiercest
got
critics.
more approval than
She was barred
fucking
from running for
Assad.
president because of a prior conviction of inciting division and conspiring against the government. She served 8 years in jail, but says the charges were politically motivated. Dozens of other Rwandans are in exile. Some have blamed the state for killing or disappearing dissidents. Rwanda has also been accused by neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo of arming a rebel group in the North Kivu province.
Yeah,
in the
Rwanda
northeast.
sounds like a problem.
Fighting between government forces and M23 has killed many and
backs
displaced close to
Rwanda?
2 million Congolese since 2023. The government in Kigali has denied the accusations. Despite all this, many Rwandans in the country say they're happy with the president and will vote for him again. Amma Boateng, Al Jazeera.
Or else.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news.
Namibia's High Court on Friday overturned 2 colonial-era laws that criminalized gay sex in a landmark victory for the country's LGBTQ community.
Today is really a momentous day for all Namibians who love human rights.
Fidel Dassab, the activist who brought the case with the support of British-based non-governmental organization Human Dignity Trust, spoke to Reuters after the decision.
For me personally, it means that my life will never be a crime again. For the past 30 years, as a gay man, we've always been criminals on the run. Today, the court has declared this as unconstitutional. And it means that younger LGBT people, younger gay men can dream of having a life that is no longer a secret, a life that is not a crime.
Consensual same-sex activity is prohibited in more than half of 54 African countries, according to one international organization supporting LGBTQ rights. Namibia inherited the laws when it gained independence from South Africa in 1990. Those same-sex acts between men were initially criminalized under colonial rule. South Africa has since decriminalized gay sex. Omar Van Reenen, co-founder of the Namibia Equal Rights Movement, welcomed the court's judgment Friday.
As the LGBTQ community are in need of a beacon of hope because we are living in a climate of fear from state-sanctioned homophobia and hate speech that have claimed the lives of 6 LGBTQ Namibians in the past year. So we need that beacon of hope and that message of love and unity and inclusivity from the court.
A law professor at the University of Namibia said the court's order can be appealed by the Namibian government within 21 days.
Chad's President Mohamed Idris Deby on Wednesday visited the site of a deadly ammunition depot explosion. At least 9 people were killed and dozens were injured in the blasts, according to the country.
Here's a bop. It actually starts a minute and 15 in. Well, you'll see what I mean, how tinny the music sounds.
Minister. Deby said the situation was under control, but lessons must be learned. He added that the state would take care of those wounded. The explosion.
Okay, okay. That's very strange. It's like
it's a bop though, right?
It's like a mix between Middle Eastern and African music. It's like a fusion of it. It's weird. That's very weird.
Total bop though, right?
Lit up the night sky over the military base near the Central African nation's main international airport and sent spent shells flying into nearby homes.
A lot of AKs.
Windows and punched holes in walls and roofs in the military depot. Soldiers sifted through piles of mangled munition boxes and charred bullet shells. The nearby As Salam Medical Center bore the brunt of the blasts and was heavily damaged. Mohammed Hamid is the manager.
There has been enormous material damage to our clinic, with half the buildings destroyed.
It is
there
a
was
Semitic
damage
language,
to our
though,
equipment
isn't it?
and machinery.
But like the regional instruments would develop the music culture itself.
Yes.
The staff due to prompt.
A trip of a lifetime ended in the deaths of a Maryland couple who had traveled to Mecca, Saudi Arabia. They were taking part in the Hajj, the pilgrimage Muslims are called to do, one of the 5 pillars of Islam.
They both
Their daughter
died.
believes retired nurse Aissatou Wuri, age 65, and her husband Aliyu, age 71, succumbed to the extreme heat.
All we know is that it was of natural causes, and someone from the U.S. Embassy did advise that natural causes could have been due to a heat stroke, which, based on the temperature, people were saying it was over 110 degrees.
That's not natural causes.
Today, the Saudi government said more than
in my
1,300
opinion.
people have died at Hajj this year, with numerous cases due to heat stress. Wuri said even though her parents paid a tour company more than $20,000, their trip was plagued with problems, compelling the couple at one point to walk for hours in search of food.
That they've saved their entire lives to embark on this journey. It was just a nightmare overall experience.
They saved their entire lives to go to Hajj.
They talk about days where the company did not.
And like they're literally like they're going after like travel agencies. Like they're like.
Good, they should. This is the travel agency's fault.
But also, what about Saudi Arabia and they're fucking like facilitating? Like,
but yeah, like obviously, but this is the travel agency's fault. They should be facilitating the safety of everybody. That's why you pay $20,000. Like, you don't pay the travel agency just to fly you there and book the flights. That's everything. The travel agency books everything. They are responsible for your safety with the things that they book. They are inherently responsible.
Provide food for them.
CNN has reached out to the tour company for comment. Now Wuri is planning to head to Saudi Arabia with her family to find where her parents are buried. I'm Tina Kim reporting.
Sales of new battery electric cars in the EU dropped sharply in May. They were down 12% from a year before, led by a 30% plunge in Germany. That's according to data released Thursday by Europe's auto industry body. The market share of fully electric cars fell to 12.5%, down from a year ago. However, electrified vehicles as a whole, including hybrids, made up just under half of all new
look
EU
at the Land
passenger car
Rover
registrations in May, slightly up from a year before. Overall new car sales in the EU fell 3% in May from a year before. Demand for EVs in Europe has cooled in recent months after rising strongly for several years. Competition to produce more affordable models has also grown. Last week, the European Commission said it would impose tariffs of up to 38.1% on China-made EVs from July. It's aimed at protecting domestic automakers from an influx of cheap EV imports. Tesla said last week it expected to raise the price of its China-made Model 3 due to the EU measures. Elon Musk's company recorded a drop of more than a third in May sales in the EU.
That the doors are open for discussions, and I hope that this message was heard.
China and the European Union have agreed to start talks on the planned tariffs
Isn't
on
that
Chinese.
betraying the public's trust? Isn't that cheating the public? Isn't that immoral?
Made electric vehicles being imported into the European market, senior officials on both sides said on Saturday. The news comes as Germany's economy minister, Robert Habeck, visited Beijing and Shanghai. The first trip by a senior European official to China since Brussels proposed hefty duties on EV imports to combat what the EU considers
hefty. 30% hefty. 100% minimum.
Giving me harder, daddy.
And you know what's even better is that will drive the prices up, which will not drive the demand, which will mean they won't get imported. Winning. That's what you want.
Subsidies. Habeck said he had been informed by EU
Also,
Commissioner.
you're capitalists. They're stealing your IP and making cheaper versions and undercutting you, and then trying to sell them in your market. Do the capitalist thing, you fucking morons. I don't understand. You claim to be capitalist, yet you're acting like pussies.
Vladis Dombrovskis that there would be concrete negotiations. The confirmation came after the head of China's Commerce Ministry and Dombrovskis had agreed to start consultations over the EU's anti-subsidy investigation into Chinese EVs. Habeck called it a first step and said many more would be necessary. Zhang Xiaozi, the chairman of China's National Development and Reform Commission, denied accusations of unfair subsidies, saying the development of the country's new energy industry was the result of fierce competition. He told Habeck that he hoped Germany would demonstrate leadership within the EU and that proposed EU duties on Chinese-made EVs would hurt both sides. The EU's provisional duties of up to 38.1% on imported Chinese EVs are set to apply by July 4th, with the investigation set to continue until November 2nd, when definitive duties, typically for 5 years, could be imposed.
Definitive duty.
China is pressing the EU to drop its new tariffs on the country's electric vehicles. Duties of up to 38.1% are due to kick in on July 4th, while the bloc investigates what it says are excessive subsidies. China says that's a mistake, arguing its EV industry has grown thanks to advantages in tech.
Oh, is that an EV that looks like a complete and utter ripoff of a Hyundai? Wow.
China says that's a mistake, arguing its EV industry has grown thanks to advantages in technology and other.
What technology advantages?
Nerd.
Factors, not government support. Now the two sides have agreed to resume talks on the matter, according to reports late Sunday by state control.
I just want to know what technology, because China hasn't produced a single unique thing for a while.
Media in China. Visiting the country over the weekend, Germany's economy minister had said the doors for discussion were open. Robert Habeck said he believed in free markets, but added they required a level playing field. Beijing has signalled that it does not want a trade war, but is ready to retaliate if needs be.
Okay.
Officials have reportedly begun an anti-dumping.
What?
We don't want a trade war, but we'll start one if you don't accept our EVs.
Yeah, it's very fascist of them.
Probe into European pork imports, indicating that they could be a target. It's thought dairy goods and some cars could also be hit. The EU tariffs are due to be finalised in early November once the anti-subsidy investigation wraps up. They are driven by concerns that a flood of cheap imports from China could harm European automakers. The US has already quadrupled its tariffs on Chinese EVs over similar concerns. There was no comment on the latest reports from China's Commerce Ministry.
Oh my god. Ah! Is this the dictator lady? The Bangladesh one?
Yeah.
Technologies will enable still all of us to enjoy fashion, because isn't that at the end of the day, everyone wants to be looking good.
Welcome to The Switch. I'm Elena Casas. The global fashion industry churns out about 109 million tons of clothes a year, and lots of them don't stay in buyers' wardrobes for long. Only about 1% of waste clothing material is recycled into new fibre, but one company that is spinning waste cotton into new thread is Infinited Fibre, and CEO Petri Alava joins me now. Petri, hi, thanks for joining us. How does your process work?
The first part of our process is really mechanically shredding the material apart, removing all the mechanical parts like zippers, buttons, and we get a relatively homogeneous material. And next happens the miracle when we are breaking down on the molecular level this powder into liquid cellulose. And then from liquid cellulose, we are regenerating a brand new fiber, what we are calling Infinna.
The company says Infinna Fibre can be recycled repeatedly, and the process
Yeah, that's the question.
can handle a mix of textile waste as long as the cotton content is around 90%. Infinited Fibre is still applying for permits for its first commercial scale factory, but most of its production capacity of recycled fibre has already been sold to fashion brands for several years ahead. Infinited's flagship factory
So
will
what you're
produce about
telling me is this
30,000
is like
tons a
the
year,
cotton gin,
but the
it will
company's own
preserve
analysis
slavery.
What do you mean?
The cotton gin preserves slavery.
I don't know what that is.
So it was invented by Eli Whitney. It marks like the first like industrial revolution era of America. So I'll just show you the machine real quick. It's a real simple machine. So see, it's like it literally looks like a music box, you know, like one of those crank music boxes that have like the little ping discs on it. But see, it's like it just like, you know. So what happened because of these is that it made slave labor viable. Slave labor was about to be unviable because the rate that they could pick cotton was just like not efficient. It took way too long to process cotton. The infinite growth model was starting to collapse, but because of the cotton gin, it made it survive up until the Civil War, basically.
Oh, great.
So that's what's happening here. It's giving companies a backdoor and a way out where they can say that, oh, you don't have to feel guilty about buying your fucking Temu shit anymore because it's all recycled.
Yes. Yeah.
Throw it on the ground.
Sustainability commitment suggests 4.5 million tons of cotton-like recycled fibre will be required by 2030.
We are selling the Infinna Fiber to the world's largest brand companies. We have signed long-term sales agreements with companies such as
fucking stinks too. You ever been near a paper mill?
Maybe.
Fucking stinky.
Give you disease.
H&M, Pangaea, Patagonia, just to name a few. We have, as a matter of fact, published 7 deals. The one deal where we also published the value was Inditex, and the value was.
They have slave in their product line.
So when you work with companies like
H&M, I
Inditex
think,
or
does
H&M,
too.
what percentage of the resulting clothing will they be able to claim as being recycled? Will it be 100% recycled clothing?
We can make a premium quality fiber, which is kind of a true alternative for cotton, can be made 100% from waste. So at the end of the day, the actual garments sold to consumers can be 100% made from waste.
Are fashion companies transparent enough about their supply chains now?
Sometimes it's
interesting.
really difficult.
He didn't say recycled. He said made from waste. Because you're really just taking it and putting it somewhere else. I guess it is recycling though.
Everybody in the value chain needs to be more transparent. I think there's a strong goodwill from brands to do that. The supply chain is challenging and it's relatively long, so there are certain challenges on getting
I don't know if this is good or bad, though, honestly.
Infinited's biggest investor, Zara owner Inditex, says it aims to use 40% recycled fibre by 2030, but the company and its competitors are not yet producing at nearly the scale that would require. EU regulation forcing brands to take responsibility for their textile waste should increase demand further, but it may not be enough.
What was that at the end there? That sounded like something more my speed.
Responsibility for their textile that would require EU, but the company and its competitors are not yet producing at nearly the scale that would require. EU regulation forcing brands to take responsibility for their textile waste should increase demand further, but it may not be enough.
We can't do that journey ourselves, so we need very strong commitments from the brands, what we already have, in form of those long-term sourcing agreements and sales agreements. But we also need kind of equipment providers,
technology providers. Here's a Vosh beat him with hammers take. If there's slave labor in your supply chain, every year that it's going on, I'm going to claim a piece of your finger. All the knuckles until we go through all those fingers and you have no more. Then I'll start on your toes. I'll bite them off with my teeth too. Fucking bite off the fucking tip of his pinky and be like, saving the rest for later.
Wait till it heals.
So that's a joke. That's a joke that was told to me by one of my friends who literally stabbed a guy. It was self-defense. It was totally self-defense.
Epic.
But it was the one guy who was like, this guy is like gonna murder somebody. Like, it's really just like, fantasizing about one day somebody trying him and he pulls out a knife to stab him. But it was just like a little like scout knife. But he fucking hit him right in the neck. And then and then underneath his suit at court, he was wearing the shirt with the guy's blood all over it. And this is the guy who said that he is gonna kidnap people and torture them and bite their fingers off one at a time and say he'll come back for the rest.
It's a pretty good motivation.
He's fucking hysterical though. Because we were talking about human meat. This is one of my favorite things that I've ever done to him. We were talking about human meat, and I was like, honestly, it's probably going to be somebody's penis because that's what it ends up being every time some chef cuts his dick off, and then it's like, and then I go on Facebook and I type, I got the penis hiccup on his page. So I had to explain to everybody what I meant by that.
And grow the scale rapidly.
Do consumers need to accept that recycled clothing will cost more?
At the end of the day, still, the price difference is probably quite small when we discuss about, say, €30 t-shirt or €50 hoodie or €80 jeans. Naturally, the impact is higher if we discuss about €5 t-shirt.
Do you think ultimately, though, that the consumer needs to buy clothes differently? We're going to have to buy fewer clothes.
We people, we consumers have the responsibility to make, first of all, clever choices, to buy products which have a long life cycle. At the same time,
this is the thing about the supply and demand where it really goes wrong. I'm more pro because I'm like the fruitcake, so I'm more pro tariffs and bans on anything that's coming out of Xinjiang, China with the cotton, right? While you're over here talking about EVs. I'm companies like Shane shouldn't exist. They should not exist.
Shane? Yeah. I agree. They should be sanctioned into oblivion.
Yeah. But that's not free economics.
No, of course not. You've got to let the slave labor go.
If people want those cheap goods, they want to consume.
Yeah, exactly.
Consume.
It's totally not advertising and consumerism convincing them that they need it. No, they want it. Yeah, okay.
Technologies will enable still all of us to enjoy fashion, because isn't that at the end of the day, everyone wants to be looking good.
Man, I wish fucking fast fashion blogs would come.
Gory offers a jarring glimpse.
But they won't, because fast fashion blogs take one look at us and they're like, this is not my demographic. And it's like, yes, it is, bitch. Get over here and talk about fast fashion.
Of Georgia's dark past. It is the birthplace of Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin,
Terrible
who is
butter
responsible
sculpture.
for the deaths of an estimated 30 million people. The museum was built in 1957, 4 years after his death.
Do we
Much of the
need that?
museum looks more like a shrine.
Let's get rid of it.
I agree.
The dictator's death mask is displayed in a hushed temple-like atrium.
Cringe.
Weird.
A small room under the stairs added only in 2010 sketches over Stalin's crimes, the Gulag prison camps, the forced famines, the killing of millions of citizens, including Georgians. Yet a poll taken in 2012 showed some 45% of Georgians held a positive attitude to Stalin.
This startling monument to the Soviet dictator.
Weird butter sculpture.
Someone should cut his head off. I would pay good money to have the head of a
The
decapitated
king must
Stalin.
die so the revolution may live.
I would pay good money to purchase the head of a decapitated Georgian Stalin sculpture.
I want the actual head of the preserved Lenin body. I'll start my own
is
Skull and
emblematic.
Bones society with it.
Of Georgia's struggle to reconcile its turbulent and often violent past. It's a history that still resonates today as the country struggles to decide on its future direction.
71 years on from the death of Stalin, Russia is still trying to exert power over the former Soviet Republic. A few kilometers north of Gori lies the Russian occupation line. Its troops still occupy 20% of Georgian territory after a civil war in the early 1990s and a Russian invasion in 2008.
The key is to avoid crossing the occupation line. If you cross it, you will be detained.
Further east, along the Caucasus mountain range, a different vision for Georgia's future. Kakheti is known as the birthplace of wine. It's been made here for some 8,000 years. The Nekresi wine estate makes 50,000 bottles a year, exporting around the world, including to the United States, France, and South Korea. It aims to increase production fivefold in the coming years.
We are targeting foreign markets, particularly in Europe, to sell our products. Georgia's potential European Union membership would be a significant...
Call your wine Stalin's blood. And make it really fucking good.
advantage for our business.
That's how you do it. The EU has invested over $2 billion of public and private money in Georgia under its global gateway strategy, including at the Nekresi estate.
The hotel we are constructing is energy efficient, and the EU has decided to collaborate with us and support its development.
Because you're foreign agents. Naughty,
The Georgian
naughty.
government insists it wants to join the EU by 2030, but the bloc has voiced concerns that a recent clampdown on civil society is tilting it back toward Russia, potentially putting Georgia's membership in doubt. Georgians are proud of their culture and heritage, but it remains a contested history and a future yet to be decided. Henry Ridgewell, VOA News.
Like,
Anaklia.
really, where's the statue of Tomarus? No, that's the Scythian, the Georgian queen. You know, the lady. Georgian queen.
Fucking animal.
On Georgia's
Tamar.
Black Sea shoreline is little more than a small coastal resort, but it's set to become a deep-sea megaport built and run.
Tamar.
Interesting. Technically, her title was queen or king. I meant to say.
Oh, that's cool.
Presiding over the apex of the Georgian Golden Age, a member of the Bagratini dynasty, her position as the first woman to rule Georgia in her own right was emphasized by the title king afforded to Tamar in the medieval Georgian sources.
Cool.
Her
By Chinese
successor
firms.
and predecessor
Last month, the Georgian government
was George.
awarded a Chinese-Singaporean consortium a 49% stake in the project, thought to be worth several $billions. The announcement was made the day after the government passed a controversial law seen as tilting toward pro-Moscow authoritarianism, which triggered street protests.
The speculation is, and I think it's a well-founded one, is that Georgian government is thinking about possibility of losing the Western investment and compensating it for some money from Russia and China.
The port was set to be built by a joint American-Georgian consortium, but the government cancelled the deal in 2020. The consortium and the government blame each other. The port would give China access to a trade route to Europe that bypasses Russia, which is now heavily sanctioned by the West after its invasion of Ukraine. But critics fear the project could leave Georgia in a so-called debt trap, unable to finance the Chinese loans used to pay for the infrastructure.
Wow.
Georgia government owns 51% of it without having any money for it. They are going to lend the money for fulfilling the obligations they have under this 51%. And I'm pretty sure, it's not fact yet, but I'm pretty sure that that money is going to come from China as well. And we will end up in a situation like, I don't know, Sri Lanka ended up, or Philippines, or in Malaysia.
China already has a presence in Georgia, including the Hualing-Tbilisi Sea Plaza, a vast 420-hectare shopping mall.
She
hotel,
never
and
obtained an
housing complex.
autocratic power, and the Noble Council continued to function. So it was literally a feudal republic.
Interesting.
These
companies are also involved in building new highways.
Interesting.
In 2023,
it's literally
Georgia
called
signed
its own thing. So, slavery. It's literally Georgian feudalism, slavery.
Strategic partnership agreement with China and is part of Beijing's Belt and Road Initiative. But direct Chinese investment in Georgia is relatively small, at just over $47 million in 2023, a fraction of European and American investments.
Everywhere you go, you have Chinese companies working. In reality, none of that is an investment. It's all Georgian budget money, which is granted to the contractors, whomever wins the bid. And the reality of Georgian bidding story is that every single contract that is over 100 million usually is won by Chinese companies.
Georgia's government says China could become its leading trading partner. Others urge caution.
China and Russia, they strategize when they do something like that. They want to invest to then have political influence and have a
it's always a deal.
Impact on local situation, and therefore we need to be careful on that.
Georgia's government denies it is seeking to turn away from the West. Its prime minister said China's investment in the Anaklia port ensures the project will be implemented
That's who
at the
you should
highest
be building
level.
statues to, not Stalin.
A day after a series of brazen attacks on places of worship in Russia's Dagestan, a synagogue continues to smolder.
What's
the Muslim
Dagestan?
region announced 3 days of mourning on Monday after gunmen went on a rampage there in coordinated assaults on two of the republic's most important cities. The death toll has risen to at least 20. Here's Sergei Melikov, the governor of the Dagestan region.
Today has become a day of tragedy for Dagestan, and not only for Dagestan, but for our entire country. Unprecedented in their cruelty, terrorist attacks were committed today against religious sites in the capital of Dagestan, Makhachkala, and our ancient city of Derbent.
Melikov added that authorities understand who is behind the organization of the attacks, adding that foreign forces had been involved in preparing the assault. He did not give details, and there has been no immediate claim of responsibility. Attackers with automatic weapons burst into an Orthodox church and a synagogue in the ancient city of Derbent on Sunday evening. They set fire to an icon at the church and killed 66-year-old Orthodox priest Nikolai Kotelnikov. In the Caspian city of Makhachkala, around 75 miles north, attackers shot at a traffic police post and attacked a church. Gun battles erupted around the Assumption Cathedral.
I just want to point out that, well, ISIS-K not claiming it outright is strange. For starters, if they haven't claimed it yet. Let me know if they have, chat. Update me if that's true. But in the past, the conflicts in the region with Russia started on similar things, like people went out of their provinces like Dagestan and attacked neighboring provinces, right? So during the war in Chechnya, like there was also like an incursion into Dagestan, kind of like Laos, Vietnam type stuff.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's eerily similar to events that have caused an entire regional war in the Caucasus in the past.
Interesting.
Some people would say that these events that cause these wars are false flags.
Interesting.
Cathedral in Makachkala, with heavy automatic gunfire ringing out late into the night.
So who benefits?
Well, I mean, I sent you the link. Like that guy did those attacks. The guy.
Yeah, no, I know, but like who benefits from this happening?
Well, I mean, ISIS does for sure, but they're like Russia pissed off a lot of old rivals with Ukraine.
Interesting.
And so, like I said, I think these guys are remnants of the Caucasus Emirate, which is its own ISIS branch now.
Okay.
That's not ISIS-K. It's ISIS-CP.
At least 5 of the attackers were killed, and Russia's investigative committee said the majority of those dead were policemen. Dagestan is made up of a patchwork of ethnic groups, languages, and regions that live in the shadow of the Caucasus Mountains between the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea. President Vladimir Putin, who has long accused the West of trying to stoke separatism in the area, expressed condolences to those who lost relatives via his spokesman, Dmitry Peskov. The attack on Christian and Jewish places of worship has stoked fears Russia made.
That 1999 apartment bombings were orchestrated by the FSB because they lost the first Chechen war, which gave them a reason to go in. But at the same time, that guy was like behind stuff like the theater crisis, right? Which did not go well for the insurgents. Those theater crises, you know, they did not get what they needed out of them. It was generally a failure by them. But at the same time, like, isn't like everything that radical groups do like a failure in motion, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
It's because they don't look at it the same way. You know, it's wearing down. Like that society was a fucking unstable time in Russia or just around those areas at the time.
Yep.
So wearing down that, making security weaker, gives autonomy to militants. So, and also again, could be revenge. Could be a crusader type ideology because they attacked religious too. Like that's another thing, is it's not just a simultaneously attack, it's literally an attack against Christians and Jews. Very interesting, a lot more interesting. Like you saw, like ISIS-K, I firmly believe they're behind that Moscow theater. Did they have one broken gun between the group of them? You know, so that's why I say I think this is not just like some fucking ISIS-K shit. This is like Caucasus Emirate remnants who have been there.
Okay. Interesting.
Be facing a renewed militant Islamist threat just 3 months after a deadly attack in Moscow. 145 people were killed at the Crocus Concert Hall in March. Islamic State claims responsibility for that attack.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where we watch people die.
I'm all over it, don't worry.
Oh, no, it's okay. There's nothing really bad.
Yeah.
Maybe a body on the street, that's it. It's not like that theater thing where there was like definitely some things we could not show. They still got them old playgrounds. They knocked them all down here. You can't have them.
Yeah, they're all gone here as well.
Sliver City.
Now they got these fucking 6-story fucking playgrounds. I'm jealous.
Oh, I liked the wood castle shit. Is there a reason why your cars are so loud? The thing is that, like, with the whole, like, false flag believers, right?
Yeah.
Russia can't afford to pull away from Ukraine right now. Like, they couldn't they couldn't start, like, a fucking thing in this region, even if they wanted to. That's another reason why it's a perfect time for these sleeper cells to activate in the Caucasus Emirate.
That's very curious timing.
A quiet Sunday evening was interrupted by several armed attacks in Russia's Dagestan region. 2 Orthodox churches and 2 synagogues were targeted in the cities of Makhachkala and Derbent. In the regional capital Makhachkala, a traffic police post came under fire too. The attackers shot several law enforcement officers almost point blank. Among the first victims of the attacks were Father Nikolai Kotelnikov,
He's got the
an
fucking
Orthodox
Z on
priest
his
in the
vest.
church in
Epic.
Derbent. The killers cut his throat, while church guard Mikhail, armed only with a gas pistol, which is a
How did they
non-lethal
cut his
weapon
throat,
used
though?
for self-defense,
How did they
was shot
cut his
dead on the
throat?
spot.
This is a
Later, the
detail
attackers
that
fired
we-
at a police
that
car as it was
defines a
headed to the
lot.
site of the attack, wounding one of the police officers.
I went out, just like everyone else standing here. No one is allowed to enter there. We wanted to go and see, but the police wouldn't let us in.
Police also detained one of the local officials on suspicion that 2 of his sons were involved in the attacks. It's believed that both of them were killed in the shootout. After military vehicles were spotted on the streets, the shooting in the center of Derbent stopped.
Well,
a number of people
the thing
earlier
is
barricaded in
that
the church in
the
Makhachkala were later
Kharkivites
safe.
were LARPing off the reputation and success out of groups like the Caucasus Emirate. Like,
and they just
yeah,
supplanted
they
them
think
and
that they
gained
could
power.
just because they're Chechen. It's like people who would be like, "I'm Pashtun, you know, I'm a warrior. I come from a warrior culture." Okay, buddy.
Evacuated by police. There have been 2 similar attacks in Russia recently that were claimed by ISIL, starting with the Crocus City Hall assault back in
What about
March,
in
followed by an
April?
attack on the trial detention center
What
in
about the
Rostov last
attacks in
week.
April that
But Vladimir
nobody
Putin has
reported on?
refused to admit that Russia could be
What
attacked
about
by
the
such groups.
what about the specific attacks in April in Dagestan attributed to the Caucasus Emirate group? We're going to mention the theater shooting. We're going to link it to that, right? Because that's more recent. Nobody reported on that April attack, did they? It's almost like these attacks might happen a lot in Russia, huh? And only now we're linking them together like it's the same thing, even though, like I said, in April, there was multiple attacks in this region from terrorists.
The claims of responsibility. He says any threats to Russia come from Western countries or Ukraine. The question remains how he can respond to these attacks
Ukraine is a
without
Western
acknowledging them
country,
publicly. Yulia Shapovalova, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
I'm joined now by Anna Matveyeva, who is a visiting senior research fellow at King's College in London, and she joins me now live from London. Anna, thank you for joining us. Can you talk us through just the context? What are the security challenges for this part of Russia?
Dagestan has been a cradle of radical Islamism in Russia, even actually since Soviet times. The Party of Islamic Renaissance was founded in Dagestan in late 80s, and that was the organization which then gave birth to quite a few movements of the post-Soviet territory, which later became sort of Salafi jihadi orientation. Dagestan has been affected by radical acts of violence of sort of Islamist nature in the 90s. That they have not been really very much noted because all attention was to the action in Chechnya, which was much more of a separate conflict rather than anything else. So then we had a long campaign of attacks against military and police targets, also against random civilians. The Russian authorities.
One of the attacks in April, the April 28th attack, it says suspected ISIS gunmen attacked a police post, like they did this time as well. Coincidence? Yeah. Right? So, and then it says like driving up to the police station before throwing explosives and opening fire. So they didn't have vehicle borne. They could only have handmade explosives. Probably literally what's the fucking I told you about them, the Khabibs. The Khabib grenade that they make out of like the grenade ammunition.
Yes.
A katab. It's like a katab grenade. I forgot what the specific wording is. So they threw explosives to open fire, killing 2 police officers, wounding at least 4 others. All attackers were allegedly killed during the attack, as in they don't know. They just claimed that, but nobody has proof that it happened. But before that, April 22nd, suspected ISIS gunmen attacked Russian police patrol. These 2 attacks that have happened this year. And then so like they were dead silent since basically the invasion, right? Because their leader got killed. In like right before the invasion of Ukraine happens. Yeah. So in April, it says that they released an audio message and they're getting stronger, bigger, and more active. And they're trying to like the Shura is trying to like choose a leader at the time. So if they're so that was April where they were talking about choosing a leader. They did 2 attacks, and now there's another one that might be associated with them. In my opinion, that's who to point to. So I mean, last time. that theater attack, I called ISIS K,
Mhm.
right after seeing some of the profile. So we'll see if you'll see if I'm 2 for 2 on these terror attacks in Russia now. They'll probably
managed
still
to
say
kind
ISIS
of get
K.
an upper hand maybe around 10, 12 years ago. And since then, the situation has been largely under control until last year, when we saw quite an unprecedented events that the mob in Makhachkala tried to storm a plane from Israel, motivated by the events in Gaza, and that things went really out of control, but it would not be a coordinated attack by organization. It shows that there is quite active protesters there, and they're capable of acting violently.
And how common are attacks targeting not only religious infrastructure, but also religious figures? In this attack, as we've been reporting,
Yeah, so you heard they cut his throat.
Generally,
right?
that.
So my question is how?
How? Yeah.
And you know exactly why I'm asking that.
Mm-hmm.
Types of attacks
You want
in
to learn
Russia
more about
are
this?
very, very rare.
Basically,
There have been
I got to go through that one
Mm.
with those. Oh no! Was that one's no? That was in the next one, right? That was the second one where I showed you the Chechnya footage.
Yes. Yes, because I think we watched the documentary first.
No.
Or that might have been the
I showed
documentary
you
one.
because I did a brief history on beheading tapes.
Yes. It was before.
Yeah,
I
like,
can't remember.
Because
Doesn't
like
matter. It
even
was one
Daniel
of them.
Pearl's beheading is in the documentary we watched. So
Yeah.
a few incidents, low-level incidents
So they
against
will be coming out,
synagogues,
surely.
but generally attacks on explicitly objects of faith are quite a new phenomenon. Especially now, we know that this Russian priest had his throat slashed, so he was killed in a quite brutal way. So that's a very
like
shows that there is
kind of downplays what they probably did to that guy.
Yeah. I don't imagine it was pretty.
Organization that people are determined that the two attacks have been very well planned, that there were two ways of attacks, and that the whole thing has been taken probably months in preparation, with people with evil intention, with great courage, and obviously prepared to spare no civilian life.
And Anna, this attack is still being investigated. What sort of response should we expect from authorities in Russia to ensure that such attacks don't happen again?
They were probably like, if they've planned this since
That's what they have been wondering.
That's not a unreasonable turnaround time, right? Because like the last attack was literally April 28th by this group that I think it is.
To plan another one.
So like then it would be like May, June, right? Like that's a pretty quick turnover to like plan secondary attacks, because like they got two off and then probably Russia stepped up their game in their territory to make it like harder to do another one.
All along, because Dagestan already has quite a massive security presence. So everybody who should be there is already there, and still they managed to not to be able to hold this plot or even probably see it coming. So yes, now they have blocked all the main roads, entrances to the cities, but the problem Russia has is wider than that. Its main intelligence assets are all dedicated on the war in Ukraine. Dagestan is far away from that theater of action. So obviously, we have intelligence services being depleted, and that's the core problem.
Anna, thank you so much. That is Anna Matveeva, who is a visiting senior research fellow at King's College.
Cool.
And there have been several attacks across Russia's Dagestan region. At least 5 policemen have been killed and 9 more.
I think we're done with this.
Rip Bozo.
Protests have broken out across Turkey recently over proposed legislation to round up millions of street dogs. Under the law, the dogs will be killed after 30 days if their owners don't turn up or new owners aren't found. Protester Gülal Kalkandelen explains for her it's a matter of acting.
Mexico had a similar policy, I believe, where they just killed a bunch of dogs.
Yeah. I mean, just neuter them and release them.
The population is out of control.
Yeah, so
like,
cut their balls off and release them.
No, that's a practical solution, but it's also a costly solution.
Of course it is, but this is what you have to do it humanely. It's this, or you be.
But then the dogs are still alive, and that's the problem.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem you're going to have to deal with.
So there's a street dog. It's a mascot of the public transit system because it knows how to use public transit.
That's funny.
Right?
Yeah.
So it knows where the bus is going to end up. It's like, because it's always the same pattern, right? So like the dog has memorized it. And so the opposition to Erdogan does the public transit and is generally, and they also, you see this always the Turkish cats at the subway that like are pawing at people as they go through turnstiles and stuff.
Yes. Oh, is that in Turkey, is it?
Yeah, so they actually allow the stray animals into the subways at night.
Ah. That's cool.
So they let so, and because the opposition party controls transportation, like that's like, so they literally framed this dog. So like somebody planted shit and blamed it on the dog on like a subway or something.
Okay.
Yeah. And they got caught on camera planting the shit.
That's so funny. That is the funniest part.
I follow the dog on Instagram.
They're planning to round them up into shelters, which we call death camps. For some time, there's been a campaign to fuel stray animal hatred. Our people who've been living with street dogs for many years, in fact for centuries, are now being brought to the point where all these animals will be erased.
The proposed legislation evoked memories of a dark chapter in the city's past, when, in 1910, street dogs were rounded up and left on a nearby island to starve.
Wow.
But Turkish President Recep
Sounds
Tayyip
oddly similar to other policies that were going on in 1910.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Erdogan dismisses opponents' concerns, claiming stray animals have become a menace to society, causing traffic accidents.
They don't look like menaces. Look at these adorable fellas. You know what you should do if you have a problem with the stray dogs? Put a collar on one and take it home.
That's not how it works. They're completely feral. You can't just take them home.
Oh, are they actually?
Yeah.
Interesting.
They're not like abandoned dogs. Like these dogs have been
They're
like...
not like friendly to people. They're like...
Well, this dog that rides the subway, like people try to get him to come over to be pet and stuff, and he just doesn't. Because they don't associate that behavior.
Yeah, interesting.
And spreading disease.
The truth is that a very large part of society wants this issue to be resolved as soon as possible, and our streets to become safe for everyone, especially our children.
But not
It is
current.
unthinkable for us to remain indifferent to this demand, this call, even this cry.
However, activists say there are more humane ways to address people's concern over the number of street dogs. Lawyer Elken Cemre Sencan is one of the protest organizers.
We can't really fucking talk shit about Kristi Noem compared to fucking Erdogan, huh?
Oh, not really.
Nobody hates dogs more than this guy.
There are people who are disturbed by these stray animals, but the solution to this is not to put the dogs to sleep, killing them. Scientific studies have shown that the sterilization of animals, especially dogs, reduces their numbers and attacks on people.
Erdogan's AK party recently suffered a big defeat in local elections.
Yeah,
Opponents say
cut their
Erdogan
balls
could be
off and they're less aggressive.
Yeah, that helps too.
That's what she
working
said.
to consolidate his religious base by calculating opponents to his street dog legislation will come mainly from the secular opposition.
We know our problems in the country. World knows our problems, but they want to change the main topics to these animals. They don't talk. They cannot say anything. We are here to be their voice.
A recent opinion poll suggests that less than 3% of Turks support the killing of street dogs, indicating opposition crosses political and religious lines. Analysts warn the street dog legislation going before Parliament in the coming week.
I love this. I support this.
Yeah, and like
Free dogs that you can just
I
pat.
also
support
like
this.
the Turkish subway cats are fucking hysterical.
Could be a risky move for Erdogan. Dorian Jones, VOA News, Istanbul.
See, there's someone
Russia's
else
foreign
petting the
ministry has
dog.
summoned.
Yeah, I support this. Street dogs.
Flea bags. And also
Yep,
they have
city flea bags.
you'll see it on, they have like these plastic tags. I believe they're like transmitters, so they can track where all the street dogs that they have in the program go, and that's why they know
Was that the one
can
on
ride.
the green one on the ear?
Yes, it's like it's normally a vibrant color so people can see it and know that that dog has been like neutered and is being tracked.
Interesting.
But that's why they know the dog can ride the fucking trams, because they got the data.
Yeah, they see it going on the trains.
And the U.S. ambassador saying Washington has direct responsibility for an attack on Russian-annexed Crimea.
So
2 people were killed by falling debris in Sevastopol on Sunday.
The dog literally had an alibi. Because he has, like, they have trainers or something,
That's
right?
hilarious,
So he was at, like, the farm with his trainer. So the dog had an alibi, and when the video came out, the dog posted, "Someone still hasn't given me an apology."
Russia says it shot down 5 Ukrainian missiles over the port city. Moscow says U.S. specialists helped oversee the flight path of those missiles. A Pentagon spokesperson said Ukraine conducts its own military operations. Here's Daniel Hawkins with more on the Russian reaction from Moscow.
That didn't. Those answers do not necessarily exclude each other, right? So they said specialists oversaw the trajectory.
Yeah.
Right? And then the U.S. responded, Ukraine makes its own military decisions. Okay. So did you oversee and advise or not?
And also...
It's literally them saying, yes, we did it.
Yeah. Also, overseeing and advising means nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Also had reactions.
Does to the fucking...
to the petty
the
children.
IRGC in Iraq, you know, that's why they're attacking them.
Sure, because they're petty children.
Right?
From Sergei Lavrov, Russian foreign minister, who said there is no doubt in the involvement of the United States in what he described as a terrorist attack in Crimea. Prime Minister Mishustin, in a meeting with Russian officials, also drew parallels.
Wow, you're holidaying in occupied territory. Fuck you.
Just earlier today, between what happened in Dagestan and
I'm
Crimea.
glad you can
again,
enjoy your
both
time in somebody else's place. Very cool.
terrorist acts. And Secretary of the head of the State Duma Defense Committee, Andrei Kartopolov, has also echoed calls we heard earlier from Russian officials that the West will be held responsible for supplying weapons. These are all claims we have heard before, of course, from Russia, saying that any attacks by Ukraine on Russia using Western-supplied weaponry will mean effectively direct involvement in the Ukrainian
conflict. Can we get more dogs in here? Can we get another dog story?
I got
Joe Biden and Donald Trump both agree on the need to end the war in Ukraine. Though foreign policy experts say Trump has been less specific about how to make that happen between Russian leader Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian.
Not answering questions and being ambiguous because he has no clue what the fuck he's doing. Wow. No way.
President Volodymyr Zelensky. Sergei Kudelia is an associate professor of political science at Baylor University.
He advocated only for the need to start some types of talks or negotiations, and he said that he would be willing to engage in these negotiations between Putin and Zelensky, but he never expressed any or specified any of the designs or the future outline of this peace agreement.
In this year's congressional fight to pass Ukraine aid, Trump said that assistance should be loans and not grants.
We're thinking about making it in the form of a loan instead of just a gift. We keep handing out gifts of billions and billions of dollars.
Oh my
Trump
God.
says Europe should pay a
My plan is to do exactly what we're doing, but worse.
Unbelievable.
greater share of helping Ukraine. But if re-elected, Trump will not want to be seen as having lost that war, says former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, John Herbst.
We do know that Trump perceives himself as a strong man, does not want to be associated with foreign policy failure. And a Russian victory in Ukraine, if Trump was president, would look very much like a foreign policy failure.
Negotiate with
Trump's
the
Republican
Taliban,
Party
let
is
a
split.
genocide happen in Syria, gave fucking the IRGC Kirkuk. Oh, but he killed Soleimani and Baghdadi. Those are foreign policy victories, I guess. Fucking empowered Kim Jong-un. That was a great one. Empowered Erdogan, empowered Putin.
With some leaders viewing the war as...
I'm still fucking laughing at the fact that he sent us a source that proved him wrong. That's so fucking funny. That's so fucking funny. I've never actually gone through and read a source that they've sent me, and it's even funnier now. I'm so glad it was on stream.
I have a Discord server with 10,000 people on it. How many are active?
it's a major U.S. security threat, and others saying it is a costly distraction.
Russia, for many of members of the Republican foreign policy establishment, is viewed as a declining power, and hence the Russian-Ukrainian war, from their standpoint, is a conflict that needs to be settled as quickly as possible, so that it does not drain the security resources of the United States.
No more military
As President Biden leads the international coalition coordinating military assistance to Ukraine with more than $175 billion in U.S. aid. He says America will
I was just thinking, like, Biden's hand comes off like it's one of those, like, you know, like you put it in the the prop hands, like the mannequin hands. They're like, you put the shirt on and then you attach the hand, like it just fucking his hand pops out when it's Zelensky has to shake it.
It would be funny.
Mm-hmm.
Please clap.
For as long as it takes.
The United States walks away, it will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm.
Biden has partially removed restrictions on Ukraine using U.S. weapons against military targets in Russia. That commitment means the policy of a second Biden term would likely mirror the first, with greater latitude for increasing economic pressure on Russia, says Catholic University of America professor Michael Kimmich.
Not as if they're determining their foreign policy on the basis of the election in some crude fashion.
Ukraine.
There are limits and constraints, and those would be very different in a second term, where
annex that northern little segment into Finland. And
yeah, this is my issue with terms in general, right here. So he's like, well, he wouldn't have to worry about it because in the second term he can take bigger risks. So it's like, okay, so you're telling me that to have good presidents, we need to give them the first term as a freebie, and then they need to get reelected, and then things can happen. Like, shut the fuck up. Get out of here with that shit. Oh, he doesn't need to worry about the polls or anything in the second term.
Like, the fact that
he does, though. He literally does, though, because he needs to still get the fucking majority in Congress. Like, dumb analysis, bro. Shut up.
I mean, if only it was that way, though. That it's like, oh, it's so easy to analyze. It's like, oh, the second term is going to be more aggressive because they don't have to care. Well, imagine if they didn't give a shit anyway, because their job is representing the people.
They do have to care because they need the fucking votes in Congress. You can't just fucking isn't that like Obama's second term? Like the Republicans won the Congress and fucking annihilated everything that he tried to do, making him fucking the cuck president.
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
Look at they literally only needed a fucking tan suit and Obamacare to fucking eviscerate that's eviscerated the Democrats majority. There's no reason the Democrats shouldn't have exploded in majority behind Obama.
Yeah. It's insane.
Should have been a better
Biden
president.
can no longer run for re-election in 2028, so he would be quite a bit freer.
The candidates' differences over Ukraine reflect their differing approaches to Russia, with Trump looking to improve ties with Moscow and Biden continuing to isolate Russia over its invasion of Ukraine. Tatiana Voroshko, VOA News, Washington.
I say we spank Russia until it learns its lesson.
A top North Korean military official on Monday criticized the US for increasing military.
Who's criticizing who? Oh no,
North Korea.
Oh no, they're criticizing us. Well, we better listen to what they have to say so we don't make them mad.
Aid to Ukraine, according to state media, a show of support for Moscow in the ongoing Ukraine war. A recent patch between Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un announced during Putin's visit to Pyongyang.
Okay,
I don't care.
Last
Our
week,
eagle's better than yours.
To provide immediate
yours
military
can't even make up what direction to look.
Either one of them, potentially enabling arms trading and strengthening their anti-US alliance. Both Washington and Seoul are concerned about the prospect of increased military cooperation between Moscow and Pyongyang, and have accused them of already violating international laws by trading arms for use against Ukraine. Russia and North Korea deny these claims. North Korea's Pak Jong-chon, the top official speaking in state media Monday, warned of a potential strong response from Moscow if the US pushes Ukraine towards a proxy war against Russia, possibly leading to a new world war. He referred to comments by Pentagon last week that Ukrainian forces can use US
support. It's not the car.
What?
I said there's a really funny picture people are sleeping on, and it's not the car.
Okay, I'm keen.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Is it Kim Jong-un driving?
No.
Applied weapons to strike Russian forces anywhere across the border into Russia. In a joint statement released the same day by Seoul's foreign ministry, officials from South Korea, the US, and Japan strongly condemn the deepening military ties between North Korea and Russia.
This is what the Ukrainian army is calling a barn tank. It's a bizarre-looking Russian battlefield vehicle captured by Kiev's forces, and it seems to highlight how troops are trying to adapt to the constant threat of drone attacks. The vehicle, built from a ramshackle rusted T-62 tank, was modified to have a boxy metal shell as its exterior, a cage at its rear, and electronic warfare devices attached to it. That's according to soldiers who spoke to Reuters after it was captured this week. Its canopy appeared to be built to protect against drones, particularly cheaply produced first-person view ones.
The ultimate cope cage.
Those are strapped with ammunition and flown to their target by a pilot watching a screen.
No, it's a
Ukrainian soldier.
I found it!
I don't even know what it is made of, but the tracks are protected.
You know,
a shell that hit it bent it a bit.
Is 1,000 words, right? A lot to process here. So you got like St. Peter's Basilica, you know, the church here, Putin here, fireworks. Like, look at Putin's face. Like, their faces is the funniest part.
Kim just looks old and sweaty and tired.
No, he's like concerned. It's like, does he like it? He doesn't like it because Putin's like, what is this? I got you a car, and this is what you fucking got me. I don't want to hang this in my home. I'm not taking this back with me.
It is made from platinum and gold.
But this protection is helpful. It prevents shells from going under, and it protects the tracks. It does give the crew an advantage for a certain short period of time.
Soldiers say the barn tank's main purpose was shuttling around food, ammunition, and troops. Dmytro added that getting in and out of the vehicle, carrying equipment through its tiny hatch, was difficult, and that visibility was very limited and the stench inside overwhelming. Aerial drone footage shot by the Ukrainian military and published
Russians be rot-maxing in their cope cages.
the tank being
like how you say rot-maxing now.
Along with a Russian crew. Kiev's forces then planted a Ukrainian flag on top of it.
Of maxing.
Nearly 28 months after Russia launched its full-scale invasion, the use of drones by both sides has become ubiquitous on the battlefield, making it harder for both sides to advance or operate safely. The Ukrainians say the vehicle was captured near Klishchivka, a village gripped by months of fighting near the Russian-occupied city of Bakhmut.
Sorry?
Ubiquitous, that's what koalas eat.
Sure.
Crash!
A tanker is passengers in the southern frontline city of Mykolaiv. In the third year of war, this has become the normal way to transport water.
Oh, fucking empty containers, bullshit.
Everyone in the city knows us and waits for us.
The line stretches 10 meters long, each person with several empty barrels.
This is smart. Turning your old trams into fucking logistics stuff like this.
Yeah.
People are already used to it, unfortunately. Both the old and the young.
Prevent? This is how you prevent?
I don't fucking know.
Cholera!
Oh, okay.
Draw that water constantly.
Nearly 500,000 residents live in Mykolaiv, and there has been no drinking water here since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion.
Russians decided to use a new type of weapon to leave a city of 500,000 people without water, and they blew up our water supply.
It was
not a new type of
not
weapon.
New, no.
That's like weapon zero.
Possible to immediately repair the damage. All water collection systems were in the neighboring Kherson region, occupied at the time. When Ukrainian forces partially took back part of the region from Russian control, the water supply was renewed, but not for long. The Russian army shelled it again from a distance.
We recorded from 3 to 2 dozen shell attacks every day. This water intake is located on the right bank of the Dnipro River, and the left is only 900 meters away.
The only option was to take water from the estuary on which the city stands. It is salty and suitable only for sewage needs, and it destroys pipes.
We had dozens and dozens of breaks. We had about as much water coming out of the pipes as we pumped.
Water distribution points were set up around the city to give out water from wells for drinking and cooking. Meanwhile, the tram carries water to places far away from these distribution points.
That's a good idea.
I carried water for a year, and then I bought a wheelbarrow. My hands hurt.
Yeah, this is the role that women play in war. Realistically, is what we're seeing. Right? You'll notice most of them are women. I think this is like we watched maybe 2 streams ago. We watched that
drivers.
That other one, the truck drivers, right? They're all starting to come out now, and funnily enough, it's all from VOA. But that's the kind of stories that they cover.
Propaganda.
Yeah. But it really realistically, Russia's probably having the same thing. There's probably a lot of women filling roles in Russia. I guarantee it.
There are 18 liters here, enough for 1 week for me.
Now, with the Russian invaders not far away, the city faces 2 challenges. The first is to replace damaged water pipes. The Danish government is assisting.
They help with new pipes, pumping equipment, and various utility equipment.
Oh, that's nice.
Right now, with Danish help, we are changing the water supply system in the entire neighborhood.
The other challenge is to build a water intake station. Officials have already identified a spot, but building the station will take time and a huge budget. The soonest they predict the city will have clean water on tap is next year. Lesia Baklets, VOA News, Mykolaiv, Ukraine.
Around 1 month after I started my YouTube channel, I started receiving messages from people saying that they see me online speaking Mandarin and they think it's not me. And someone is stealing my identity.
Did you know about this girl? I actually know about this.
Mm-hmm.
This is a crazy story.
Yeah.
Ukrainian student Olga Loyek was looking to create an audience on the internet. But not like this. The 21-year-old says her image has been taken and spun through artificial intelligence to create alter egos on Chinese social media platforms.
I found one today.
This is
like
just one of Loyek's.
channel, but it's reverse. It's a Chinese girl, but she's talking in English about the car.
Interesting.
And it was like
Is it
legitimately
Chinese cars.
It was like legitimate good information, like what it sounds like if a piston is broken, what it sounds like if a ball bearing is loose in your engine, and they all sounded the same, but they were definitely like different sounds. But like I wouldn't be able to fucking identify them by sound, you know.
Digital doppelgangers, who appears to be a Russian woman called Natasha. She's fluent in Chinese and wants to thank China for its support of Russia.
I saw that this is literally like my face speaking Mandarin, and on the background I'm seeing Kremlin and Moscow, and I'm like talking about things like how great Russia and China are, and I'm also like my clone is advertising different Russian products.
The fake accounts with Loyek's image have hundreds of thousands of followers in China, far more than Loyek herself. They've also sold tens of thousands of dollars in products. Some of the posts even include a disclaimer saying they may have been created using AI. Loyek's face is representative of an increasing number of young Russian women on Chinese social networks. The catch? None of these doppelgangers actually exist. Experts say they are AI generated using clips of real women found online, often without their knowledge. The avatars, like Loyek's, express their love of China and say they want to support Russia at war by selling products from their homeland.
China and Russia are good neighbors. China-Russia friendship lasts forever. And then she proceeds to advertise her Russian candies, and you can actually go here and you can buy the candies that she's advertising.
That's so funny.
Experts say the videos using the fake avatars often pitch products to single Chinese men.
If the clone is portrayed as a Russian woman, she would talk about things like, I really want to find a Chinese husband, and I really want to go.
It's just capitalism. This is incel capitalism with Chinese characteristics.
China and live there for the rest of my life and have a family there because like this country is so great. So a lot of propagandist motives I was seeing there.
Jim Chai is the CEO of XMOV, a company that develops advanced AI technology, but not involved in Loyek's predicament. He says the technology that creates such deepfakes is very common in China.
比如说要制作我的一个2D速成的技术，我可能通过30分钟是吧，录我的30分钟视频。那我说，哎，这30分钟视频完了以后，然后我把这个视频 我录播是吧？我重新播一下，那当然很真了。那当然你把语言换一换，那唯一要给的就是纯型。
Luyek's story sheds light on the risks of the potentially illegal or unethical applications of artificial intelligence. The use of deepfake technology has intensified concerns about how AI could add to misinformation, fake news, and copyright issues. In January, China issued draft guidelines for standardizing the AI industry, proposing to form more than 50 national and industry-wide standards for AI by...
Yeah, because China follows their own standards and guidelines as it is. That'll work, guys. That'll work. We should trust them like all the other things.
2026.
On Artificial Intelligence Act.
In Europe, the European Union's new AI Act imposes...
We were watching The Birdcage. It doesn't really hold up, but it's like, it was one of the first like gay movies, right? That was like a mainstream big budget gay movie, right? And so it's like, it's just like, so it's an old French play, but basically it's like the kids are getting married, the boy has 2 gay parents, the girl's parents are ultra conservatives, right? Anyway, at one point he goes into a scandal because the guy, it's like, I'm on the chair of the Moral Order Caucus or something, right? Because he's a senator. And the chair member literally is found dead in the bed of a black minor prostitute. And so he's like, oh, it's a big scandal. We got to find somebody to recover from this. The Pope, no, too controversial. And he goes, Billy Graham, nah, too liberal. And then so like, I had to explain like why this is actually like a good joke because it's a 1996 movie. I was like, at the time, saying Billy Graham being liberal is very funny. And then I sent her the Singapore episode because like she goes, what am I? Because they were saying something about like, because it's the conservative guy, the dad is saying something about socialism. And she goes, what am I? And I go, a normal person, like like I was like, do you vote Democrat? They're like, yeah. And I was like, okay, I guess you'd be uninvolved liberal. She goes, what type of like, what do they call our government? Like, what is it? And I'm like, a liberal democracy. And it's like, this is how like disengaged. And it's just funny because like how separate, like
this is ideal.
Like it's the only time my news brain shuts off is with her.
This is ideal.
Obligations on high-risk AI systems. Still, many governments around the world are scrambling to catch up with the pace of AI applications, and some, like Luyek, remain caught up in the middle.
I really do not like the fact that anyone can use anyone else's face to make them say anything you want. And I really don't like that my face can be posed as someone completely different, as someone who would never say these, like I am not the person who would say these things in my life. And I don't want anyone to believe that I would.
It is pretty crazy.
Leaders from 101 countries and organizations wrapped up 2 days of discussion on ending Russia's war in Ukraine with a show of unity against Russian aggression. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called for a diplomatic solution to end the war.
Oh my God.
Today, for the sake of
I just
diplomacy.
saw Kamala Harris, right? So like I was adding stuff to the list earlier. And I added a Kamala Harris thing. And she just goes, the wheels on the bus. And then like it took a minute and I realized she actually like was making a Kamala Harris joke. And she actually like knows enough that that fucking clip is somehow seen by her.
A little bit of self-awareness.
Yeah, it was just funny because like there's like no political engagement. It's just not what she cares about. So it was funny that she said that with Kamala Harris. I was not expecting it. Which is why I literally took me like 3 seconds to process she said it.
And Ukraine has always believed in the power of diplomacy. War is not our choice. It's Putin's choice. At the peace summit today, we will do everything we can to start moving towards real peace.
Russia was not invited, but just before the summit, President Vladimir Putin demanded that Ukraine withdraw from territory captured by Russia and abandon its goal of joining NATO. US and other representatives at the summit saw this as an ultimatum, saying Russia has no intention of fostering peace or real negotiations.
He is not calling for negotiations. He is calling for surrender.
Yeah, well then why did you invite him? You're the ones being disingenuous.
Do not come. Do not come.
Stands with Ukraine, not out of charity, but because it is in our strategic interest. We stand with delegations from more than 90 nations.
That soundbite. Do you know what the video it went to was?
No.
It's a statue of it's like a big bust of Soleimani's head, right? And so it's just it's just showing that as the video, and it's just going, "Do not come, do not come," and then it cuts to it being on fire, and it goes, "I'm gonna come." Oh,
that's awesome.
Who also have a strategic interest in a just peace in Ukraine.
China also did not attend the summit. Michael Carpenter, Senior Director for Europe at the National Security Council, says its absence reflects Beijing's support for Russia in the war, which he says has included providing Russia with defense technology and components.
We're talking about components like microcellulose, microprocessors, optics, other things that are directly used for Russian weapons that are not just being used in Ukraine, but for our European partners. It's important to understand that pose a long-term threat to European security.
Some African leaders also were present, highlighting the magnitude of the war in Ukraine, a leading producer of grain for the world. Speaking at the end of the meeting, Ghana president says the consequences of Russia's aggression extended far beyond Europe.
In many ways, Africa has been the greatest victim of the conflict. Consideration is given to the disruption of global trade, supply chains, lines, and the blockade of the Black Sea have had devastating impacts on our economies and our standards of living. High inflation, skyrocketing prices of foodstuffs.
Most of the participants in Switzerland signed the final document of the summit. However, some, including South Africa, Brazil, India, Saudi Arabia, and the United
Africa will just suffer instead while you fucking don't face any consequences for your actions as usual, white people.
The Arab Emirates abstained. Ukrainian representatives announced the start of preparations for the next summit, which they aim to organize before the U.S. presidential elections. Representatives of some of the nations said they hope to see Russia at the negotiating table then. The summit participants agreed that Ukraine needs a just peace based on international law and the UN Charter. And this gathering was the first step.
Soldiers practiced their ceremonial march in front of Hanoi's monument to the revolutionary martyrs, those who died in the American War. Last-minute rehearsals before the arrival of Russia's president, Vladimir Putin.
When we say martyrs here, it's not some weird religious thing. But when it's other countries, it's always like, you can't call them martyrs. That means they're communist. I know, but like Elon Musk literally recommended War Monitor, and then War Monitor said that the fucking he said that martyrs died on Hamas's side on October 7th, right? And he immediately was like, I can't believe you called them martyrs. I resent my recommendation to look at you. It's like,
what do you expect? You promoted a Russian propaganda channel.
He was directly translating Shaheed. But when it's like this, like, okay, these people were martyrs because they died in a battle. And you'll notice like other commie organizations like the YPJ, like they refer to people as martyrs as well.
Yes, they do.
Even though they do use Shaheed if they're talking in Kurdish.
But I guess they're translating.
Yeah, so I don't know why we fucking do this thing when it's specifically Islam and associate it with like Joan of Arc being a martyr because she refused to convert to Protestantism based. That's why they burned her, by the way. She didn't convert to Protestantism.
The Protestants burnt her?
Yeah. Yeah,
and that
it was a war between England and France.
Are these the people who claim that Islam is uncivilized? Is that
the Protestants?
Is that a Protestant thing? Is that what the Protestants would be like? Oh, Islam is the uncivilized religion.
I mean, racist.
And they
tend to be Protestant.
Yeah, and then they burned someone, killed someone because they didn't convert. Yeah, very civilized.
Protestants are going to come yell at me, be like, actually, it's because she was a heretic and claims she spoke to God. She was a fucking loon, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck.
She was fucking Bugs Bunny level crazy.
Russia is more than just diplomatic ties. Professor Nguyen lived and taught in Russia for 20 years. But it was his time as a young soldier on the front line, fighting against America with Soviet weapons, that cemented the bond.
In Vietnam, we say, one piece of food when hungry equals a box of food when full. We were hungry, dying, and in a very difficult situation. Russia helped us with food and ammunition. Thanks to that, we stood firm on the battlefield and held our ancestral lands.
The military ties are still strong.
Bro.
Vietnam uses...
How did you find us?
So I was just reading
curious.
this real quick. You're going to love this. So the court found her guilty of heresy and she was burned at the stake. The verdict was later nullified at her rehabilitation trial, which was overseen by Inquisitor General, whatever, some French guy. So it's like, oh, don't worry, her fucking guilty verdict was overturned after she was executed.
Yeah, great. Too little, too late, huh?
Russian-made weapon systems, but recently supplies have been harder to get because of the war in Ukraine. A new generation of soldiers is looking to diversify. For a vibrant Southeast Asian economy, a strong relationship with Russia may seem strange, but as it struggles to counter the influence of China and the US, modern Vietnam could find Putin a useful ally.
I quite like Russian President Putin. I hope this visit will increase solidarity, cooperation, and friendship between Russia and Vietnam.
I feel like this is an honor for Vietnam and Russia too, because I think with this visit, Russia will expand the cooperative relationship with Vietnam and strengthen the economic and diplomatic development of our country.
For a state visit, this one is going to be relatively short. It's thought that Russia's president will only be here for about 24 hours. But the deep ties between Russia and Vietnam will ensure he gets a warm welcome. And that's relatively rare for Vladimir Putin when he travels overseas. Tony Chang, Al Jazeera, Hanoi.
Make sure to subscribe.
Coming up on SBS World News, days after Vladimir Putin's visit to Vietnam, the US to deploy a diplomat there to counter Russian influence. The US rushes to get advanced air defence missiles to Ukraine, shifting its delivery priorities from other countries. And from MASH to the Hunger Games, a look back on the life and career of Donald Sutherland, who's died aged 88.
I don't care.
Good evening. Vietnam has become the focus of escalating diplomatic activity. Days after Russia's president signed a defence pact with the Southeast Asian nation, a top US diplomat is on his way for a visit. His mission is to stress Washington's commitment to a free and open...
North Korea is not a Southeast Asian nation. They're Eastern Asian.
Sure.
China, Korea, Japan, Eastern Asian. Everything else, Southeast Asian, okay?
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair distinction.
Indo-Pacific region. President Vladimir Putin's Asian tour has seen him build support for the war in Ukraine, which has the West and South Korea increasingly concerned. Seoul has tonight...
Yes.
Okay, so it is Southeast Asian.
Summoned the Russian ambassador, angry at Putin's deal.
No, not this time.
Okay. Sorry for yelling at you, honey.
It was after he went to North Korea is I think what happened.
Yeah, but I said I thought
yeah,
she
I
was
know.
yeah. So I'm wrong. She's a queen. She's
Much
right.
to toast to. A successful trip to Vietnam for the Russian leader, who found a renewed friend and partner in Vietnam. His welcome was more subdued than North Korea just days ago, but it wasn't without performance. President To Lam forthcoming in his support for Russia, entering into a similar defence pact as North Korea, which requires both states to offer support in the face of aggression.
Hai bên mong muốn thúc đẩy hợp tác quốc phòng an ninh,
North
ứng phó với
Korea
những thách thức an ninh phi truyền thống trên cơ sở luật pháp,
Vietnam
quốc tế, đóng góp cho hòa bình, an ninh, khu
did
vực
upgrade their
và thế giới.
friendship, I guess.
Vietnam has often abstained from picking sides in international...
I mean, wait, is it...
Because you know what this means is they just signed a pact that when fucking Vietnam goes to war with China, Russia has to side with them.
Yeah,
Putin's the one who got fucked on this deal. Vietnam W.
Yeah, that's interesting. So that's a weird thing to make a deal about. I don't know.
National disputes, but Putin's visit has been seen as inflammatory by the US, one of Vietnam's top trading partners.
Shut up.
He will send a high-level envoy to Vietnam on Friday. Mr. Putin's earlier visit to North Korea also drew criticism.
Say
the
that
State Department said the new deal is incredibly concerning and prompted Republican and Democratic senators to introduce a bill declaring Russia
this is terrorism.
of terrorism.
It is time for us to push back. Now is the moment, above all other moments.
In a sign of defiance, the US and South Korea Air Forces held drills over South Korea on Thursday.
Oh, come on. What are
Seoul
you,
going as far
China?
to say it would now
This is
reconsider
such
sending
baby
weapons to
shit,
Ukraine.
bro. Come on, grow
정부는
up.
어제 북한과 러시아가 포괄적인 전략적 동반자 관계에 관한 조약을 체결하여
Wasting fucking
방어
missiles
군사
and
경제적
fuel
협력을
just to
강화하기로 한 데
fucking
대해
be like, hey, look at us, we have planes. Don't forget, we have
At a
planes
parting
that can
press
do
conference at
things.
Hanoi Airport, President Putin took aim at the West and South Korea.
Те, кто поставляет это оружие, считают, что они с нами не воюют. Ну, я
And you
вот
definitely
и
have
сказал, в том
a
числе
really,
и
really
CNN,
large
что мы
dick.
тогда
Your
оставляем за
peepee
собой право
is
поставлять оружие в другие
gigundo.
регионы мира. Имея в виду наши договоренности с Корейской Народно-Демократической Республикой, я и этого не исключаю.
Mr. Putin once again raising the stakes, showing the West he's not without allies. Georgia Ma, SBS World News.
It's been revealed the US and China have resumed nuclear arms talks for the first time in 5 years. The semi-official discussions started 3 months ago with Chinese representatives offering reassurances they won't. The US has pledged that all Patriot missiles.
Oi.
It's okay when we do it.
Two countries try to stabilise relations. The US has pledged that all Patriot missile interceptors produced over the next 16 months will go to Ukraine instead of the countries that ordered them. Washington has also expanded the scope of Ukraine's use of US-supplied weapons against Russian forces.
Epic.
The aftermath of Ukraine.
I think that's new information.
What?
That seems like new information. I don't think we've heard that before.
What?
That all the new Patriots are going to Ukraine.
Oh, I didn't hear.
They give them air defense instead of everybody who's ordered them.
Yeah.
They're
But
all
they need the
there.
batteries, not the missiles. That's the fucking issue. They only have like 2 Patriot batteries, bro.
Is that what they're saying? Is that it's the missiles?
That's
not
the issue. Like they need they need more batteries, not missiles.
Well, maybe that's what they're talking
Iranian
about.
drone attacks on Russian oil refineries
giving them
overnight.
more batteries.
These in the Tambov and Adygea regions, another in the Krasnodar region, and also in Sevastopol. Russia claims to have destroyed 7 ammunition depots in Ukraine and continues to hit energy infrastructure. Washington scrambling to counter the attacks before winter arrives. The Pentagon giving the green light for Ukraine to use US-supplied weapons anywhere Russian forces attack across the border, not just in the region near Kharkiv. The development coming shortly after this announcement.
The United States government has made the difficult but necessary decision to reprioritize near-term planned deliveries of foreign military sales to other countries of particularly Patriot and NASAM missiles.
Why are they making him talk? Why is the snatch next to him talking?
I don't know.
That was weird. Fucking talking vagina.
Patriot battery is the only defense system proven capable of shooting down Russian hypersonic missiles. That makes it top of the wish list for Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky thanking Romania, the latest country to commit its patriots to the front lines.
There you go, more. Maybe what's happening is America's giving them more missiles while NATO countries give them more batteries.
Well,
maybe that's the back room.
His negotiations with those.
But maybe that's the backroom negotiations that Zelensky has been doing. Is he's not relying on America for the batteries, but relying on the other European countries.
Mm-hmm. Because it doesn't matter, because America, if those countries get attacked, America will bring their batteries there anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Працюємо з командою щодо постачання ще кількох Patriot.
Norway also stepping in.
And I don't think people can fathom how quickly America could move basically their entire military to Europe.
Bro,
it would take a day.
We literally can deploy a portable Burger King in a day.
Like, if Russia really wants to fuck around, America will show them what the fuck is
No
up.
other country can deploy a Burger King from a plane.
Like, this is not bias or anything. This is purely just being aware of capabilities. Russia can't even take Ukraine in 3 days. America could deploy pretty much its entire military to Europe in I'm gonna give it 3 days.
They're
I'll
like
say
Rainer,
72 hours.
they can just pump out those biotroops wherever they need.
72 hours? Yeah, 72. That's the one, right? Yeah, 72. 3 days. In 72 hours, I reckon the US could get pretty much their entire forces to Europe. This is not World War II.
to meet surging global demand for military equipment.
And then they'll send their bombers the other way to fuck you up as they get there. That's what would happen.
Unveiling its new weapons manufacturing capability.
Like, if Russia and Iran and like there's, I don't see even manpower. I just don't see it. America's Air Force alone would just decimate everything. Add on top of that the barrage of shit coming from the Navy. You wouldn't even need the army.
America doesn't commit air assets at the risk that a plane could get a scratch on it.
Abilities.
After the outbreak of the full-scale war in Ukraine, we are in a situation where most Western countries have donated substantially from their own stocks and need to replenish.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is now signaling that he's considering changing Russia's nuclear doctrine. Currently, such weapons can only be used in response to a nuclear attack or in the event of a conventional attack that poses an existential threat.
I thought you were always going to strike first.
Russia does not need to carry out a preemptive
policy the whole time.
Nuclear strike because, quote, in a retaliatory counterstrike, the enemy will be guaranteed to be destroyed. Alexandra Jones, SBS World News.
Okay.
With the stroke of a pen, Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un are ushering in a new era of cooperation between their two countries.
Watch out!
The leaders signed an
It's the danger
extensive new
woman.
pact Wednesday that includes a pledge to help each other if either country comes under attack, at a time when both face escalating tensions with the West.
This is a truly breath.
What is going on? Hold on a second.
I know, right?
I must have put heaps of stories about this one in. And no, it's just Russian stuff. Okay.
There's so many of these.
Communist Party leaders in Vietnam.
It's all right. Jesus Christ. I hate this. I hate this so much. What's with the toast?
Because that's like a stereotype in anime where they're always late. They can't get their shoes on and they're like eating toast and stuff when they're tripping and falling. So she's like late to work, so she's eating her toast to breakfast as she's running to work and tripping and falling. So it's literally a trope in anime.
Sure. That's fucking weird. Like, if you're spending your time drawing that shit, that's fucking weird, bro. Go outside.
As police across the United States shut down protests over the Israel-Hamas war, journalists say they are also being targeted.
You're filming this, right, Genevieve?
Yep.
Yes.
Here, 4 officers detain and handcuff columnist Robin Epley of California's Sacramento Bee, covering protesters during a recent city council meeting.
This one in particular, though, is so egregious because the people who were doing this to me are the people who are supposed to keep us safe. The police department is supposed to uphold the law.
Ah, you silly
And in
lib.
reality, what they were doing was breaking it.
Sacramento
you
police
silly
in an
lib.
email blamed Epley for not wearing a newly created city press credential. But Epley and others say
Oh my god. They made... Oh my god. First Amendment.
police violated a 2021
You don't need a fucking press card to do journalism. Fuck you. Like, it is... Like, look, I understand having press credentials for, like, the presidential press briefings, right? I get that.
I'm going to take out my context. They're getting too dry on me.
Like, I get that. I get press credentials for presidential briefings and meeting high dignitaries and shit like that. You've got to have, like, security checks because the big authorities are coming to meet. You can't have them in danger. But, like, this is city, what they say? City hall? Something
blamed
like that?
Epley for not wearing a newly created city press credential.
police department is supposed to
email blamed Epley.
And in reality, what they were doing was breaking it.
Sacramento police in an email blamed Epley for not wearing a newly.
Hold on.
Police across the United States shut down protests over the Israel-Hamas war. Journalists say they are also being targeted.
Are you filming this, right, Genevieve?
Yep.
Yes.
Here, 4 officers detained and handcuffed columnist Robin Epley of California's Sacramento Bee, covering protesters during a recent city council meeting.
This one.
It's fucking city council. They're arrested. Oh my god. Even better. It's city council. It's not even like anything major. It's the most local of local governments. And you need press credentials to cover your local government? A 6-year-old can do this job. In fact, this is probably a 6-year-old's first job, is going to city councils and doing like
a 6-year-old first job. Okay,
basic like basic cadet journalism sort of shit, right? Is like a kid will have a little phone and start filming themselves because they like a news person, right?
Class project.
Yeah, like that's where you go. Do they need press credentials? What the fuck is this? It's the United States. I literally would prefer to go to the United States because of the First Amendment. And you're telling me that you're doing Australian shit now? What the fuck is wrong with people in California? Fucking stand up for yourselves, you idiots. Or this is going to keep happening.
For not wearing a newly created city press credential. But Epley and others say police violated a 2021 California law that specifically protects journalists covering protests. California State Senator Mike McGuire wrote the law in response to the protests over the 2020 police murder of unarmed African-American George Floyd. McGuire says at that time, police assaulted and arrested the press for doing their jobs.
And in many cases, journalists put their own lives on the line to be able to bring all of us at home the story. And so what we know is that SB 98, it provides some of the strongest press protections in all of America.
Okay. Conflicts between police and journalists during George Floyd protests led to police policy changes in Minnesota, Los Angeles, New York, and elsewhere. But the problem persists, according to the U.S. Press Freedom Tracker. The group's data show police arrested or detained 36 journalists covering Israel-Hamas demonstrations since October.
What is at stake here is our constitutional rights, our human rights. You know, the First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of the press. There is no regard for that from law enforcement.
This is probably something that we should also incorporate into our thing, is legal protections and like.
Yeah. That's why you partner with the unions and get the credentials.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. Is that the people who were under umbrella would never be somewhere where they didn't have the credentials required.
Mm-hmm.
Farina shot this video of a journalist knocked down and then arrested by New York
Love
police.
That. She's just like, picture, bitch. That's great.
She's covering the May protest at Columbia University. He's captured other instances of New York police assaulting reporters. The New York Police Department hasn't responded to VOA's emailed and phone request for comment.
It's so funny.
NYPD recently paid
pushback cops acting tough with helmets on like that.
Paid $10 million to settle a 2021 lawsuit brought by journalists and protesters who say police assaulted and arrested them without cause during 2020's George Floyd social justice protests.
It was not only a monetary settlement, but we sought equitable relief. We wanted the police to do things and change their policies and change their training regarding how at least journalists were treated.
These police and press conflicts during protests aren't unique to the U.S. UNESCO finds that covering protests anywhere in the world is one of a journalist's most dangerous assignments.
Mm-hmm.
The UN adds, police forces are a critical part of that danger journalists face.
They sure
Robin
are.
Guess, VOA News.
Boeing may yet face
But
criminal
police are the good
charges,
guys.
according to sources.
Of course.
I want you to notice something. Common villain in movies, especially kids' movies and things like that, journalist. Who's the hero in all the movies? Not journalists. They're the villains. It's always the police who are the heroes of the movies, isn't it?
I disagree.
What? You can think of movies where journalists are the heroes against police?
Mm-hmm. Not necessarily against police, but journalists are commonly in the more protagonist light. Yes, I would say
they are often in where they're like interlopers in like people's businesses and stuff.
I would say that's more on the private detective side of stuff.
I don't know, like Birdcage journalists were doing that to the conservative guy technically was the villain. There was no villain in the Birdcage, but
I mean, technically Spider-Man's a photojournalist, but yes.
And Beethoven, I know that one of the guys is a journalist, and the other guy wants to find big dogs so they can shoot them in the head to test ballistics on bullets they're making.
Look, that's
the plot to Beethoven, bro. Shooting dogs in the head to test bullets.
But there's always
insane.
But have you noticed there's always a good journalist in the movies, right? There's always a bad one and a good one, kind of like a bad cop.
Sometimes there's a good journalist. His name's Clark Kent. Journalists are villains way more than cops are. Cops are always the hero.
Say prosecutors are recommending the move after finding the plane maker violated a settlement related to 2 fatal crashes. Boeing had been shielded from criminal charges over the loss of 2 737 MAX jets in 2018.
Positively portrayed in many things. Piper in Fallout is a cool journalist. I like Piper.
In what?
Fallout. Fallout 4, one of the main companions. Like there's like 3 main companions, and the other ones are like ones that you'll come across, but like you have to have an interaction with the dog, Piper, and Nick. And I think the other ones do have quests that are in the main line, but like those are definitely the 3 main ones.
In 2019, under the terms of a deal agreed in 2021, the company avoided prosecution for conspiracy to commit fraud over design flaws with the planes. That was in return for overhauling its compliance procedures and submitting regular reports. It also agreed to pay $2.5 billion to settle an investigation into the crashes. However, the sources say prosecutors have now concluded that Boeing did not honor the terms of the deal. That follows the mid-air blowout on another MAX jet earlier this year, which revived concerns over the firm's quality controls. There was no comment on the report from the Justice Department or Boeing, which
Superman
has previously insisted it met all terms set by the 2021
Spider-Man
deal.
Is too. That's
photojournalist, but yes, a journalist. Where Clark Kent is more a traditional media journalist. Modern incarnations of like spin-off shows have a lot of like positive journalism stuff. A lot of preteen sort of teen shows have a lot of like school journalists uncovering plots of the evil corporation trying to fuck over the kids sort of thing. Is a very common trope of like that good-natured student journalism sort of thing. Well, it depends what you're looking at, but like Riverdale is a good one.
Okay, you got one.
Right? There's I'm really bad at recalling actual like instances, but most I would argue most teen dramas have a student journalist. But again, they are either the really annoying nosy person or they're the really good sort of
they can be swapped out for the AV club kid.
Yes, actually, yes, you're 100% correct. They're always posited as a social loner. Almost always. They're almost always by themselves at the journalism club. Even though whether they're good or bad in that movie, they're always by themselves or like one other person. So it is kind of interesting. It's very interesting.
Before Congress last week, Chief Executive Dave Calhoun insisted the firm was striving to address its problems.
Much has been said about Boeing's culture. We've heard those concerns loud and clear. Our culture is far from perfect, but we are taking action and we are making progress.
Now it's not clear exactly what charges might be brought, with possible penalties including a big fine. It's thought the company would be reluctant to negotiate a settlement if it meant pleading guilty, as that could see it hit with extra business restrictions.
They literally made a movie about what we did to ISIS, apparently.
Relatives of victims in the two fatal crashes have long criticized Boeing's exemption from prosecution. They protested inside and outside Congress during Calhoun's appearance, demanding that the company...
But like as I was saying, like I'm not very good at like recalling stuff, but I can explicitly remember multiple instances where I've seen stuff exactly as I described.
Okay, I guess this movie is just okay, but it's literally about shit we did to ISIS. Production. The film is based on French journalist Anna Ali's book Skin of a Jihadist about the investigation into the recruitment of young women in ISIS. So the movie's like about they create a new Facebook profile under the alias. She creates a persona online of a woman who recently converted to Islam. Soon she's contacted by Belial, classic name, an ISIS fighter from Syria. They begin to talk to each other regularly, and after some time she begins to develop romantic feelings for him. What the fuck, bro? They had me going. I was like, wow, they can actually, like, something depicted the shit we would do, and boom, Camp X-Ray again.
Yeah.
Gotta fuck the detainees. Love story. What about if the Gitmo Tochua fell in love with the detainee?
Company face criminal charges. Boeing is closing in on a deal to buy back Spirit Aerosystems, a former subsidiary that plays a big role in making its jets. The US aerospace giant wants to take it back as part of moves to improve quality control. The firm has been in the spotlight since a mid-air blowout on one of its...
I'm going to note that now. Anytime I see a depiction of a journalist, I'll write it down. And I'll note it. Because I'm actually curious about this now.
I literally, in college, I remember this very vividly, but I had literally just watched Beethoven, where they were like, wanted to just shoot big dogs in the head. And I asked in class, hey, it was like orientation, you know, I was like, how come journalists are so often depicted as villains as movies? And she goes, we'll get to that. Never did. So she seemed like she had an answer for it, but
awesome. I don't have access to New York Times.
No, it's a free article. You can keep scrolling through it.
I don't have an account.
No. You can keep scrolling. I was scrolling through it. I could read it just fine, even though it was telling me to join.
Its jets revived concerns over the safety of its planes.
Not me.
Reaching agreement with arch-rival Airbus had been the big problem. The European company didn't want Boeing owning factories that make major parts for some of its latest aircraft. However, sources say talks have made good progress. With
I know one that you didn't mention that's like about journalism that was like where they're the hero. Spotlight, it's about the journalist who fucking exposed the Catholic Church fucking kids.
Oh, no shit. I haven't seen that.
Citizen Kane, definitely a villain.
Yeah.
So that's the only time. Spotlight, it's based on a true story. That's why journalists are the heroes. Because when you actually base it on reality.
Yeah. Well, there's the Killing Fields one here. Which could, as a film about journalism, it underscores a reporter's responsibility to his source. A movie that would be interesting to do about, Civil War. Literally war photographer. Like the Civil War movie is literally following and about the ethics of war photography and capturing war footage as an observer, a neutral observer, and doing your job as a neutral observer. Have you seen it yet?
No.
Don't watch it.
Wasn't planning on it.
It'll fuck you up.
I was gonna watch Men first if I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah. And if you do watch it in parts because you won't. I'm not sure how sensitive you'd be to that sort of stuff, but it would. I feel like it would be.
Well, considering what Jake said about it, I don't think it's really going to faze me, and I'm going to find it stupid and not realistic at all.
Okay, interesting.
Considering what he said.
Things in July.
He said from a war journalist perspective, it was fucking awful.
I mean, sure. From what aspect though?
Well, that's what he gave an entire review as a war journalist. He wasn't giving a review whether he liked the movie or not, but specifically as it's a war journalist.
Okay.
He said it was awful.
Okay. Could you send? I'm assuming it's on Twitter. Can you send it to me because I didn't say that on.
I mean, I don't have it saved.
Yeah, but if you can find it, because I'm not very good at searching Twitter.
Northern Ireland. Boeing spun off Spirit back in 2005. Now the exact timing of a buyback deal is unclear, though the sources said it could come within weeks. Besides the quality concerns, Boeing has also become worried about Spirit's financial condition. It posted a net loss of $617 million in the first quarter and burned through $444 million in cash, far more than analysts expected. There was no comment from Boeing on the latest reports, while Airbus would only say that discussions were taking place.
Now to a chaotic scene in West Los Angeles over the weekend. Now to a chaotic scene.
Boeing is closing in on a deal to buy back.
As a war reporter, basically don't hang around with the sorts of journalists portrayed in this film. They will get you killed. That's the only thing Civil War got right. Because, like, I believe it's like they're also like to be politically ambiguous. He wrote them like they're like, what, a war?
Now to a
we don't know anything that's going on. We're just cultural observers. Like the research you have to do before going into a conflict zone to like even know like what faction is what faction, recognizing symbols of like certain things. Like, get out of here.
Chaotic scene in West.
Well, yeah. I mean, because the premise of the movie was interviewing Nick Offerman's character, the president, before the Californian forces killed him, is basically the gist of the movie. So I guess, yeah, that's pretty much what it was. It would be like if American forces invaded Syria to kill Assad, it would be the journalists racing to interview Assad before the Americans put a bullet through his head. That's essentially what the plot of the movie is. But I'm also very good at disconnecting myself from reality when watching movies, so I really enjoyed it.
Los Angeles over the weekend, violence broke out between a group of pro-Palestinian protesters and supporters of Israel outside a synagogue. Video from the scene Sunday appears to show people yelling at each other, and there are reports of people throwing punches and using protest signs as weapons. Police and riot gear were called in to break up the tense situation. NBC News correspondent David Noriega has been following this story for us from Los Angeles. So, David, we've seen a lot of protests over the last few months, but how serious did this end up being, and have any arrests been made?
Yeah, Zinkley, I mean, this was serious, if only because of the amount of attention that it's getting, including from elected officials at local, state, and national levels. Even the president posted a tweet about it, mostly because this protest and the altercations happened outside of a synagogue in a very heavily Jewish part of West LA. Now, the reason that there was a protest at that synagogue in the first place is because there was an event being held in the synagogue promoting real estate in Israel, including with participation from a company that has in the past promoted property listings in Israeli settlements in the West Bank. That is why protesters targeted this particular event. Now, it did devolve into violence. The LAPD says that there were several physical altercations between protesters and counter-protesters, and there was one arrest of a person at the protest who was carrying what the police described as a spiked pole, presumably some kind of sign or flagpole. The LAPD also says that it's investigating 2 official reports of battery. Now, in terms of violence, this is certainly less than what we saw during the encampment on the UCLA campus here in LA a couple of months ago. But again, in terms of the amount of attention that it's getting, and any kind of violence around this particular issue is going to be significant and something that's going to get a lot of attention. Sinclair?
Always important reporting. David Noriega, thank you so much.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
His review
2 years ago today, I think many of us remember where we were. 2 years ago today, the highest court in our land, the Court of Thurgood and RBG, took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America.
What were you watching? It was
day,
Only the Dead, the fucking, that guy, psychopath journalist, bro.
Only the Dead.
Yeah, the documentary you're watching where he was literally filming over the shoulder of people actively in sniper combat.
Dude, yeah, crazy. Like, the balls on this cunt.
Yeah, that's the type of journalist Jake's talking about. They get you killed.
Yeah, that's a perfect example. 100%.
I actually made a prediction that overturning Roe v. Wade would be the opening shot on a full-on assault, state by state, on reproductive freedom. And that is exactly what happened. Over the past 2 years in states across...
Shut up. I just fucking hate this shit. I hate this fucking virtue signaling shit.
Yeah.
It's a fucking hellscape, bro. But it's like we get it. We get it. Like, do something. Don't you know that this is their fault? Okay. And what are you doing about it? Blaming them.
Mm-hmm.
Our nation, extremists have proposed and passed.
The meme where it's like, I don't want a solution. I just want to be angry.
Laws that criminalize doctors and punish women. Laws that limit access to contraception and to fertility treatments like IVF. Even some of them trying to revive laws from the 1800s. This is a healthcare crisis. And we all know who was to blame.
Yeah.
Donald Trump.
We don't care.
And how do we know?
We do
Well,
not
as many of
care
you know, I'm a
who's to
former
blame.
prosecutor.
What are you doing about it?
Exactly.
So let's just look at the facts, shall we?
He did it first.
When he was in the White House,
he started it.
Donald Trump handpicked three members of the United States Supreme Court because he intended
childish, bro.
for them to overturn Roe v. Wade. And as he intended, so
you hear them?
It was premeditated. Since extremist legislators across our nation have passed ban after ban after ban, he had accomplices. And Trump has not denied.
And they have addresses and names.
Much less show
advocate
remorse
for something
for his actions. Instead, he, quote, proudly takes credit for overturning Roe. So it comes down to this. Donald Trump thinks the government is in a better position to tell women what's in their best interest.
Too many flags.
Than women are to know for themselves. But Joe Biden and I trust women.
Oh my God.
We didn't trust you to be
and
president.
Women trust all of us to fight.
You don't give a fuck about anyone. Shut up. Politician.
For their most
I'm here to pander for your vote while I
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about
to solve the problem. I just point the finger.
Tune ABC News exclusive.
Okay, so this is 2 years old. This is context.
The new lawsuit about the unintended firing of a type of handgun widely used by police. Senior investigative correspondent David Scott, new member of our team. Welcome to GMA. Thanks for bringing us the story.
Thank you so much. Good morning to you all. Well, no one needs a gun that goes off by itself, but that's exactly what's being alleged in a new lawsuit.
What do you mean?
That
Now
dozens
guns
of such
do
incidents
kill
have occurred
people?
across the country involving a popular handgun and experienced police officers. Brittany Hilton is a mother of 3 daughters.
Now do Alec Baldwin.
Detective at the Bridge City Police Department in Texas. She never imagined what she says happened last winter inside her station house. Take me back to December 1st.
It was a normal day. I
You
grabbed my
dropped
purse
your
and I put
gun?
the 2 straps on my forearm. My purse kind of swings out and I hear a loud pop. My first thought was our gun's gone off. Then I took 1 step and I felt this pain. It felt
An anti-cop gun? Interesting.
Starting to
Where do
sound
I
like
purchase
a
one of
cool-
these?
Reach for the cops gun. Don't drop it though.
They can't say that again.
felt like a
Now
hot
I'm
rod of metal
paralyzed.
had just been
I'm paralyzed, and now they call me the Oracle, and I do Batman's missions for them.
placed not only in my private but through my leg.
The gun was Hilton's police service weapon, which she says was holstered in her purse. A semi-automatic pistol called
In
the
a
Sig Sauer
holster.
P320.
Huh?
In a holster, still fucking did it.
Wild.
She insists it went off on its own. Hilton has now filed a $15 million federal lawsuit, alleging that the P320 has serious design and manufacturing flaws.
It has a clear capacity to fire without the trigger being pulled under certain conditions.
According to Hilton's lawsuit, quote, there have been at least 54 reported uncommanded discharges of the P320, occurring over the last 5 years in 22
Wait,
states
you mean
and
to
Washington,
tell me
D.C.
the military just adopted this pistol as their service pistol?
Sig Sauer has not yet filed a response in court to
Wait, you
Hilton's
mean to
suit.
tell me that they're
Never.
going to be issuing it to basically anyone who's a fire team or squad team leader, so there's going to be even more of these guns that just shoot people randomly out in the field for all these people to fucking drop on rocks and shit?
Yeah, in military circumstances. Very cool.
Epic.
In my wildest dreams would I have believed that my gun would just have shot me.
At least 9 other lawsuits pending against Sig Sauer
If I
also
had
claim the
if
gun
I
went off by
had-
itself.
If I had a P320, my number one thing would be, hey, this gun can shoot me.
Sig Sauer denied our request for comment, but has publicly stated, quote, the P320 meets and exceeds all U.S. standards for safety. In the past, the company has blamed plaintiffs for mishandling the gun and said in a report to Hilton's...
If you drop it at the perfect angle where it lands on the fucking very part where the slide is, it will fucking shoot you in the leg. Or worse.
Police department at the time, quote, a foreign object entered the trigger guard, causing the pistol to discharge.
Unbelievable.
There is no way that anything could have gotten into my purse, into the trigger guard, and pulled that trigger.
Joshua,
that's a lot of jumping to conclusions and a lot of things going wrong.
Especially when they know that you drop the gun and it goes off.
Harrison is a firearms expert and consultant for ABC News. We asked him to review material from Hilton's legal team. He says the company offered an upgrade in 2017 that he believes should have cured the misfire issue.
I have not seen enough to convince me that the upgraded version is dangerous.
Several of the pending lawsuits involve the upgraded version of the gun. Is it a mystery to you what's going wrong with the updated version?
I do not have an explanation for why the updated version should have these complaints from trained individuals. If it's not legal momentum, then it would have to be some other mechanism of failure.
Detective Hilton says she now lives in pain and worries the same thing will happen to another officer. You think about that?
Every day.
What about
recently? Hilton's department has concluded that the incident was an uncommanded discharge. The department is taking the P320.
That's a funny term.
Out of service. They're still.
All right, we need to talk about the Sig Sauer P320. It's a pistol I've featured on the channel multiple times. I've suggested certain configurations of it, and it was actually in the very first video I ever published on the channel because at the time, I had a P320 compact in my EDC.
I do not know who this person is. They were just talking about it and there's a lawsuit, so...
So a federal jury just awarded Robert Lang of Georgia $2.3 million in a product liability case against Sig Sauer. He claimed that he was shot in the leg by his P320 while he was unholstering it, and he did not interact with the trigger. So, of course, this brings up a lot of issues that the pistol has had over the years, and there's been a lot of controversy, which is why I want to address it, because I've talked about the pistol and featured it so many times, and I've started to develop my thought process as to how I will move forward with this platform and what I might suggest in order to make it more safe, I guess. So I do want to mention that Midway USA is the biggest supporter of the channel. Thanks to them, I can get out here and make videos like this one. And of course, even if it hurts their business model, they let me be as honest as possible as I can be with you. Which plaintiff didn't provide the burden of proof required in order to show how. I don't care if it kills me, it's a SIG. The pistol itself actually discharged and whether or not it was actually faulty, and they are defending their design, saying that it's inherently safe. Now, here's the thing. Here's my thoughts on it. This is what I want to share with everybody because some of this stuff is kind of out there, but not everyone really has a universal understanding of it. And this is where I'm at based on years of research and data, because ever since I've owned this pistol, there's been issues, right? We started with the drop safe issue and we moved on from there. And so I've been keeping a close eye on it because, you know, I want to be safe with firearms. So first and foremost, this is my P320 M18. And you'll notice it has a manual safety on it.
Okay, this is the military one that we're talking about.
So in order to move forward in this conversation, I want to show you what it's like without that. So go ahead. Better than an ATF agent? Let me know in the comments. So here we have a different grip module with a different FCU, which does not have a manual safety. And this is usually the configuration you see involved with these lawsuits and with all these other issues going on with the P320 as a platform. And my conclusion as to the reason behind this is because this is akin to a 1911 with no manual safety. And what do I mean by that? The way this gun is designed and the way it functions is that the striker is fully cocked at rest, I guess you could say, right? And what that means is that the only thing keeping the striker from engaging the round is the sear safety, which has to drop and allow the striker to move forward. Or I guess that's my layman's understanding of it.
I know exactly what the fault is.
Yeah.
As soon as he said that, it's the sear. It drops the pin. It has to be. That's the only explanation. It has to be a weak spring. Something in the construction has to be doing this. So we'll see.
Let me know if I'm wrong in the comments. But either way, this design is very similar to if you were to carry a 1911 cocked but not locked. There's no other external safety mechanism on this firearm, and it has a very light and crisp trigger pull. And some of that's due to the design of how the striker works. Well, would you carry a 1911 cocked but not locked? I wouldn't. Any 1911 I've ever carried always had the manual safety on. Yet this is a striker-fired gun that doesn't have that option for you and still has a lot of the risks of carrying a single-action gun with no safety. Now, the reason behind that being a problem is because this design's less forgiving than something like a Glock, let's just say, right? And what do I mean by less forgiving? Well, because there's no manual safety, and because there's no external safety of any kind, and because the
I'm kind of getting the vibe that this guy's saying that these people, it's a skill issue, but it's still 6 hours fault because you should be accounting for the people with no skill. It should be TARD proof.
It doesn't have a manual safety on it.
So, yeah. So I was actually talking in Better Way 2A's comment section under one of his posts on Twitter, because I was asking people, I'm like, doesn't Glock have no safety? Right? And apparently I was wrong. It's a trigger safety, so it's like which I guess most guns have trigger safeties these days. And I'm not 100% sure how they work, the trigger safeties, but it still seems like I just feel like having a physical locking mechanism to make sure the slide doesn't fucking move is probably the best way to do things. Yeah, but maybe that's just me. I feel like this is a stupid thing to buy.
Strikers fully cocked at rest, there's less forgiveness for interaction with the trigger. So something as minimal as a key getting stuck in your holster, or something interacting with the trigger when it comes to pressure from the outside of the holster, something like that, could possibly set it off. And in fact, one of the things mentioned in the lawsuit was the lack of a trigger safety mechanism like what a Glock has. And generally, that doesn't necessarily apply to the unintentional discharge situation or negligent discharge, because that's what these really are at the end of the day, in my opinion. But we'll talk about that here in a second. The thing that is actually designed for is to make the Glock drop safe. It's not to be an actual safety for the trigger to not be engaged. However, by avoiding a trigger safety like what the Glock has, the P320, as you can see, we're clear. There's no magazine or anything in here. The P320 would allow for something that the Glock would not. And what is that? It would allow for pressure from the sides of the trigger to pull it back and to disengage the sear, which would allow the striker to then strike the round in the primer and set it off. If you did the same exact thing I just did on a Glock, it would not go off. And the reason behind that is because it has that trigger safety. Now, that generally isn't really what that's intended for, but what that does prevent is minimal pressure coming from the sides of the trigger, interacting with it and possibly setting it off, which could happen while holstering or unholstering, especially if your holster is leather or Kydex that's warped, or something that could deform based on pressure or heat, right? So that's one consideration to make, okay? And that's why this reminds me of a 1911 with no safety engine.
Well, that kind of makes sense if we're thinking of it from this guy's perspective, right? If we're looking at the holstering of the gun, did he shoot himself on the bringing out of the gun or the putting it back in? Because the one guy who just got the lawsuit, it said he was drawing it and it went off. Drawing it, okay, because that's more interesting, because drawing it would be having the trigger go the other way, meaning that you couldn't possibly have had it go off unless you hit the trigger or it went off itself. Unless any knock of the trigger in any direction drops the sear, and it's a fault in that sense, maybe.
Because it basically is. It's cocked, but it's not locked. Okay, which is why I've moved over to the M18 if I'm going to use this for any serious use. If I'm going to use a P320 platform for something like self-defense, I'm going to want it to have a manual safety, because I wouldn't carry a 1911 with the safety off. So I don't want to carry this gun with the safety off either. And unfortunately, this gun is the only striker-fired pistol I own with a manual safety, and I don't feel the same way about other striker-fired guns that I own. And I especially don't feel that way about double-action, single-action guns that I own. And that's problematic, because these pistols are sold in this configuration all of the time, especially to law enforcement, without any sort of disclaimer, right? Or any sort of advice about what that really looks like when things are set and ready to.
The skill issue is the police. The police are the bottom skill. The police are the bottom rung. Is what I'm getting here.
The cops gun.
Okay, do it. I think he's explained enough. Let's see what this next one is.
We had a lawsuit come out this week that has major implications.
Oh no, look at this
Sauer
shirt.
Just lost a case involving issues surrounding the P320. Now, anytime I report on anything related to this issue, I always get called a SIG hater and all that stuff. I know many of the people at SIG. I used to go up there regularly when I lived in Massachusetts. There's 4 320s sitting right there. Some of them are very high-end ones. I have many SIG items, many rifles as well. So I'm not a SIG hater, but I think this news needs to get out. A federal jury has awarded a Georgia man $2.3 million in product liability after he was shot by his own gun without allegedly pulling the trigger. Now, this is an issue that has been surrounding the 320 since it first came out, and you saw the videos where it was dropped at a certain angle, even though it was called drop safe and would go off. SIG did have a voluntary, it wasn't really a recall, but it was a voluntary trigger update where you could send it in and they would change your trigger out and supposedly fix the issue, but maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Now, this is the first case where New Hampshire-based SIG has been found liable for a misfiring P320. Now, the 320, like I said, it's been at the center of dozens of lawsuits claiming it has a design flaw that leaves it susceptible to unintentional firing when dropped or banged. Now, before we get into the facts of this case, because it's going to probably rear its head again for SIG, if you love the Second Amendment, subscribe to Guns and Gadgets. I'll bring you news every single day.
Shut
and
up.
I appreciate y'all being here, joining this growing Freedom family. Also, the sponsor of the video,
Freedom
is
family.
described as a lifelong gun enthusiast with hundreds of hours.
All right,
That's
we
big.
get it.
That's
Come
like
on.
the Glock dingus. That's what they're saying here. Now, SIG's 320 is one of the most popular pistols in this country,
Yeah,
with more than 2.5 million sold.
It's a SIG.
Is it cheap?
It's a SIG, bruh.
So?
So it's not a Glock.
Nah. Is that it?
According to court records, it's probably more than that.
I don't know. I still, if I'd be looking to buy a pistol, I'd still be going like
I
BZ
think
or
I would stick to people who
Beretta.
only do guns instead of also devolving into horse cum.
SIG. Or was that HK? Who was that?
Glock.
Oh, Glock. Yes.
Horse cum.
Yes.
Because it also won the U.S. Army
so Glock's plastic. Yuck.
contract with that one right there. So, you know, I like what SIG makes, but this is an issue that hasn't gone away. Now, SIG has said in a statement that they will appeal the ruling. They said this, quote, 6 Sauer does not believe that the plaintiff has met his burden to prove the P320 model pistol was designed defectively or negligently as claimed. There are no facts on the record to support that Mr. Lang's discharge claim was the result of anything other than his own negligent handling, causing him to pull the trigger on the 320 pistol. Now, I am not, dumping on anybody here, but there have been videos out where, cops had been struggling with people on the ground and the gun was in the holster. They weren't even reaching for it and it did go off. There was another one where a cop was getting out of his cruiser, hands weren't on the gun and it went off. So I think that maybe there's an issue. And obviously if SIG were to find an issue and do what they would have to do if there was.
I mean, if I'm on a jury and you tell me that in 4 separate instances where nobody was touching the gun, it went off, I'm going to be inclined to say that there's probably a defective thing inside the gun.
If it quacks like a duck.
Like at that point, I would want SIG to prove to me that the gun is not defective. The burden of proof would be on them at that point. Because once, sure, twice, sure, but three or more separate instances where not touching it and it goes off inside a holster.
Fool me twice, won't get fooled again.
Was an issue would cost them millions and millions of dollars. So SIG is fighting here because they think there's nothing wrong with their pistol. And SIG has been sued dozens of times by civilians and law enforcement folks.
New Hampshire
that the 320 has a design flaw that leaves it susceptible.
New Hampshire has no laws. New Hampshire is the best state. It's
to unintentional discharges.
It's wild. I shot automatic weapons in New Hampshire in some guy's backyard.
Now, until now, none of those cases have resulted in a finding against SIG for liability. SIG did settle 2 cases out of court. Both of those were cops who were injured when their department issued guns fired, causing leg injuries. Now, Lang's attorney, the one who is successful so far in this case, his name is Robert Zimmerman. If you've been following this channel, you will have heard his name before because I've reported on a lot of these lawsuits surrounding this gun. He's involved in other lawsuits involving the 320. So you should know his name. If not, this is going to be big for him in his mind because he said, "We were honored to represent Mr. Lang and are pleased that the jury saw the P320 for what it is, defective and dangerous. We call upon SIG Sauer to redesign this pistol for the benefit of their law enforcement."
Don't redesign it. Scrap it. Make a new one. Fucking hell.
They already have
citizen customers.
They just
look forward
need
to the
run
many
it in the fucking
more
M18
trials.
variant with a manual safety.
Yeah, or just do that. Just retire the 320 and release the M18 as the base model. Problem solved.
You continue to hold SIG Sauer accountable. We just told you where he plans to go from here. My question has been one I've asked for years. Many of us have the 320, and right away people are going to say, "I have 4 million rounds through mine, no problems." That's possible. I'm sure it is with a couple barrels and a lot of internal parts changed.
Yeah, but
have you
that's
trained
that's
hard
why
with
SIG
it?
is in
Have
New
you been-
Hampshire. New Hampshire
and
is a
rugged with it
fucking
and had it
psycho
go off?
state.
That's what people really want to know. So I guess there's going to be a really good conversation with us here in the comments
This guy
on what do you think about the 320
thumbs
pistol.
down, thumbs down.
Now,
thumbs down.
While
this
President
video.
Biden isn't
You go back there and you
we had a
thumbs
lawsuit
down
come out
him.
this week that has
You
major
suck.
implications. Sig Sauer
You fucking
just
suck.
lost a case
Terrible
involving
video.
issues surrounding the P320. Now, anytime
Shit.
While President Biden is in
Awful.
intense
Trash. And this will be the last segment. It'll be Trump and Biden debate, rev up thing.
Oh boy.
preparations with advisors, former President Trump is on the campaign trail. The president and his team have spent the weekend at Camp David in intense preps. The Biden campaign says he and advisors are going over briefings, focusing on Trump's prior comments and holding mock debate sessions. That approach is a sharp contrast to Trump's back-to-back public appearances.
Trump addressed Christian conservatives in Washington. He touched on familiar campaign messages against migrants. He also stressed his efforts to undo the federal right to an abortion by nominating the justices who helped overturn Roe v. Wade. In Philadelphia, he honed in on crime and claimed the city was being ravaged by bloodshed. CNN's Steve Contorno is traveling with the former president. He is live for us now from Philadelphia. Steve, good morning to you. The president talked about the debate that's coming up in a few days, but he also hinted at this decision he's made about a running mate.
That's right, Victor. We have learned that there are three frontrunners who have emerged in Trump's VP search: Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio, Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. Now, Trump yesterday said that he has made his decision, though he's not letting that person know yet, nor the public. Take a listen to what he said. Oh, my God.
I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of this VP shit.
Who do you like as VP? I like you from the country. Who do you like? JD. You like JD?
I want Doug the Burger.
Another useless Those remarks made at a stop for Philly cheesesteaks during a full day of campaigning by the former president, and he is clearly enjoying juxtaposing how he spent his final Saturday before the debate versus Biden's more studious approach. Listen to what he told a Philadelphia rally later that evening.
As you know, it's been reported that right now Crooked Joe's gone to a log cabin to study, prepare. No, he didn't. He's sleeping now.
It's Camp David.
Because they want to get him good and strong. So a little before debate time, he gets a shot in the.
He went to a log cabin. I've never been to Camp David.
They want to strengthen him up.
I only go golfing.
So he comes out. He'll come out. I say he'll come out all jacked up, right? All jacked up.
Trump went on to criticize Biden on crime, immigration, the border, as well as inflation in the economy, really sharpening those attacks just heading into this debate on Thursday.
You really shouldn't target the things that you can statistically prove he's good on.
Can we just point out that was basically him grooming narratives for post campaign debate? It's basically him setting up narratives, Trump.
Yeah, because
what he just did.
That's all they
He's
got.
going to be like, Trump, Biden's going to come out all energetic and jacked up and all this shit. He's just prepping a narrative. That's all this is.
It's like WWE. Yeah, that's
it's fascist populism story making. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's exactly right.
Steve Contorno, thanks so much. With us from Philadelphia. CNN's Camila DeChatlis joins us now. Camila, the Biden campaign wants to paint this strong contrast between the president and former President Trump. Tell us about how they're working through it.
President Biden knows that there's a lot at stake in this upcoming presidential debate. And part of his strategy, he really wants to remind voters what he has done in the last 4 years while he's been in the Oval Office and what he will set out to do if he's reelected for a second term. And another part of that strategy, Victor, it's to really showcase how Trump is unfit for office and really hold him accountable for the policies he has implemented in the past. Now, they know that this is an opportunity for Biden to really showcase where he stands on certain issues. And Biden really sees this as a pivotal issue. That is why a pivotal debate. That is why he's spending so much time at Camp David this weekend and next week to really prepare of how he wants to respond to Trump when he's going head to head with the former president. But he's really to cement and show this sharp contrast to really prove why Trump is unfit for office and why Biden should be reelected for a second term.
And one key issue is, of course, abortion rights. The Biden campaign is focusing on that, hosting dozens of events to mark 2 years since Roe v. Wade was overturned.
That's right. The
Yeah,
Biden campaign
that's
is
right. And
expected
they
to hold
purposely
more
kept it
50
here so they
events
could
across the
continually
country
use
to really
it to
mark the 2-year
fundraise and
anniversary
get
of Roe v.
votes.
Wade. And that's very pivotal because this is something that the campaign has focused on, is how Biden is committed to preserving abortion rights and really enshrining those rights if he's reelected for a second term. Now, what's really
Why not
interesting
do it in
to
the
note here
first?
is that a lot of these events that are being held by his campaign surrogates are happening in key battleground states. And that really shows how he really wants to connect with voters and really prove the case how his campaign
There's
and
no
how
way it
Biden
can be
really
lame.
wants to
Donald
protect
Trump
these
is
abortion
gonna
rights
be
and
there.
thinks that this is a really big issue that is going to be in the minds of voters in this upcoming election.
All right, Camila DeChalis, thank you very much. Let's bring in CNN political commentators Scott Jennings and Maria Cardona to talk about all things political. Welcome to you both. Thanks so much for joining me this morning. So let's start with Trump's comments yesterday at the Faith and Freedom Coalition conference.
He said he
was,
wanted
of course,
to do
talking about a lot
bum
of things,
fights in an
including
immigrant
immigration.
Thunderdome.
And he said that he suggested to the UFC president that he should start a sports league for migrants to fight each other. Listen.
I said, Dana, I have an idea. Why don't you set up a migrant league of fighters and have your regular league of fighters? And then you have the champion of your league. These are the greatest fighters in the world. Fight the champion of the migrants. I think the migrant guy might win. That's how tough they are. He didn't like that idea too much, but actually,
I'm not insulting them. I'm saying that they're tough
Maria?
guys and they're good at fighting.
Yeah, you know, when I heard that,
Not
Amara,
racist if
and
I'm
I don't know
giving
why it
them a
surprised me because it
compliment.
shouldn't, because it's Trump, but it was, as an immigrant, it was so gut-wrenchingly hateful and
As an
xenophobic,
immigrant,
and it
as
just
my position of
underscores just how
privilege.
unfit Donald Trump is to hold another 4 years in office. And what the Biden campaign is going to do, as they should, they're going to use those comments as yet another demonstration of just how anti-immigrant, anti-Latino, anti-American Donald Trump is, as he's trying to convince people outside of his MAGA coalition that he actually wants them to support him. He's never going to be able to do that with these horrific racist comments that he's making. And he seems to enjoy what he's saying. And yes, it riles up his MAGA base because they are as xenophobic as he is, but it does nothing to try to add support from the voters,
because the
independents,
people
the
who are
suburban
swing
women,
voters
the
don't
other
watch.
coalitions that he needs in order to win. So as a Democrat, by all means, keep saying what you're saying. It's exactly who he is at his core. As a Latina and as an immigrant, it makes me
racism now
throw
for
up,
victory.
frankly, to tell you the truth.
I hope the Republicans are racist.
2/3 of the
so that
American
way
people
they
support
lose.
Donald Trump's policy
Special point of privilege.
prescription for immigration right now, including a majority of Hispanics in the United States.
That was like the Marxist caucus or some shit national meeting or something where everyone was standing up and being
was
like,
either DSA or
special point of
PSL.
privilege. It was the DSA. You're 100% correct. Fucking hysterical. Losers.
See them as racist and xenophobic comments. I mean, he's painting migrants as, being
Also, I completely agree with you. Biden's entire tactic should be every time he says a policy point, he should make fun of Trump. Policy point, make fun of Trump, and just do it. And it'll get to him, right?
Well, we already hear
moderator.
the figures that they continually come out. They want to say, this is how many immigrants Biden let over. All Biden needs to go is, before Trump is able to say that, is opening with, he let in this many migrants. My admin, I've only let in this many. He was actually worse. And the tariffs that I just did on EVs, his tariffs did all of China. It didn't do anything. It didn't facilitate our trade.
Yeah. It didn't target anything specific.
Like, Trump's literally just not good. He's just fucking awful.
All you have to do is keep it on policy points.
Like, the fact that, like, people even consider him because Biden is basically the crypt keeper at this point.
Yeah.
That's really the only thing that's keeping Trump relevant, is Biden's old.
And Trump's literally 3 years younger?
Yeah, but they only see it with Biden because
crazy.
Trump seems like he's competent and firing off from the cuff.
being violent. They have violent tendencies, right? And of course, dehumanizing them to being entertainment for the rest of us.
Is he painting them as being violent? I mean, would Lake and Riley think they were violent? Would Rachel Morin think they were violent? Would Jocelyn Nungare in Texas think they were violent? How about the girl that was raped in broad daylight in New York City? How about the girl that was kidnapped in Missouri? Yeah, there are violent people in the country. And yeah,
did
Donald
you
Trump
just use 5 examples to demonize all immigrants when...
Here we go. We're going to bring out the crime statistics and point that black people number high.
No, I was going to say it's probably white college kids. white college kids are probably the ones most responsible for most rape in most people's cases. Let's just be real.
Ironically, the people who like to draw on people at parties are the ones that
are the ones.
It's almost like they already are showing that they don't give a fuck about people's bodily autonomy and their behavior.
Crazy. It's almost like it's a signifier.
But the bottom line is immigration is killing Joe Biden's campaign right now. This is why he has a low approval rating.
Because it's
this
lower
is why
than
Trump is honing in on this.
He should have
and
a
people
worse
are responding to it.
immigration and be more like Trump.
Yeah, it's definitely not the fact that it's the media not reporting properly and falling for Trump's bullshit because they can't think critically.
People are fed up with it. And if you want to call 2/3 of the country racist or xenophobic because they're in a mood right now that they want this fixed, yes, agree. By all means, go on. It's not.
Ask them to explain the issue and why it affects them and watch them squirm.
Not going to work.
So I have to correct my friend Scott here because he's clearly looking at misguided polls. The vast majority of the country do not agree with Donald Trump's draconian policies. It's why they kicked him out of office in 2020. They do not agree that babies should be ripped from the arms of their mothers. They do not agree
Still happens
that
on the other side of the
country should set up
border.
mass deportation camps in another so-called wetback operation, the way that Donald Trump has been bragging that he will do in his Project 2025 if he's elected again. The vast majority of Americans understand that the way to fix this immigration system is what
Project
President
2025.
Biden is now talking about, and he should continue to talk about, which is strong border security, which is what you saw in his recent executive action, and extended legal pathways to citizenship for the long settled immigrants that have been here for years, contributing $7 trillion to our economy. And these are people who are first responders. They are policemen, firemen, healthcare workers, teachers, grandmothers, grandfathers, mothers, fathers, who frankly...
Look, that is probably the best point. Bringing up how much they put into the economy.
Are these all the themes we're going to use for their wrestling characters, though?
The Puerto Rican nurse.
The underscoring of Donald Trump, he wants to separate all of these families. And
they're Puerto Ricans, the stereotype, right, for nurses?
Yeah, they're Philippines.
It's Filipinos here.
Philippines is the nurses.
I don't know the stereotypes of America.
Yeah, no. It's Philippines nurse.
Italian cop fighting a Filipino nurse. Migrants off.
That is not something that the vast majority of the American people want. So, Scott, I hope that Donald Trump continues.
I think we need Biden merch that's mocking Trump's migrant fight club. You know,
that would be.
Let's put an elimination chamber and then a bunch of guys in sombreros in the chambers.
Or recreate the Undertaker's cage match where he breaks his. Doesn't he break something?
Where he slams Mick Foley.
He falls through the roof of the cage.
He slams Mick Foley through, and Mick Foley's tooth comes out his nose. He gets fucking hit
when he's like standing on the cage.
Yeah, they didn't take into account that it was gonna fucking break because it's a. But like since then they like reinforced him and stuff. Like
yeah,
like
you could easily use that.
I don't know how discussed those spots were. Like I don't know if production knew that Mick Foley had the idea to go to fight on top of the cage.
Because, you reckon it was ad-libbed?
No. I know that it was between them. It was Mick's idea to fucking let's go on top of the cage, right? And so like the idea is that he was gonna go on top of the cage. He's gonna take the bump where he gets thrown off and goes through the table, right? And then he was supposed to basically, if the bump didn't go super well, he would be rolled out on the stretcher, right? So they come in, they bring the stretcher out, they're putting him on it, and then as he's going up, he gets off of it and starts climbing up the cage again while Undertaker's on the ground. And so Undertaker starts climbing up again. And as they're doing the grappling and stuff, like Undertaker's legs are piercing through the cage. Like the cage does not support him clearly. And then he says, okay, I'm going to give this guy a power bomb. What's the worst that could happen? Boom, straight through the cage, and he basically falls directly on his head because of how he goes through. Yeah. And he hits this head so hard that a tooth dislodges, goes down his nasal cavity and out through his nose. and he's like he's highly concussed. He has no idea what's going on, wrestling on pure instinct. And at one point, Mick Foley pulls out thumbtacks and dumps them all over the ring and gets slammed in them.
And he doesn't remember that at all?
No.
Amazing. I mean, there's so much material there that you could use for a shirt.
Mick Foley actually did a stand-up tour.
No shit.
Yeah.
Interesting.
He was pretty good, I heard.
Americans must wait until Thursday to know if Donald Trump's criminal conviction will be used as a line of attack on the debate stage by his Democratic re-election challenger, President Joe Biden.
But it's not just to call Donald Trump a convicted felon. It goes to his behavior and it goes to his character. Remember, he's actually filed bankruptcy 6 times. That means that he's not just a bad business guy. It means he screwed all the small people who actually relied on him for a living.
Trump denies those accusations and has also vowed to appeal the guilty verdict. While Biden has been preparing for the upcoming presidential debate behind closed doors, Trump opted to hit the campaign trail over the weekend. He made appearances in Washington and Philadelphia. He didn't hide his eagerness to debate, and at times asked his supporters' opinions on how he should behave when confronting Biden.
Should I be tough and nasty and just say you're the worst president in history? Or should I be nice and calm and let him speak?
That would be a mistake.
50-50. Be tough.
The presumptive Republican presidential nominee also used Saturday's rally to remind voters about his stance on undocumented immigrants.
And on day 1, we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history.
No, you won't.
We have no choice.
Biden recently rolled out asylum processing restrictions at the southern border. But he also unveiled an action last week that would open the path to citizenship to undocumented spouses of U.S. citizens. During his appearance on NBC, Biden's national re-election campaign co-chair blamed Trump and Republicans for the status quo.
I think that's more concerning. Like, if Trump comes anywhere close. Like, I think Biden's probably going to win by, like, at least 2 up on the swing states.
Interesting. I'm not making any predictions.
I just like the polls don't work because they're fucking, like, think about it. They're fucking, they poll by calling people on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
If you're like under 40, you don't open your phone when somebody calls you. So they're getting a specific skewed data set. So, like, I don't think that they need to reformat the entire polling thing to even get an accurate polling. So this whole thing about, and the polls, Trump is still ahead. The polls don't mean anything. Just like just like Trump's VP doesn't mean shit to me until he picks it. I don't fucking care who the short list is that you just made up. Who is it? Let's wait and see. Shut up.
The border is in trouble, and it has been for the past 20 years.
And this is the syndrome of the 24-hour news cycle. We don't need to know this shit. It's just filling air. It's just waste of time.
Yeah, but the election is happening, and the world will end if Trump or Biden gets elected.
Course.
Either or, the world ends.
Of course.
I'm fucking better than you.
30 years in this country. Joe Biden on day one, sent a comprehensive immigration reform proposal to Congress. They did nothing with it.
Besides immigration, it is expected that Biden and Trump will be asked questions about several other thorny issues during the first presidential debate that will be hosted by CNN.
Thorny issues. They're going to be like, okay, how many missiles do you support? What breeds
Hello, everyone.
of
This is Outnumbered. I'm Kaylee
McEnany. Hi, Kaylee.
Hi, Kaylee.
Here with my co-host, Emily Campagno and Harris Faulkner. Also joining us, Fox and Friends first co-host, Carly Shimkus, and Fox News national correspondent, Chris Jenkins, on this very big week. We are now just days away from the first presidential showdown of this election cycle. Both Presidents Biden and former President Trump are finalizing their strategies for Thursday's CNN presidential debate.
Are they?
But they're prepping for the face-off in 2 very different ways.
Oh, I can't wait.
President Biden is surrounding himself with top official campaign staffers, some from the White House and close allies. You see their names scrolling there. And he's at Camp David, sequestered away, as he has been for days. Meanwhile, former President Trump, he is hitting the campaign trail. He was in Philadelphia this past weekend, and he asked supporters what tactics he should take.
You're doing the same report as the last people. This is not Trump being like, hey, what do you think? What do you guys think I should do at the debate? You got to watch the debate. I got fake Tapper. I don't think anyone's going to watch the debate. That is not prep. He is not prepping, and it's going to be fucking hysterical.
People deserve
especially if fake Tapper starts interrupting him, because he can't interrupt Biden. But there's nothing saying that fake Tapper's mic will be off when they're talking. And
I hope he pulls the Colorado moderator shit. I hope, dude, if he sees or has seen that video and the support in the comments and everywhere, I think you put a video about that in somewhere. I saw, but I didn't add. Can you find that? Actually, that'd be a funny one.
We can look at it. I mean, it'll be in there. So if you want to, you can put it in there next time.
Well, it's in one of the lists. I'm saying if you can find it before we end.
Right, substantive questions to both candidates that are difficult for both to ask.
Look, I went to Casey Hunt's Twitter page not too long ago, and she said this morning,
Casey Hunt,
you come on my show, you respect my
You're
colleagues,
saying
period.
you
I
went
don't
to
care what
somebody's
side of the aisle
page
you stand
named
on, as
Cunt.
my track record clearly
I don't believe you.
shows.
Yeah.
That moment was awkward. And what we'll remember about that moment was that it turned into being messy rather than a good conversation with someone who was close to a former president and could be the next president. And that's unfortunate because the story became about Casey Hunt. And, you want to talk about how you lose the narrative. That's how you lose the narrative. So that's unfortunate. What Caroline was pointing to is the aggression from the liberal and legacy media that we watched for 4 years when Trump was president. I mean, it was aggression. And it was venting, so on and so forth.
Yeah, this is
without.
At least CNN's had passion. They actually cared. This is just.
They just yap. That's all Fox News does is yap, and it doesn't ever mean anything.
No.
I bet you this video sucks.
This one?
Mm-hmm. The one you asked for. I bet it sucks.
Election, because the election results last time in Milwaukee.
Yeah, well, let's see.
I am shook right now. Kyle Clark here.
There's no
Oh
way.
my god, you fucking lib.
There's no way.
If the National Guard.
This is on Now
Okay.
This. What is happening?
Yeah, well, they formatted it for your phone.
Had an absolute masterclass
Oh
on
my
how
God.
everybody needs to be questioning Republicans
I apologize.
this election season.
Oh my god, calm down.
Congressional
What is
district
this? A fucking what is
here
the
in
fucking
Colorado
lib thing? Midas touch? Fucking Midas touch.
It really feels like it.
And then these men were such saviors. They just care about America so much.
incredible. It was
it's like
cathartic watching this.
Oh my god, shut Jesus Christ.
Wow, they were like so cool how they
Don't tell me it's just him from now on. Holy shit.
I told you it's gonna be a garbage video. It's literally them just re-uploading content in the worst fucking format possible. You don't fucking format for shorts in a 6-minute video. What are y'all doing?
And what's even funnier is on the phone, that would just be the normal screen with the same shit.
I don't know.
If
I
you
think it
turned
would
it,
format correctly on the phone. I'm not sure though.
no, it doesn't. It literally doesn't. If you turn it from this way to this way, right? It takes up that much of the screen. You can zoom it
Only
in, but
one way
why
to
would
find
I? I
out.
just turn it sideways.
Only one way to find out.
Around the clock. We're terrible. I mean, it was just terrible what happened. But other than that, I like Milwaukee. I'm the one that picked Milwaukee. I will eat and they are just such liars, such horrible people. And we have to look, Joe Biden's the worst president in the history of our country. There's never been anybody like him. Not even close. And we have to win this election.
So let me ask you about crime, because crime is an issue in cities all across America.
Yeah,
But when you look at
because of the brown people.
Cities.
you think it's just Democrats? I mean, it happens everywhere.
The top 25 cities are Democrat, and they're run by
It would be
Democrats in this crime. You
constitutional
take a
for
look
the
at other
government
cities. There's not so much
target
crime, and
and
there's not
kill
in
any
some there's
US
virtually no
citizen
crime run by Republicans.
with a
It's big
drone
difference.
or with
So
a
Milwaukee
shotgun
has seen a decline over the
without
last
due
year. But
process.
my question to you is how will you then work with big city mayors, Democrats like Cavalier Johnson, to address issues of concerns? He says there's just too many guns in the hands of the wrong people.
Well, there's too many guns in certain hands, and certainly I would agree with that 100%. And you can do various things about that, and you're going to have to do it because in some cities you have the wrong
soldier
people
in the
having
bunker.
guns. You don't have the right.
He's looking very shiny today. He's very.
No one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
You can see the
He
edge
literally
of his,
is Donald Duck. All he does is duck questions, duck things.
You can see his little mask of makeup around his face.
Yeah, you normally can.
It's very funny.
People, you have the wrong people. We have to work with the Democrat mayors. They are. I mean, you take a look at the big troubled cities are run by Democrats, and we chose this one because we still have confidence in the mayor, and the mayor really wanted it, but so did other cities. We picked Milwaukee because I wanted Milwaukee. I actually was the one that wanted it, and then they come out with the fabrications, which is all they're really good at coming out with. I will say this: we're going to work with the mayors of the cities, and in some cases, governors of states, and we're going to solve the city problem. We have to. We have to get much tougher like it. Stuff. So we're going to give the police back.
We're going to solve the city problem.
The honor of doing what they want to do. They want to make sure.
Yeah, bro. He said he's going to give police. Get this.
Yeah.
His big police policy on how to fix policing. He's going to give him qualified immunity.
Epic. Very cool.
I just want to begin by.
I didn't want to risk it with that song,
bro. Like, how does he not know that already exists?
He's an idiot.
We're gonna give the police. We're gonna protect him. We're gonna protect him from the accusations. You mean qualified immunity? They have that.
Hello, Wisconsin. Hello.
Tonight, Donald Trump making a push in battleground Wisconsin with just over a week until the first scheduled presidential debate.
We've had great success here. It's great to be back in this beautiful state with thousands and thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots.
The former president highlighting the economy and immigration in a state he narrowly lost in 2020. The small city of Racine getting major attention from both candidates. President Joe Biden visiting just last month, announcing a new $3.3 billion investment by Microsoft, building a tech center on the land where Donald Trump joined Foxconn in 2018 to tout a major manufacturing project that never fully materialized.
You kidding me?
Did you see that?
Look what happened.
It doesn't fully materialize. Joined Foxconn in 2018 to tout a major manufacturing project that never fully materialized.
You kidding me? Look what happened.
What a
they dug a hole with those golden shovels, and then they fell into it.
Democrats mocking Trump's visit with this billboard near the event. But at today's rally, the Trump faithful undaunted. When you are talking to your friends about Donald Trump, what are you saying to them?
He's I can fix her. I'm getting emotional. I don't know. You're
getting emotional?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm a fascist.
I feel like he actually cares about the country.
Nice tits, Cupcake.
It takes somebody who's been in business. America's ran like a business. It really is, and
I romanticize the country with the reality.
This girl would be like so much better if she took off her fucking hat.
This is fascism. They don't know why. They just feel like it's good. It feels good.
I feel like the world has changed a lot.
In an interview late today with NBC's Milwaukee affiliate,
it's all vibes.
Former President Trump denying reports he planned to stay in Chicago rather than Milwaukee during the Republican National Convention.
Probably they think because they have a hotel, they have a beautiful hotel.
You will have like worms in your brain, honestly.
I was always planning on staying here.
Back in Washington, President Biden announcing a new immigration policy using executive action to protect undocumented spouses of American citizens who have lived in the United States for at least 10 years, potentially shielding about 500,000 immigrants from deportation if the move survives legal challenges.
The steps I'm taking today are overwhelmingly supported by the American people, no matter what the other team says.
Trump on stage in Wisconsin today, blasting Biden's order.
He's going to formally grant a mass amnesty to millions of illegal aliens that came into our country.
The presidential split screen happening as new national polling
chair will advise that the rules do care.
At 49% apiece. And with only about 4.5 months until Election Day, just 2% of voters saying they're still undecided.
Shaq Brewster joins us tonight from that campaign rally in Racine, Wisconsin. Shaq, let's first start with the reports about what former President Trump may or may not have said about Milwaukee. I know he addressed it in an interview with our local station there in Milwaukee. Talk to us about what he said. And
Poggers! Yeah, it can clearly, Tom, it was on top of his mind. It was the first thing that he said when he got on stage here at his rally. Before he got into the meat of his substance, he said an emphatic, I love Milwaukee. But
no more military
reporter Charles Benson pressed him about those reports. Listen to a little bit of that interview.
Did you say Milwaukee is a horrible city?
No, I didn't say it. They're liars. You know they're liars. They lie about everything. They've got the worst policy in the world. They lie about every single thing they do.
You
I
are
chose
garbage.
Milwaukee.
Okay, you're garbage.
Say it. I say it all the time.
He plays the tape recorder of him saying, "Yeah, Milwaukee sucks." What a shithole. Third world country, banana republic.
I said it to you, and I said it to anybody that wants to listen.
Don't
Crime
talk
is
shit
way too
about
high,
Milwaukee.
as it is in many cities, and they got to watch the election because the election results last time in Milwaukee were terrible. I mean, it was just
You can
terrible.
call me whatever the fuck you want.
But other
At
than
this
that,
point, I
like
don't give a
Milwaukee. I'm the one
shit.
that picked Milwaukee.
And we should clear up that those election results have been reviewed. They went through court battles, and the election in 2020 was free and fair. When you listen to,
I don't care about the free and fair election. I want to hear the shit he talked about Milwaukee.
what courts have to say and what those reviews bear out.
No.
Sure, let's just let Donald Trump come right into our home. Yeah, go ahead. Come on in, buddy. All right, fine.
Calling from Washington State. Sean from Washington State. Missed it by that much. What's on your mind? Hey, thanks for taking my call. And I wanted to follow up on the conversation you guys had about the Supreme Court cases, the bump stock case, and then the Chevron deference case. And you know, one of the interesting things about those decisions is there's sort of an interplay between them. I think in the bump stock case, it's one of those, in my opinion, at least in part, one of those cases where bad facts can make bad law. Because
I don't speak
prior to
Russian,
the Vegas shooting and the rule that classified bump stocks as machine guns, the ATF across both Republican and Democratic administrations had taken the stance that bump stocks were not machine guns. And so then the tragedy in Las Vegas happened, and the ATF changed its stance and adopted a rule classifying bump stocks as machine guns. And so, you know, that sort of abrupt about face in response to this tragic event and sort of political pressure, I think is a bad fact. I think it was focused on in the opinion. I'm not sure if it was a determinative fact, but, you know, it's this, you know, we're giving deference to, previously we've been giving deference to an agency's interpretation of the statute, and the ATF had taken this position that bump stocks were machine guns. And now, you know, this just changes, does a complete 180. Right. And it just seems like, you know, how do we give deference to those sort of administrative agency decisions that aren't really based on science? It's not like you can have a study that says, hey, this much lead in the environment is dangerous for you, you know, because that's just, you can back it up with data. You know, an agency decision or determination that a bump stock is or is not a machine gun, that the mechanics of the trigger have not changed, or the gun itself haven't changed. And so now you're just looking at, well, it feels like you're looking at which way the political wind's blowing, you know, and we've changed the definition to call it a machine gun now. And I think that was a really unfortunate fact that really played a crucial role in probably the case being filed initially and possibly in the court's analysis. And so, you know, the interplay between how deference is given to agency decisions, I think, you know, was in full view in that case. And I think there's a danger of imposing a certain logic on what they're doing when, you know, there's simply no consistency. And so to a large extent, I think what we're getting with this court is we're going to make a decision and then we're going to backfill it. And frankly, we're not even going to be that too worried about backfilling that decision with something that is really terribly cohesive. I mean, because at the end of the day, like, look, why do we ban, and why does the Supreme Court allow the banning of a machine gun? Why do they allow the banning of a bazooka? It's not because of something unique about the mechanism from a mechanical sense. It's not like, well, we like ball bearings. You know, and anything that involves ball bearings is going to be a problem. And so therefore that is what this turns out. No, very clearly.
Fucking watch Schoolhouse Rock, bro. Fucking
the reason why you
baby's first politics. How come the Supreme Court makes laws that we ban this and that? They don't.
The Supreme Court's determined the legality of laws. This was made by a non-law-making body. I am Australian. I know
that's
this.
the thing is
Why
that,
do
like,
you not?
These people call in and they have no idea how to describe their position, and they have to go blah 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 blah. When I could just say, like I agree with Sam. The inconsistency part. I mean, that's a good point. It's much better than other people have made points about.
True.
But good, go fast. It quack like duck, right? So like the inconsistency is a good point, but just literally just saying like it's not a law that was made by Congress. Law enforcement agencies can't make laws, so on that alone, it shouldn't have stood off. And not only that, the trigger mechanism doesn't change about the gun no matter how fast it's firing. So it's by definition, by law, it can't legally be classified as a machine gun because a machine gun is classified by that trigger function.
Yeah, it is literally that simple. This argument needs to go.
Yeah, and it took him like fucking 4 minutes before Sam cut him off.
I mean,
have you already covered the terror deck? We have. Well, we're literally about to log off. So,
but this is literally all the argument needs to be. There is no more argument. It doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter what it sounds like or what it looks like.
Besides,
the feelings,
so
the
thing that he's saying is inconsistent on is because they upheld the domestic violence ban.
Yes,
that's not inconsistent.
It's actually more consistent.
Yeah,
then
it's almost like one was a law that was passed.
Like it's insane because it just the fact that the Supreme Court, you cannot predict which way it goes, is almost evidence that it's working. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's got its biases and some things won't get through because it's a conservative majority, but it's just how it is. But at the end of the day, things are being upheld, things are being dropped, laws that are supremely racist that have been upheld throughout the entirety of the Democrat-run Supreme Court are now gone because of this Supreme Court. What are you talking about? Like, there's more consistency in this Supreme Court towards the people of America than there has been for a while.
I think with this court, I've followed more Supreme Court cases than ever. You know?
And at this point, we could be both wrong, and there could be more cases that we just didn't hear about. That could be very much the case, but I feel like we've covered a lot of them.
Yeah, but I just think that this court is more interesting to cover because it's so politicized at this point that it gets so much headlines for everything that they fucking do.
So it just seems
when
I don't know.
Trump did it in America, nobody rioted.
Also, when I upload these videos, I'm going to start tagging the accounts if we're responding to them directly. I think that's a good idea.
And machine guns. The reason why you ban bazookas, the reason why you ban grenades or tanks or whatever it is because of the damage that can be done.
Sam, grenades are not banned. Also, bazooka. Who has a fucking bazooka?
RPGs are also not illegal.
But the thing is that you can you can get them, but it's the dummy head that doesn't fire, and
you've got to get special explosive licenses to get the explosive heads.
You can get chalk. Legal. You can get chalk rounds for the grenade launchers and stuff. And
40 millimeter grenade.
But
launchers
as far as explosives,
sorry, they're not 40s. They're 38 millimeters because they have to be
as far as explosives go, you just have to pay individually for each explosive.
Yeah.
So they're not banned.
Explosives are perfectly legal too.
It's really easy to fucking get a grenade in comparison to a machine gun. You basically have to be a gunsmith to get a machine gun.
My favorite lib line is the you can't buy a cannon. Yes, you can. They're actually unlicensed.
No. Yes. They're black powder, so you can. You can literally buy. You know how we had
they're not even firearms.
You know how we had a civilian navy during the Revolutionary War? We can just do that again. We can just fucking load up a we can all get bros being bros. Load up a fucking galleon with candy, not galleon.
That would be
carnival,
funny to
or
recreate.
load up a carnival or a man of war with fucking cannons.
Just
or
sail
Canaveral.
down the what's the big river? The Mississippi? Just sail down the
Canaverals
Mississippi
can't
with
fit
some
on that
cannons.
shit. But we could
Just
get like
sail down the
the
Mississippi
you know
with
it's
some
like
cannons.
the pontoon boats. They're like a paddle boat, you know.
Yeah,
They're like
that would be fucking hilarious. What are you talking about? It's legal. They're not even guns.
And we find out that bump stocks actually can do a tremendous amount of damage in terms of human life.
Isolated incident, never, arguably not possible to be recreated.
I bet you I can kill more people with fertilizer.
It is more likely and a better idea to categorize it as a, I would argue, one of the only certifiable 100% lone wolf terrorist attacks. Right? I'm sure that there are the lone wolf terrorist attacks, but I feel like there haven't been many for a while. And I feel like this was the first one that you can categorize in that section comfortably for a while. And that's where it should stay. It should not be compared to anything. It is
What
so
they should
unique
what they
in what
should
it
do
was.
is they should put a law in place that allows banning of certain accessories, because then they can just do like suppressors. No, can't have them. You know, like New York does.
Sure. Which
You know?
is silly because you would think in New York suppressors would be better for noise suppression for the density of the population. Also, it slows down the ammunition. So
It
actually,
also
might
makes you
speed it up.
invisible on
That
radar.
might actually be wrong. Sorry, I think it actually speeds the ammunition up.
Yeah, but it's
I
like
remember correctly.
but the thing
Barrel
is
length
that it's
faster, yeah.
New York City's gun laws are different than the states. New York City's are stricter. The like upstate, there's a whole hunting culture and everything.
Yeah.
So like plenty of guns, but like suppressors, I don't think I've seen one on a gun in New York.
It really doesn't make any sense, like especially for
Well, they
for
banned.
noise
Don't they
pollution.
already ban certain braces?
Maybe pistol braces.
Yeah, that turn it into like a.
But that's because it turns a pistol into a rifle, and that's a whole different category. That's
But
a
I'm saying
legal
if they make
definition
it,
thing.
if they make the law more around accessories instead of
Maybe.
the function of a machine gun, then it would be, I think, a better approach to like have an easier time banning this stuff.
Yes. I think if you go with that angle, sure, yeah, you would probably have a better idea. But that also puts into question like foregrips and shit. And you've heard politicians talk about accessories. There's like some politicians that are like, 4 accessories on a rifle makes it an assault weapon. Shut the fuck up.
I'm
Shut
putting
the
my
fuck up.
Funko. I put my Funko Pop figure on it. Now it's an assault weapon.
Or like a pistol grip makes it an assault rifle. Fuck you. Shut the fuck up. Detachable magazine makes it an assault rifle. No, it doesn't. The only thing that makes a rifle an assault rifle is a select fire trigger. That's it. If it doesn't have a select fire trigger, it's not an assault rifle. If it's got an automatic fire but no single fire, guess what that is? Not an assault rifle. It's a machine gun. Crazy, right?
So yeah,
Pretty insane how definitions work.
The brace ban was overturned. I sent you an article. So they
Oh,
were,
really?
but it was banned by the ATF as well. So that was overturned.
Aha. So there's also precedent to overturn ATF bans.
Yeah, it
Great.
does.
So
It says it was vacated. I don't think it was by the Supreme Court.
So now we've got even more proof that this is an illegitimate
I
legislation.
love
that
this,
should
the
have been
Firearm
overturned.
Policy Coalition, how they're framing it. Win Biden/ATF pistol brace ban. Oh, come on.
Mhm. No, but they do that because they specifically their marketing is like, we're against government, period. No
Mhm.
government bans at all, and they're like strictly anti-NRA, which is so funny.
Well, what's funny is the article above it is NRA.
Really?
Yeah. So it's at the first result was the ATF, then it's the NRA, and then it's them.
Interesting. I would say Firearms Policy Coalition would be one of the first ones I'd look at for like gun legality stuff, because they've been pushing pretty hard. I wouldn't be surprised if they were a part of almost all of these things. Anyway, let's finish this.
Then it becomes clear they need to be banned. But the court decides to, again, like Elie Mystal said, look at it from the perspective of the gun. And there's nothing inherently wrong or ban-worthy of a specific mechanism, except for what that mechanism does in the real world. And so that's the whole point. And of course,
that never happened again, and hasn't happened since.
Yeah, because of the ban. Sam hates.
They know this and they don't care. But appreciate the call.
Yeah, thank you much.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit this.
Terrible.
That was a bad take. Another bad take. Consistently bad takes with guns and platforming artists.
And again, like I'm not for or against a bump stock ban. I don't care. It's just very clear that the ATF does not have the authority to do it.
Exactly.
That's my take. Simple as.
That's all the take needs to be.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
All right. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We'll talk to you later. Goodbye.
Did Voss shit you up the wall?
He did. Fuck that guy.
I already am eating.